You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Now invite all our dignitaries up on stage, and then we will take the next part of the program ahead. Mrs. Shobha Tuli to please come up on stage and escort the dignitaries as well. Dr. Andrula Eleftherio, Executive Director, Thalassemia International Federation, TIFF, Cyprus. Her Highness Shekhar bin Saif Ali Nahyan, Emirates Thalassemia Society. Dr. Naveen Nischal, serial entrepreneur and founding chairman, Voice of Healthcare. Mr. Deepak Chopra to please escort Dr. Vinod K. Paul, member, Niti Aayog. Dr. Vasant M. Khalatkar, President, Indian Academy of Pediatrics. Dr. Shamal Seth, Vice President, Federation of Obstetric and Gynecology Societies of India. Dr. Sangeeta Pathak, Secretary General, Indian Society of Blood Transfusion and Immunohematology. Ms. Santosh, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. So we have one shot on the stage. Okay, so yeah. So I now request Mr. Deepak Chopra, President, Thalassemics India, to come and welcome everyone.
Who's missing on the dais? Huh? जी?
Ms. Santosh, Deputy Director, Coal.
संतोष जी नहीं आई? संतोष जी तो बैठी हैं। तीन, छह।
Why do you have an extra chair? No, never mind. I think
तीन, पाँच, सात, एक, आठ।
that's fine. One person missing, never mind.
Are we all seated? Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of Thalassemia India, other hosts, sponsors, well-wishers, extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries present today in this hall. We are privileged to have Dr. Vinod Paul, Member Health and Nutrition, Niti Aayog, as the chief guest. Dr. Paul has been instrumental in framing the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, as well as the Poshan Abhiyan, besides being the guide in framing the national health policy. Can we have a big hand of applause for Dr. Vinod Paul? We are honored to have Her Highness Sheikha bin Saif Nayan of UAE as the guest of honor. Her Highness is a philanthropist, board member of TIFF, and chairperson of Thalassemia Society in UAE. You must be all wondering as to what UAE brings her here. It is Her Highness' passion for thalassemia, and it is evident from the fact that she has come all the way from UAE to India to understand as to how the high incidence of thalassemia is being managed over here. I may also mention that there is a special bond between India and UAE, and proof of that relationship was the recent inauguration of the most beautiful temple built in the UAE. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand for that. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Andrula, whose initiative and dedication in TIFF needs no introduction, and they have co-hosted this conclave. Our other respected guests on the stage are Dr. Vasant of IAP, Dr. Tamal of Foxy. Oh, anyway, I think he should be coming here. Or Dr. Sangeeta of ISBTI, Ms. Santosh of Ministry of Coal, Madam Renu Chaturvedi sitting over there because of the chair not being able to be placed on the dais because the dais fell short. She is from Coal India, and they are here to, as they have supported the Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana program under the CSR banner. And last but not the least, Dr. Naveen Nishchal of Voice of Healthcare. Besides the above mentioned honorable guests, there are many other reputed scientists, doctors, and social workers who are sitting in the audience, and it may not be possible for me to take all the names due to paucity of time, as our chief guest, Dr. Paul, has to go to another function just next door. But because of the traffic jams, we never know as to when he's going to reach there. But I would certainly like to mention about the overseas speakers, namely Dr. Dimitrios, Dr. Antonio, and the overseas delegates of thalassemia associations who have come from Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Maldives. We are extremely grateful to each one of you for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, this conclave is being held on a very special day. That is today. Why I call it special is that it is a rare celestial event when 7 planets will be visible from the Earth today. Just as the 7 potential players who are sitting in a row on the stage to ponder on issues relating to thalassemia, ranging from screening to safe blood to gene therapy. Probably, to my memory and to the best of my knowledge, this is the first time that such eminent experts are participating in a conclave together. To a majority of us sitting in this hall, thalassemia caught our attention in the 3rd quarter of the 20th century or later, and in most of the cases who were afflicted by this disorder, hope was given that by the end of the century, that is by the end of the 20th century, we would be able to get rid of this blood disorder. Research by eminent scientists, doctors, programs run by central and state governments, Indian Red Cross Society, and awareness support by various NGOs has been able to provide umpteen relief to those afflicted by this disorder, but still a lot of gaps need to be plugged in both the management and cure of thalassemia. Keeping this in mind, this conclave has been curated with a galaxy of stalwarts sitting on the stage and present in this hall, and some listening to and participating in the direct telecast, or how would I say, virtual streaming of this conclave. I think time has come, and I take the courage to urge the policymakers, philanthropists, scientists, doctors, and other stakeholders to come out with a concrete action plan and adopt at least 2 broad objectives. Firstly, one, a mantra: care, cure, and control. The three C's: care, cure, and control. Care to all thalassemics, or care of all thalassemics, as per a gold standard. The world's best practices to be adopted as a gold standard, and care to all thalassemics be given as per that gold standard. Cure to all thalassemics by newer therapies. And lastly, the last C, control to the level of zero thalassemic births. The second broad objective, which I place in front of you, and especially our chief guest, Dr. Vinod Paul, who is the pillar of the health policy in the central government of India, to have a national blood center in Delhi, which could be in collaboration with the Indian Red Cross Society, or it could be on a PPP model, because there are many donors, many philanthropists who are willing to get into the healthcare area. And this National Blood Center to be a single window for all blood-related studies and transfusions. When I make this bold statement, I am aware that some of us may not be there for long. But with the support of government, initiative by the industry, the medical fraternity, philanthropic organizations, various NGOs, and our homegrown TPAG and other advocacy groups, I am sure and confident that they will see to it that the above dream is achieved not later than the beginning of the third quarter of 21st century, which will be around the same time as the centenary of our India's independence, and will be in line with our Honorable Prime Minister's dream project of Viksit Bharat. With these words and thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, I once again thank you all who are present here or who are switched on to this program, and hope that the discussions in this conclave will be productive and shall have a long-lasting effect on the society. Thank you. Have a good day. Now I request my able colleague, Mrs. Tuli, to take forward the proceedings.
On behalf of Thalassemia India and Thalassemia International Federation, I once again welcome you all to today's event, Thalassemia Conclave, a gathering of distinguished honorable guests on dais from Government of India, Her Highness, doctors and community leaders from India and the neighboring countries. Namaste, good morning, Abhinandan, Swagatam. Strengthening connections and bridging gaps. This conclave, having official opinion, policy leaders, experts, is another attempt by us to live up to the theme of this conclave. Being the first thalassemia NGO in the country, established 37 years back, we are proud to say that Thalassemia India walked its journey hand in hand with Thalassemia International Federation since 1993 onwards. And together, we managed to bring some changes in the life of our patients suffering from thalassemia disease. Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, Ministry of Social Justice Empowerment, National Health Authority, Coal India, Red Cross, and state governments have been kind enough to listen to our issues, concerns, and also to come up with new schemes and benefits in the form of revisions and new projects. TIFF's new project, Indian Subcontinent Network for Hemoglobin Disorders, launched just recently, is another step forward to bridge the gaps and to exchange best practices within the subcontinent under the leadership of our TIFF president, Mr. Panos Anglosas and Dr. Nrula Elfithrio. Dignitaries on the dais from Niti Yog, Ministry of Coal India, IAP, FOXY, ISBTI, and honorable guests from Cyprus and Her Highness, we are so touched by your kind presence, and we do hope that we will be given more opportunities in future to move forward to create better care facilities in our country with your guidance and support. Today, as we move ahead with the sessions, we will have opportunities to listen to our international experts, Dr. Piga, Dr. Nrula, and Dr. Dimitris, as well as to our Indian experts from across the country who have set examples in our country that our patients can have healthy, fruitful, progressive life if they are well treated. Let's all together try our very best to have fruitful discussions, exchange of ideas with suggestions, and make this meeting a success. Once again, would like to state that our goal is to achieve uniform treatment, as said earlier by our society's president, Mr. Deepak Chopra, to set care of standards for all our patients in the country and to convince our government to launch the thalassemia screening program on a mission mode. We just had a recently meeting with Dr. Paul, our chief guest, and he has assured us that we will together move towards this. Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, under the auspices of Ministry of Health, an initiative taken by Coal India, is an extraordinary example in front of us, having government, corporate, and an NGO, and we are humbled to be given opportunity as its coordinating body. So this project has been touching life of underserved patients who otherwise wouldn't have thought of getting cured without the help given by Coal India. Let's together set more such examples in the field of healthcare. Dhanyavad. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. And as per the traditions, before we start anything that's really amazing, we have the lamp lighting and we invoke the blessings of our Almighty. So I request all the dignitaries from the stage to please join us with the lamp lighting. And can we have the candle, please? Sonam, if you can help with that. Dr. Nrula, Her Highness, Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Dr. Vasant is not here. Sure. Dr. Shamal Seth, Dr. Sangeeta Pathak, Ms. Santosh, of course, Mr. Deepak Chopra, and Mrs. Tully. Okay, then I'm making a mistake. Second time I made the same mistake.
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमो ज्योतिषां प्रपुरव्ययः बोधित्वब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रपुरव्ययः.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. At least we have all 10 on the stage now. Where's Mr. Chopra and Mrs. Tulina? We have our 10th doctor here as well. And now I invite Dr. Andrula Eleftherio, Executive Director at Thalassemia International Federation, Cyprus, to come and give the opening note.
Dear Dr. Paul, Mr. Chopra, Your Highness, honorable guests, distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted and it is a real honor to be here with distinguished guests, with distinguished individuals that are going to contribute even more and strengthen even more of what Mr. Chopra said just now, care, cure, and control. Indeed, after Mr. Chopra's talk, I always find it very difficult to have any additional words or phrases. However, I'm also very privileged because I represent the board of directors of Thalassemia International Federation, of which we have the honor here to have two very eminent members of the board, Mrs. Julie, a long-term collaborator and contributor. The work of Mrs. Julie is very well known to you, but also of Her Highness, who had joined us in later years and has made an additional value and a real contribution to the international cause. I would like from this stage to thank all the members of the board of Thalassemia International Federation who were volunteers leading Mr. Panos Inglesos, now having the honored doctorate provided by the University of Cyprus in recent years. So now we have a Dr. Panos Inglesos leading the board of TIF in recognition of his 45 years of volunteerism. So I bow before these people because all these have been volunteers and true ambassadors of bringing good life, of fighting for the health, of fighting for the rights of patients, for equal access to quality, decent health, social, and other care. And as we strive forwards towards committing ourselves to what we have all signed with the United Nations for the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, particularly for providing decent health and social care to every individual in every country, as well as covering healthcare systems that are based on universal health coverage. We need today to see which are the tools we have to help us go ahead. It has already been said that through the work of Thalassemia International Federation, but many others, the academia, the healthcare professional communities, the research, the industry, the governments of many countries around the world, we have reached a stage that today we can safely state that we have made a difference in the awareness, in the education of both the patient, families, and healthcare professionals, in the awareness to a very large extent, which depends and varies from country to country, to the decision makers, of how important it is to manage and control effectively such a chronic, complex disease, because apart from a main duty to provide well-being to our patients and quality of life to enable them to integrate socially to an acceptable level, then there is the commitment to address a disease that, if not optimally or nearly optimally, effectively controlled, then it can have huge, immense social, medical, public health, and economic repercussions. And that will threat and continues to threat our health and social care systems. So we are reaching a stage that for this disease, contrary to many other thousands rare diseases, we have all the scientific knowledge and all the tools provided by science, provided by philanthropic, provided by patient organizations, and I'm very proud and grateful that some community leaders are here with us from India, but also from the countries in the subcontinent of India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Maldives. Unfortunately, Bangladesh was not able to join us today, but we hope in the near future and in the context of our network. So all these people together, like a united voice, have moved forward a lot of policies and have persuaded and made the decision makers acknowledge the value of effective care versus the cost. This is a very important element. And now we are in an era where, despite the huge crises that are happening around us, whether environmental, climatic, geopolitical, public health crisis, and we have lived the COVID-19 recently, and I'm sure many others are going to come, all these elements threaten our health and social care systems. But at the same time, I'm sure in this distinguished audience, you all know that we have impressive scientific achievements that we have been long waiting for. And they have happened in the last 10 years, and particularly in the last 5 years. New drugs that are going to transform the very own pathophysiology of the disease, that is transforming the lives of our patients, but also gene-based technologies that for those patients that wish and those that are eligible, and with the contribution of the decision makers and the support of the healthcare specialist community, will enjoy a holistic cure. Care, cure, and control. Control is a very important component. Effective prevention. We are hoping that in the near future, with new scientific technologies, we are going to change the idea of prevention into healthy reproduction. But at the moment, we need to be realistic, and we need to know which is the tool that will bring about effective prevention to allow us to reallocate resources and give them to the patients that are alive so that they can live, they can have quality life, and they can integrate into the society as any one of us. So prevention, primary prevention at the moment, is translated into reduction of annual affected births. But we are hoping that we will change and extend this into healthy reproduction. But this allows us now to give resources and the means to our patients to live better, because this is a human right, guaranteed and granted and signed by every country of the world. And moving forward, now that science has provided all this important information, knowledge, and experience, we move forward to utilize this experience, to take it forward. How do we take it forward? The tool is a tool we have known for many years now: collaborating, networking, and partnership. But now in a more structured way, in a more effective way, in a way that covers all the stakeholders, relevant, related, interested stakeholders, above all, the patients, families, healthcare professionals, academia, research, industry, But the decision makers need to acknowledge that these networks need to work on a structured basis under their guidance and support, because networking, collaboration, and partnership needs support, so that we can take up and forward all these good work that has been done in many countries around the world, and in particular in this country that we are very privileged to be here today. So there is a lot of work done, hard work, effective work. There is so much competency on behalf of the academia and the healthcare professionals here. There is so much interest from the part of the governments that we have evidence at Thalassemia International Federation through the years. Incredible, and thank you very much. We are very grateful to the governments of India because, yes, they have put stone by stone to build up in such a large country, such a heterogeneous country, such a country with so many and multiple priorities. Public health priorities, medical, social, and other priorities. So in this conclave, that I'm very honored to represent Thalassemia International Federation, we are moving forward, hoping to have a more structured networking, collaboration, and partnership with all the stakeholders, and see how TIFF can help you in as many ways as possible to take this initiative forward. This initiative has already been done in some countries, albeit very few in the world. They have shown real success in these policies, and how is success translated in the patient outcomes. Therefore, we can do it, we can follow, we can build on and tailor to the needs and existing policies and cultures of the countries, and we can move forward. So we're going to have the chance to talk, interact later, but many, many thanks and deep appreciation to the dignitaries, to our members of the board, Her Highness and Mrs. Chuli, Mr. Chopra, to our honorable guest, and many, many thanks and appreciation to each one of you. And last but not least, to the members of TIFF's scientific, academic, and advisory panel, Professor Piga and Professor Farmagis, with the help of whom, plus a number of others, the educational program of TIFF is to the stage where it is now, and I'm very privileged to present to the honorable guest the last edition of our guidelines, which is a Bible, not to follow, but to recommend, because each doctor will reach his or her decision upon the personal history of the patient, but this is a series of recommendations from international experts gathered together in a book. Separate book for beta thalassemia, transfusion dependent, for alpha thalassemia for the first time, for nutritional. Nurses guidelines is coming up soon. We are here for you. And this is a free service from Thalassemia International Federation for our healthcare professional community. So thank you again very much for your presence, and looking forward to a productive and meaningful interaction. Thank you.
Namaste. Good morning, everybody. I'm Anubha from Thalassemics India and Thalassemia Patients Advocacy Group. And I think I kind of proved sometimes, muddai sus gavachust. So I was supposed to moderate this session, and there was something, urgent that came up. And I apologize for that. But what a moment to join this event, and what a moment to, start moderating the session. Immediately after Dr. Andrula, and immediately before Her Highness, who's sitting here. Dr. Andrula, I don't know whether you'll understand, but I'll explain this to you. In India, there are very famous lines that learned person is respected everywhere. So It said, Sarvatra Pujyate Vidwan, which means that you can have money and you can get respected, but if you are learned, you get respected everywhere. So whenever I see Dr. Andrula, I always remember that quote, and whichever gathering she goes to, she just brings that complexion of knowledge to that gathering. We also have these guidelines in our ward at Lady Harding Medical College, and the guidelines are really followed as a Bible or Gita, to be politically correct. Uh, so thanks a lot, Dr. Andrula, for those lovely words, and it's a terrific thing to see you in India. Um, Moving on to our next dignitary, our next speaker, Her Highness, I really can't believe you're already here. I remember when we invited her, uh, Mrs. Tully invited her when we were in London, and Mrs. Tully said that, Her Highness, would you please come to India? I thought she would say, yeah, I'll look into it, maybe I'll manage. She said, yes, I'll come to India. And she said that, Mrs. Tully, I'm so impressed with the brand of work that you do for thalassemia that I have to come to India. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Highness Shekha bint Saif from Emirates Thalassemia Society. Over to her for her words on thalassemia. Uh, UAE is the third largest trade partner for India, but I'm sure today we're going to see a lot of health partnership, and let's hear from her what she has for us. Over to you, Her Highness.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, all. It is absolute honor to be here today and would like to start by extending my heartfelt gratitude to the Indian Thalassemia team, especially Mrs. Shobatuli and Mr. Deepak Chopra for inviting me to this important conclave. I am also thankful to Dr. Androlla for joining me here. It is a truly privilege to join such an esteemed group of experts and supporters in the fight against thalassemia. I look forward to learning from all of you, you contributing to meaningful discussion and working together towards a brighter and healthier future. Thank you for all of you.
Shukriya, Her Highness. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. And moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Vinod K. Paul, member Niti Aayog. As you all know, Niti Aayog is the premier think tank of the government of India. I remember when I had met Dr. Paul, I think many years back when I was still a child. I would like to believe I was a child then. Uh, and I had just barged into his office in all my innocence, and I had said that, I don't know, sir, whether you remember, I was accompanied by a gentleman, and I said that we should have a thalassemia prevention program just like we have for sickle cell. And he explained to me very nicely that, young lady, that's not how government works. And let's do a sample. You have to do a pilot program, because then even if you test everybody, how do you convey it? How do you, convert it into execution? How do you execute it? So he actually explained to me how he wants it done. And then I came back and I shared with Mrs. Tully and everybody. From that day cut to this day, when he's sitting here, and I hope we can today talk a lot about how the government plans to integrate thalassemia prevention into probably sickle cell or separately, how government plans to look at the care aspect, like I'm a surviving thalassemia. So I also feel that in addition to preventing thalassemia, a lot needs to be done for people who are surviving with thalassemia, because because sometimes it's not able to it's not possible to have a BMT or a gene therapy for people like me. So I'm personally really excited to hear what are the nitis of the government of India for unborn thalassemics, for thalassemics who can get a BMT, and for thalassemics like me who just need maybe safe blood, access to medicines, etc. With those words, I invite Dr. V.K. Paul to please come and deliver his special address.
Good morning. Namaste. Present on the dais, Her Highness Shekha bin Saif. My very warm welcome, ma'am, to you. Our distinguished colleague representing Thalassemia International Federation, Dr. Androella. Dignitaries on the dais, my distinguished colleagues in the audience, academics, NGO partners, CSR partners, Coal India, and indeed the very concerned and motivated community of stakeholders of thalassemia in our nation and beyond. I extend to you my warm greetings, my namaskar, my welcome. And on behalf of Niti Aayog, above all, I assure you that I am one of you. We are together in this journey. And being a pediatrician, my motivation level is as high as it can be. Let me begin by giving you a, well, by the way, this is, sir, you mentioned about 7 planets in visible today. There's another reason why today is a special day. It's also a World Rare Disease Day. The World Rare Diseases Day today. So thalassemia is not rare in that sense, but the pathways to address this are very similar to the rare diseases, particularly when we are looking at final battle with this disease. So it's very auspicious. I'm very, very honored to be here. Let me pick up from where the effort of the government, national government, has reached in the space of sickle cell elimination program. As you know, that was launched in 2023 by the Honorable Prime Minister. And what we had aimed was multiple pillars of that work, but one major pillar, as you would logically expect, was to screen a population of 70 million across 11 states for sickle cell. 70 million, 7 crore. I'm happy to inform you that with the hard work, the zeal, and the mission approach that the stakeholders have taken, the government, union and state, NGOs, tribal affairs, people, panchayats, community leaders, we have completed screening of 4.9 crore, 49 million individuals have been screened. So we are ahead of our target because this was meant to be achieved somewhat later, but almost 78%, close to 80% screening job has been done in less than 2 years. So when India and the people of India decide to address big issues, we deliver, and we shall deliver also on thalassemia. It's also important that some of the strands of how sickle cell anemia is to be addressed are common, for obvious reasons, for thalassemia also. And we have a momentum. And therefore, it is another auspicious opportunity for us to now align thalassemia-related efforts to such efforts and other NHM efforts and efforts of the state governments, which do unique, I would say, programs in their own way in different states, and also the efforts that come from now our partners, such as Coal India and beyond, can be all put together into a full-fledged mission. So my first input to you is that a couple of months ago, we had a smaller conclave in which we agreed that we will develop an outline of the national program for thalassemia care cure, and control. I'd like to know where we have reached, and I'm looking forward to having discussions with you so that we can refine that strategy and we can embed that strategy into the NHM system and other systems that are existing in the country. I don't want to prejudge where it will belong. There'll be some alignment with sickle cell disease because that's certain geography. There are other areas where that disease does not exist. We may need another platform, and so on and so forth. So don't want to prejudge how it has to be done. Indeed, that is a kind of challenge I told ma'am, Compier, that we have to fill this. How will it be done? And that's a job that we all shall accomplish together. My understanding is that you all are working on that. And I like the paradigm that Sir has used, namely care, cure, and control. This is very catchy, this is very sensible. And around these three pillars, we can think about how to go about doing it. So my first response to is come back to me, I'm waiting. So we can craft with your help a national program which satisfies, the contours of other programs, which has elements of, let's say, the main strategies, which we need multiple strategies. We need, as even in these three, there are three aspects as I highlighted and Sir highlighted. But then in each of these three, there'll be more details. How do we reach? How do we reach people? Do we go for screening en masse or not? Will it be opportunistic? Which of the two paths are more cost effective and fast? And so on and so forth. If you have to avert the birth of such children, how do we do it? How do we do it on scale? The deliveries happen in thousands of locations. They are not great hospitals. They are delivery points. How do we manage that? That's precisely the work that this community should do once and for all. And I'm there to help you. I'm waiting for you to come back with whatever draft you have developed. And then, with the help of a lot of other people, we will embark on having a document. You see, not having a document on management of thalassemia, treatment of thalassemia, thalassemia blood. That's the core of those things. How do you deliver that? So there are interventions, then there is a delivery. We need to discuss the delivery, and the players who are going to deliver are together. Perhaps they are all present in the room, but not necessarily so. The delivery. What is it that we will target? What do we mean by coverage? What are the indicators that we will follow? Where will we embed it? And then, of course, what are the budget considerations? What is the role of the state government and the central government? What is the role of research agencies, role of the blood transfusion fraternity? All this, these are just, I'm outlining the sub-chapters, and there will be 20, 30, 40 other aspects that you need to cover. So the group that you all have set up, Anupamji, I'm waiting that you please bring forth what we have, and we'll involve the Niti's comparative advantage is that we convene across ministries. We'll be happy to do that. So that's my first part. The second part, I just want to mention that in the course of sickle cell effort and rare disease drugs availability effort that Niti catalyzed, we have made syrup hydroxyurea available in the country through a very wonderful company, where the cost per 100 ml from 70,000, if you were to import, has come down to 1,500 only. Just want to mention, if there are any products that you use, are there any issues about their non-availability? I like to know, as a part of the strategy that you will build, let me know. This occurred to me that should be one of the areas to address. But I think India is now also positioned to play the major role in terms of ultimate cure. We are very excited that in the year 2024, two very significant developments took place in the space of gene therapy. So we now have gene therapy by ImmunoAct, IIT Mumbai, and Tata Cancer, which provides cure to refractory leukemia and lymphoma. You are aware of that work. First gene therapy commissioned in India. We also have another corresponding gene therapy being done by Kiran Mazumdar's group in the same space. Then we have promising gene therapy using lentivirus platform for hemophilia. I'm in constant touch, like perhaps others, with players in the government, with the teams that are in a position to develop, and with industry that is in a position to scale up. So 2024 has been very heartening, and I can let you know that there are efforts by CSIR for sickle cell. These two other things I mentioned, there are at least 3 companies that I know who are investing in the commercial mode. There is IIT Kanpur, CMC Vellore, St. John, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple academic groups that are coming forth with possibilities for cell and gene therapies. And I'm happy to tell you that in all of them, cure for thalassemia ranks very high. And there are distinct pathways for thalassemia gene therapy that are being addressed by scientists today systematically. We're very happy to be building on their efforts. And very recently, NITI and the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister took a meeting to see how we can facilitate and promote and scale cell and gene therapy in our nation through a flagship mission. So that track of cure is also moving, and there is more hope than ever in that space that we all should be watching. I'm there to be a part of the assistance and help that you would expect Niti Aayog to do. And I would say, I go back to the first thing, let me see how we are preparing the blueprint for the national strategy for control, cure, and care of thalassemia in the country. We may also keep in mind 2 other aspects. One, that a lot of these things can also be done at the level of the state. And some states have taken initiative. Can we build on them? Who are the states who are doing things in this area? Let me know, because we can engage them. We can request their chief ministers and their other teams and bureaucracy to build on that, not having to necessarily wait for a national mission. Health is a state subject. And lastly, do keep in mind that if you need hardcore research in this area, if there are any leftover issues of research, of course, we have institutions where many of you are engaged. But in case there is a list of things which there are research questions are still unanswered, we have recently repositioned the institute in Mumbai, which has been working in that space, to be able to look at blood disorders in a wider dimension through readjustments in the ICMR system. And we are very happy to make sure that if there are pending researches in the discovery space, of course, but in the development stage and clinical care, all that can be loaded into the extramural programs of the ICMR. And in case it has to do with a large laboratory, national research laboratory, then the Mumbai center of ICMR will rise to the occasion. With these words, I thank you very much for inviting me. Honored to be here. Thank you. Jai Hind. And sir, I need to take leave.
Thank you, sir. Just give us a moment. May I please request Mrs. Tuli and Mr. Deepak Chopra to kindly felicitate esteemed guests. May I please request somebody to please get the memento? Mr. Chopra and Mrs. Tuli would be first felicitating Dr. V. K. Paul. May I now request Mr. Chopra and Mrs. Tuli to please hand over the memento and felicitate Her Highness. Thank you, sir. Yeah. May I now request for felicitation of Dr. Andrula Elfetherio, Executive Director, Thalassemia International Federation. May I now request for felicitation of Ms. Renu Chaturvedi and Dr. Vasant. Dr. Vasant M. Kalapkar from IAP. Next, can we please have felicitation for Dr. Shamal Seth Foxy? A huge round of applause, please. It's right in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have some energy? I have my blood transfusion tomorrow, and I think I'm about the most energetic person here. Please. May I now request for felicitation of Dr. Sangeeta Pathak, ISBTI. Dr. Pathak. May I now request Mr. Chopra and Mrs. Puli to felicitate Ms. Santosh from Ministry of Coal. I must tell you, our life is not possible without coal even today. So you better put your hands together when you have Ministry of Coal on the dais. Yeah. May I now request for felicitation of Ms. Renu Chaturvedi, General Manager CSR, Coal India. These are the people responsible for the flagship Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, and I think absolutely deserve all the gratitude from our side. Yeah. Yeah. I'm now handing over to Dr. Anupam Sachdeva for the next round of felicitations. Dr. Sachdeva.
Thank you, Anuba. When we are going to start implementing the program starting from Delhi, we need to have on board key people from Delhi also, and we already have them here. The IAP Delhi President, Dr. Pankaj Garg, is he there? I saw him some days back. Yeah, could you please come up? And representing the Association of Obstetrics and Gynecology from Delhi, the Vice President, Dr. Indu Chug Savla. This side, Raji. The President of the Delhi Medical Association, Dr. Girish Tyagi, is he there? Okay. Friends, we look forward to active participation from all these associations and commitment from all of you. That's it. Yeah. From all of you to make this a big success, this program a big success, so that we can replicate it across the country. Thank you.
So it's raining gifts and mementos in that sequence. Then let me hand it over to Dr. Andrula. Uh, Dr. Andrula and Tiff have always been giving. And yes, please go ahead, Dr. Andrula.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. So it's only I hope it's the last one so that we can start the work.
Hello.
But last but not least, Your Highness, as member of the board, on behalf of Dr. Inglesos and on behalf of the office myself, we would like to give a small symbolic present to the first chairman of this network, Mrs. Chupatuli, for her dedication, for her love, and for her commitment. Thank you very much.
So with the gifts and mementos out of the way, I come to a very important event, the landmark, the highlight for the day. Let me tell you, I work as a lawyer in a mining company. Coal India is a competitor, and but I'm on the legal side, so I'm not competing. Uh, I really could never imagine that a mining company, that to fossil fuel company, could work in the area of health and could work in the area of thalassemia, where all the mining companies and manufacturing companies are focusing on environment because of obvious reasons. I don't want to say the reasons. So may I, as a thalassemia patient myself and not as an office bearer, express my heartfelt gratitude to Madam Chaturvedi and Santoshji that you even conceived. I mean, my mind is blown over that you even conceived of a program called Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana. We are immensely grateful to you, madam. And with that, I will take the liberty of adding that you should also consider in the next phase or whenever you do any other program that let's have some program for surviving thalassemics for access to medicines. We have a lot of medicines which can be generically manufactured. So we will come to you with that proposal. I'm sure Mr. Tully has already briefed you because she's always talking about thalassemia and us. With that, I would invite Madam Chaturvedi, Mrs. Tully, Mr. Chopra, and all the esteemed guests to please release the poster for Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana. We will. So, as you all know, this is Government of India's flagship event in the service of thalassemia patients, focused on bone marrow transplantation. And by far that is the cure, that is the best cure that's available. So Coal India has been, with unflinchingly helping this cause and supporting us in the bone marrow transplantations. Thalassemia India is the implementation agency for this esteemed program. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So, Dr. Andrula, and I was just wondering why Dr. Andrula hasn't commented on anything so far, but she has her expert comments. She suggests that we change surviving to living, and I would like to add surviving to winning. We are living, kicking, earning, and winning thalassemics. Never you survive. Living and kicking. Okay, great. With that, I would now like to invite Miss Santoshji from Ministry of Coal to kindly deliver her special address. Bye.
Yeah, we can go and sit down and listen to. Whose phone is it?
Namaskar and a very warm good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am privileged and proud to be a part of the Thalassemia Society through the initiative which has been taken by the coal company under the aegis of Ministry of Coal. You may be aware that after taking this initiative, Coal India has become the first PSU who has taken the curative treatment of thalassemia under its CSR project. And for the information of the gathering, I would like to tell you that Coal India is not taking initiative under thalassemia only. They are providing facility of uh, uh, facility under congenital heart disease, sickle cell anemia, and they have joined hands with the Ministry of Health in TB Mukt Bharat as well. So the coal companies are doing their responsibility and responsibility towards social corporate responsible citizen. They are not only ensuring the energy security of the country by digging out the fossil fuel, as my previous speaker has, or the anchor has told, that it is not only ensuring the energy security, it is also fulfilling the responsibility of a social corporate citizen. It is not only spending its CSR budget on health initiative, it is spending its budget on nutrition as well. And I am missing Dr. Paul here, because Dr. Paul would be aware that under CSR initiative of one of the subsidiary of Coal India, we have constructed a 500 bedded hospital and 100 bedded medical college in Talcher district of Orissa. Coal India and other coal companies are running a huge number of hospitals. They are providing all kind of facility in the health sector to their employees as well as to the persons affected from the coal mining. And as we have released the poster, the Coal India has taken this initiative of thalassemia in 2017, and we are happy to be part of this Thalassemic India and providing support in thalassemia, cure of thalassemia. We would be helping, and we would join our hand. We would always be supporting this noble cause, as this is a really life-threatening disorder which requires lifelong repeated blood transfusion and expensive medical intervention. So, with the help of the Thalassemic India, we are able to reach out to the children across India, needy children across India who are not able to take this kind of treatment. And And right now, you may be aware that more than 680 transplants have been done by the doctors with the help of CSR initiative of Coal India, and we have impaneled 17 hospitals uh, across India for this initiative, and we will continue to provide support, and our target is to go for 1,000 this to go for 1,000 transplant by March 26. So Coal India is spending a huge amount for this noble initiative and transforming the lives of the children. So, and this facility is given to the economically weaker section of the society who are not otherwise able to manage this, to fund this kind of treatment. And recognizing this initiative of Coal India has been awarded the prestigious Green World Award, that is Global Golden Award in London for this Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana. So this is a testament to CIL's commitment to social responsibility and impactful healthcare initiative. And I would like to thank Thalassemia India, which is a key felicitating organization, and it is playing a crucial role in ensuring the treatment reaches the most deserving patients. This initiative ensures seamless coordination among hospitals, patients, and funding agencies, making it one of the most well-structured healthcare initiative in India through CSR. As I mentioned, that our target is to do 1,000 surgeries by March 26, and our focus will remain on ensuring accessibility, affordability, and awareness about this life-saving bone marrow transplant procedure. We will continue working towards thalassemia free India, as Dr. Paul has already mentioned that we should now you have to work out a policy or strategy for making India thalassemia free. So in the end, I would like to thank all the stakeholders, hospitals, doctors, and organizations for their relentless efforts in making this program a great success. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for those encouraging words. Before wrapping up this session, I would like to invite Chopra ji and Mrs. Tuli to please felicitate, make 3 other felicitations. The first one is to Dr. Yazdi Italia. May I please? Yeah. May I please request Mrs. Tuli to say a few words on the contributions?
It's our privilege to have Dr. Italia here, honored by Government of India as Padam Shri. So please give him a big, big hand. He has devoted his life to hemoglobin disorders, to sickle cell especially. He's an icon for all of us, and we expect a lot, and he has been a member of so many committees at Government of India. So thank you so much. This is just a small token of our regards and love and respect.
Thank you very much, Thalassemia India and Thalassemia International Federation for honoring me. I'm really humbled to receive this in this August gathering. I accept this felicitation on behalf of people who have working on sickle cell. I had an opportunity to find out the first sickle disease patient in 1978 in Gujarat. And as the patients were poor, they will never go to the laboratory for their own test by spending their own money. I had decided to do something for them, and the government should take up this job. If I give a success to my program, it is just because I am successful in advocacy to the politicians. And when politicians have a willpower, the bureaucrats work according to their wish. And that is how this program has been successful. And it is one of the best programs in the world where medicines are given to the patients at their doorstep. As Dr. Paul has just mentioned, in Gujarat, we have screened more than 10 million people, and 30,000 were found to be sickle disease, and they are getting free treatment from the government. And there are more than 0.8 million people who are sickle threat, and we have counseled them regarding marriage counseling and other things. So we are working together. Our aims is same. By 2047, there should not be a birth of a sickle disease or thalassemia major child in India, and we have to work together, and I am with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Yazdi. Can we please move on to felicitate Dr. Vanshri Singh, Joint Secretary, Indian Red Cross Society. So Poonam madam is here to collect the Anuradha madam. I'm sorry, Anuradha madam is here to collect the memento on behalf of Dr. Vanshri. No amount of words can explain what Dr. Vanshri and what Red Cross does for thalassemia people living with thalassemia. And I know that ever since I was diagnosed, I've been taking blood from Red Cross, and they have done a wonderful job. Blood is available for free, it's safe. मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ अनुराधा जी कि आप हमारा आभार वंशी मैम तक और रेड क्रॉस तक पहुंचा देंगे.
If I may add to whatever our TPAG fiery speaker Anuba has said, Indian Red Cross Society, and that too the blood bank of Indian Red Cross Society, has done a yeoman service as far as thalassemia is concerned. Not a single thalassemic in the NCR has been kept wanted for safe blood. I'm using the word safe in inverted commas. Some people sitting here would have understood. I don't want to elaborate on that, but they have been able to provide blood whenever required for each thalassemic, even during the COVID time.
Absolutely.
So really a very big hand to the Indian Red Cross Society Blood Bank, a dedicated team, a devoted team, a committed team. It's unfortunate that today Dr. Vanshri has not been able to come here to collect the small token of appreciation from our side. Thank you ever so much to each one of those who are in the Indian Red Cross Society Blood Bank. Thank you very much. Carry on.
Next is Mr. Apurba Ghosh from Federation of Blood Donor Organization of India. As the name suggests, without blood donors, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be speaking. So may I please request Mr. Chopra and Mrs. Tuli to felicitate Mr. Apurba Ghosh.
Oh, he's here. He's there. Oh, Dada. I was wondering where Dada is hiding. So I must tell you, yes, he had some program there, and he's come all the way from Mumbai. He's a legend in our country towards a movement on blood donation. He has devoted his life to this cause, and we are so proud of him. I think Dr. Sangeeta would like to to add few words.
He's fondly known as Dada, and we all call him Dada. And recently, I have been associated with him as the president of Federation of Blood Donors of India, and I see the dedication that he has, and I have still to learn so much from him. And when Madam said that he has to be here today for the felicitation, I said I would be a part of it and would definitely love to stand in with him to give to give this award to him. And I'm really happy that Madam has made this point to bring him here and felicitate him, because it's an endless work that this man has been doing for years and years together. And I suppose it's a very big moment for him that he's been asked to be here. And yes, thank you so much, all.
So, Dada, আমার অনেক আভার আছে. Extremely,
Very good. Very good.
extremely grateful to you.
First, thank you, madam. Thank you all. 50 years service for promoting voluntary blood donation in India. My first donation is 50 years before. And I am a centurion blood donor. Now I am 70 plus, but moving to all the states, every month, 2 states average for promoting voluntary blood donation. I'm coming from Mumbai. The day 25th, I was busy for 5-kilometer walk, summer blood crisis in West Bengal. You know, from there at about night 2 o'clock, I landed in Mumbai. There was a 20 blood center cricket tournament for promoting voluntary blood donation, new concept. I went there, and from there I came yesterday, and thank you very much. Sangeeta ji is our president of the Federation of Blood Donor Organization of India. Chandrakant Agoral ji is sitting here, another gold in thalassemic movement in this Hyderabad, Telangana. All our members are sitting here. Last evening I met Vinay Shetty of Mumbai, also one James. So there are a lot of people, but please you mention the glorious service of the voluntary blood donor motivators throughout the country during the last 50 years. I was associated with ISBTI. Still I am associated. Madam Kanta Swarup Kishan, Dr. J.J. Jolly. I work under them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's inspiring to us, Shobhaji.
So much, Dada, for coming all the way.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap as far as the
No.
inaugural
Dr.
session.
Anubha, please give me a point. Yeah, of course.
I'm getting a lot of pressure
As you
from here.
get
25,000 thalassemics in Bengal, and every patient are getting free of cost tested blood from the government sector, private sector. We are also taking.
Thank you so much. Before we move forward, the next speakers, I want to say a few words. The tagline of today's conclave is strengthening connections and bridging gaps. Today we have the dignitaries from IAP, Indian Academy of Pediatricians, and FOXY, which is an important body in our country on the prevention and control of genetic diseases, and of course ISBTI, which is the main body, the original body looking after the blood deliveries in our country. So please, I thank you to all the three of you, and we would like to have you here, sir, please. So Anubha, you can carry on now.
Yeah.
Because we
so-
are looking upon you. That's what I wanted to say. We are looking upon you who have built up our connections, and we are expecting a lot from you also, sir.
So moving on with the inaugural session, my apologies, we still have a few speakers left. May I now invite Dr. Sangeeta Pathak, Secretary General, Indian Society of Blood Transfusion and Immunohematology, to deliver her special address.
A very good morning to all of you. I understand that the session is going late, but still I would like to address few things here. And so I stand here on behalf of the Indian Society of Blood Transfusion and Immunohematology as the Secretary General for the society. And also I am the President for the Federation of Blood Donors of India, as the other just now was there. And I stand with big gratitude and responsibility that I'm heading these two organizations. And here today we wanted to commit something for the Thalassemic Society of India, I mean the Thalassemia International Society and Indian Society. And we all know that this medical condition is a journey that affects individuals. It doesn't affect the individuals, it also affects the families. And way back when I was there with this Indian Red Cross in 2000, I was heading the Indian Red Cross in 2000, and the entire thalassemia load or at that time in Delhi was with Indian Red Cross. And here we stand today that it has been distributed to everyone. And I have my colleagues who are sitting here. Dr. Poonam ma'am is there, Dr. Sangeeta Pauja is there, and Dr. Suman Jain is there. So these people are the ones who have taken up these responsibilities and are going forward so much with the thalassemics. And it's not only a particular organization that is taking care, the entire group of people is behind these children to take care. But my only concern is, just now we were talking about the care, control, and cure. So why can't we control it? My only thing is there. We all are. This is a digital age. We know so much about everything, and still thalassemia आज तक control नहीं हो पाया. So why that should be the main stake of that we should start controlling, taking measures on not its cure. Cure to baad mein aayega bahut. At least we should have measures to take control on it. And as ISBTI Secretary General, we were supposed, means we are taking up a project with the TIF, and this project would include three things, like to enhance the training and education. As I was saying, training and education is being done. But then why are we still having the thalassemics with us? At this moment of where we are, with anything and everything, why should we have thalassemic children with us at this moment? Because we should not let them, it's the children are being, I mean, they're being produced. We can stop that. And I suppose, I don't know, we are not thinking on that. The entire focus is on cure, cure, cure. So let's focus also on control. And this project will also focus on the control, the ISBTI project along with the TIF. And of course, it will also facilitate the collaboration with the voluntary blood donors. So this is a commitment from this desk. I commit that in Delhi we'll be taking care of all the thalassemic children on their blood donation demands through the voluntary blood donors. And of course, Dr. Paul is not here now. The advocacy for policy changes. We definitely, just now someone said here, nothing moves without the political intervention. Nothing. In India, nothing moves without that. And we need to have the political intervention and the advocacy with us, the bureaucrats and the politicians both, to work towards this. And with these three things, means this is what we are committing from ISBTI to TIF. And as a community, let us harness our passion, expertise, and commitment to create a brighter future for all those affected by thalassemia. Together we can, of course, and we make a difference. Thank you for being here today and for your unwavering dedication to this important cause. Let's take this opportunity to exchange ideas, foster communications, and ignite the spirit of collaborations. Together, we are an unstoppable force for good. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Uh, Thanks, Dr. Pathak. May I next invite Dr. Vasant, President IAP, to please deliver his special address.
Yeah, namaste. Still, it's a good morning. Uh, Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. Yeah, thank you. And our all literary donors that from Coal India, with with the immense help of them, really we are doing really great. And as a being a pediatrician, I can understand what is the need when we sit in our OPD. What are the problems, issues we are facing. I really thanks with tons and lots of thanks to you all, those who are really helping this mission, Baswast mission. So, just to tell about our organization. Our organization, that is the Indian Academy of Pediatric, our head office is at Mumbai. We are having a robust strength of 47,000 pediatrician, which is the second largest organization, academic organization all over the world. First is the American Academy of Pediatrics, that is 60,000 member, and we are the second. That's the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. We are having a total 364 districts and 47, sorry, 37 state branches. And so, through all these, we are working all these for the betterment and health of the children. So, this year theme of my year is that to serve children, country, and community. So this cure, control, and care. This is again 3C. Really, I'm happy that it matches with our IIP theme 2025 years 25. So we are doing a lot of things for to take care of. But definitely, it's our duty to take care of colleagues, children. I will show you the how we take the care of children, and that's for community. This year, our main motto and main thing to do that we want to reach the community, and that to be reaching to unreach, where government can't reach. I know as a pediatrician what are the issues when definitely government is helping a lot, but there are some issues where they are also not at help or can't do anything, and where we should reach. So just I want to present a scenario what IAP is doing for children, community, and colleagues. Please run that video. So PPTs. So this is the our can get changer. This is the our mission. कैसे zero, This is our mission this year. That is a bye-bye anemia. We have prepared that. Bus, can you remove these chairs? It's okay. So this is the bus. There are two buses we have prepared like this. We want to, because we want to cover Kashmir to Kanyakumari and Bombay to Calcutta. All our country we want to run this bus. So this is a bus with two technicians, one driver, one cleaner, and one health worker. He is going to there, and this bus will run from city to city. So you all know that prevalence of beta thalassemia carriers is 3 to 4% of the population, and number of children born with thalassemia measure annually 10,000 to 15,000. There is definitely regional variation. Certain ethnic groups and regions within India have a significantly higher rates of thalassemia carriers. And sickle cell anemia, one can say occurs, one can say the immunity. So it's also prevalent in India, and particularly amongst the lower socioeconomic group and tribal population with career rates ranging from 5 to 40%. I am in the area having a known as a sickle cell belt. That's it's a Nagpur, Gadchiroli, and surrounding MP and Andhra Pradesh. It's a really sickles. That's why I'm very much attached to this thalassemia as well as the sickle cell. नहीं चल रहा है India. So what is our mission of IAP? So our first mission is the pre-anemia screening. So that's why this bus is having the the technicians, along with the help of a local people. We are getting screening of anemia by non-invasive method. So these are the cities till now. Since last 2 months we have started this project. We have covered Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra, and now it's in Karnataka. These are the cities. These are the few pictures where we are doing the great work. That is Yavatmal, Amravati, Buldhana, Dhule, Ahilyanagari, Bowling, Virar. Virar is the then Nashik, Pune, Vijaypura. So you must have seen that very few cities are metro. We are mainly going to the smaller cities and unreached area. That's from Karnataka, Bellary, Bangalore, Davangere. There's Mobuduri, Mysore, Vijayanagara. These are all small branches are there. So what is the all India coverage we are getting? So these are the total cities. Near about 32 cities we have covered in last 1.5 months. We started on 13th and till now we have covered this city. So we have made a roadmap because our second bus is going to start in Bengal and that region. So not only this is the post only screening, we do the health checkup. Wherever this bus goes, our local IAPNs do the health checkup. Whenever they feel that there is out of that, those who are suffering from anemia, we do the screening. Approximately in average, we do the health checkup of a 700 to 800 children, and then we out of that near about 400 children will get screened for anemia. So these are the few pictures where the health checkup is going on, screening is going on, and definitely after that, wherever educational sessions also. So this is not only the our children need, but our community also need a education. So and our it's a followed by evening there is a CME on anemia for our doctors. That is a pediatrician as well as a physician. So there are education sessions are also going on everywhere. This is our last year's president, our vice president is there, and we take care that always there should be one of the higher authority. Our president should be there, or our executive board members should attend that program with some local leaders. We are always trying. So we have till now in 1 month, 20 days, we have screened 28,000 children. We detected 1,200 with hemoglobin deficiency. We conducted 1,500 sickle cell screening. Out of that, 5 were positive. So we want to collaborate with Government of India on thalassemia screening. Definitely, your work is only for a day, but that needs press coverage. We do the extensive press coverage for the awareness of anemia. And you can see the our coverage, how it's going on. Our Minister Nitinji Gadkari started this project in Nagpur. That's a bye bye anemia. And these are few again paper cuttings where we are giving the everything about anemia. Now we don't want to remain here only. We are always in working with a collaboration with a foreign international collaboration. 3 days before we have conducted CME in Dubai. That's by Indians for the Emirates pediatrician on the awareness of anemia also. And there is a always exchange program. So these are the total programs. And along with this, we have started with a initiative that is Sankalpa Sampurna Swasthya program, where our pediatrician goes to school and they teach about the hygiene, education, and awareness about the anemia, deworming, everything they are doing. These are the few pictures of the our triple S program. Here, our mainly thirst is on anemia. These are the few pictures. And now, since last year, we are observing that we have seen the only print media or digital media or Instagram. This doesn't work. We want a visual impact. So this year, we plan to make a short film, that is a 20 minutes or 18 minutes film on each subject. Yeah. So I want to show one of the our madam, give me only 2 minutes, please. Sure. Please start. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah. So we have made leave it. होगा? नहीं होगा? Start कर दो. So these are the movie we have screened on drug awareness. Drug awareness. It is a 28-minute, and we have received the International Film Festival Award for this movie Disha. So we are just getting started. Our next Disha film on child obesity, and want to make a film on anemia awareness. If Thalassemia Society permit, we want to go ahead with the movie on thalassemia. So these are the few posters we are making. This is just to show. So IIP, as IIP, we believe that together we can achieve more. That's why we are taking our commitment further by collaborating with Thalassemia Society to support nationwide screening initiative, provide expert medical advice to patient and families, conduct large-scale public awareness campaign, host continuing medical education program to keep healthcare professionals updated. Yeah. Thank you once again. Let's join this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to now hand over the whatever moderation left to TPAG member Nishtha Madan. At some point, I have to hand over the baton to the younger ones, and here is also my succession planning. Nishtha would now take up the next two speakers, and in the patient perspective session also in the afternoon, you will see Nishtha as the moderator. Over to you, Nishtha.
Thank you so much, Anubhadi. So moving ahead, good afternoon, everyone. As ma'am introduced, I am Nishtha Madan. I am one of the co-founders of TPAG. And I'm also a patient with thalassemia, living and kicking. So moving ahead, let's call upon Dr. Shyamal Seth, Vice President, Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecological Society of India, GOXI, as we all know. So please give a big hand for Dr. Shyamal Seth.
Thank you very much. Just at the transition of saying good morning or good afternoon. So better to say good morning. So respected dignitaries, skilled and experienced persons on this subject, I bring greetings from the president of FOXI, Dr. Sunita Tandulwadkar. So those who are not aware of what FOXI is the Federation of Obstetric and Gynecological Societies of India. There are 286 obstetric and gynecological societies and throughout the country, and we are officially having as of now 46 to 47,000 members, and FOXI is engaged in delivering, executing, planning women's health and how we can improve our service to the women of the country, as well as taking care of all the FOXians. Now, as Sarah was mentioned, there are 3 C's: care, cure, and control. The 3 C's are unparalleled. You can consider in any aspect of your life implicating these 3 C's: care, cure, and control. And if you go through the calculation, if you can provide the 2 C's out of those 3, third is automatically achieved. Means if you can care and cure, that means it's already controlled. If you can care and control, means you have cured. And if you can cure and control, that means you have provided adequate care. So that's the beauty of those 3 C's. Now, as far as thalassemia is concerned, this is not curable, but we can care. We can control. We all know this is an inherited disorder. This is not by any other means. Means one gets thalassemia out of his or her birth only. So the control procedure or the step to control is that there is no thalassemic child being born. So there we can initiate our steps to control the incidences of thalassemia in the country. How we can control? So when a man is going to marry a girl, there is the time that whether they are having thalassemia in them. Now many of us, I believe you all, who are a gynecologist, you all face that these days. This is not very uncommon to see patients who come for the test of their fertility. Somebody proposing that we want the semen analysis report of the male partner, and the other side comes from, you want the tubal patency test report of the girl. Can you please advise? The most important thing, if you want to get one test done before marriage, still today it holds true, that is the screening for thalassemia. Hemoglobin HPLC is a very simple non-invasive test. And if at all somebody doesn't do before marriage, we have still the scope to screen whether your patient is having at least a thalassemia minor when she comes for the first antenatal visit. This should be mandatory, that yes, that girls should go through a hemoglobin electrophoresis test, whether she is a thalassemic carrier. If she is, then the male partner has to be screened once again. And if he is also found to be positive, still there is a scope by chorion villa sampling or whatever method you can go through to identify whether the growing fetus is going to have thalassemia major or not. So that way we can control, if not care and cure. I will not be going into the details of I think everything about thalassemia has been discussed. My salute to all those who are providing services to this thalassemic concept. I am saying concept means involves everything, starting from detection, starting from diagnosis, and giving rise to the initiation of blood bank, voluntary blood donation, and providing blood for the thalassemics. So this is a pleasure for me in attending these programs. I believe you all will be enjoying these programs. You will go back home with some positive and definite messages, so that at least the incidence of thalassemia does not grow up in the country. We can control if we do not cure or care. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Last speaker of the inaugural session, but if you ask me, you are the most important person as far as thalassemia control programs are concerned in our country, and of course, the IAP president also, and of course from the blood transfusion. So what we really request you is that please suggest this CBC and HPA test,
Yes,
test.
yes, yes.
All
the gynecologists who are practicing. Yes.
Really make a great difference.
Absolutely.
For the unborn generation.
Yes.
And please also advise all the private hospitals also through Foxy, or maybe through Mother, we can suggest it later, to the government hospitals that, well, it is something very important. This is the message that we want from your side.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shyamal said. As you have rightly highlighted that if we want to see a thalassemia Mukt Bharat, we will definitely have to focus on one of the C's, and that too right away, and that is control. So I am very sure that care and cure are still being taken care of, but control is something that we really have to look forward to if we dream about Thalassemia Mukt Bharat. Moving ahead, may I now please call upon Dr. Naveen Nishchal, serial entrepreneur and founding chairman, Voice of Healthcare. So please give a big round of applause for Dr. Naveen Nishchal.
Thank you very much. Your Highness, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, our audience listening to us through our online channels, LinkedIn, Facebook Live, at Voice of Healthcare platform. It's truly an honor to be here today speaking on the cause at Thalassemia Conclave. I will speak only for 2.5 minutes, not much because we are already running behind the schedule. So I believe that what we need in this room, we have all the stakeholders, right from policy advocacy people, organizations who are working towards thalassemia, doctors, government officials, associations, international community. I think together we can definitely give a big dent to thalassemia. I come from a very different background. Although I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm a physician. I'm an internal medicine specialist. I was practicing for 10 years, and I'm a huge fan of prevention. Recently, I was reading a business report, and that business report said that thalassemia market is going to grow at the rate of 5% CAGR year on year. This is very disheartening. Whenever we see that our market is growing, we feel happy. But this is one market, I feel that this shouldn't grow. This should degrow. To conclude, I believe that together we can make this happen, because if this market is growing, it means despite our best efforts, we are adding more thalassemia patients. So to conclude again, I think if we have to work against thalassemia, if we have to stop the growth of this market, we have to work together. And if we work together, we can make this happen. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. So this was the end of our opening session. Now we move on to the session number 1, access to care and regional collaboration. And I'll quickly call upon Dr. Amita Mahajan. Senior Consultant, Department of Pediatric Oncology and Hematology, Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. She has done she's one of the pioneers and has been working dedicatedly in the field of thalassemia. She's been running a very nice and good center. I would say quality treatment is being provided at her center. So please give a big round of applause to Dr. Amita Mahajan. And ma'am, I now request you to take the event forward. She's the moderator for the coming sessions. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. Well, it's good afternoon, everyone, now. And once again, on behalf of all the people behind this meeting, the organizers, I welcome each and every one of you. I'm not going to take much time, but I think we can take a minute to appreciate how unique this meeting is. First, because it is perhaps the only meeting that any of us have attended where every single stakeholder is in the same room. People and families living with thalassemia, their healthcare providers, their advocates, people who make policy for them, and people who implement those policies. Though the last 1 hour may have looked like a lot of talking, But it is really this talking and the action that this leads to that is ultimately, the target of this meeting. And the second thing is that it is not just a meeting. It is, to my mind, a call for action. We've come across, we've had a long journey, and each and every one of you've been a part of that journey. We've achieved a lot for our patients, but so many more milestones to take. And today, I think we can agree that it seems that we are poised really to take off in our true goal of providing care, control, uh, what is the third? Care, control, and cure of thalassemia in our country. As I look around the room, I can recognize every face because each of you have been there in this journey. All of you probably started alone in your centers or NGOs or wherever, your blood banks, but look where we are today. And you'll recognize, if you go back and think कि कब आप thalassemia की लड़ाई से जुड़े थे, you will think that, it seemed like I will never win this. We all started alone. In my center, I was the only person advocating for this, and look at where we are today. So I'd just like to say a small quote. मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बन गया. For our international guests, we all started alone, but today we are in a community of these amazing people who really promise to deliver change, and I think change is round the corner. So before we take the next session, I'd just like for all of us to applaud for the people in this room. Each of you have been instrumental in bringing us to this point, and now, Enrula, everybody, our international collaborators, our international faculty who've come to every meeting that we've had and spurred us on. But also, let us take a moment to specially acknowledge Mrs. Tuli and Mr. Chopra, who have led this battle from the front. Thank you so much. And so many, Dr. J.S. Arora, I mean, you inspire us. Your own battles are over. Your families and everything, your children are either sorted, they don't need this, but you have relentlessly, selflessly pushed us, inspired us, and steered us. And for that, ma'am, we are eternally grateful. So now, to start the first session, I'd like to bring on the dais two chairpersons, Dr. Rahul Bhargav. Dr. Bhargav leads the BMT and Hematology Unit at Fortis Gurgaon. He is very dynamic person, and I think maybe 15 out of 30 days he's traveling in the country doing things related to thalassemia or other hematological disorders. To join him on the dais, I'd like to invite Dr. Shruti. Dr. Shruti has again been a huge support for thalassemics, especially in Punjab. She is now a professor of pediatrics and hematology at CMC Ludhiana, and she is leading the thalassemia service. So over to you to introduce the next session and the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's an honor for me to invite on stage none other than Dr. Tulika Seth. Dr. Tulika Seth is a professor in hematology at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. And she's going to talk to us about access to essential care, ensuring availability, adequacy, and quality. Over to you, Tulika, ma'am.
Thank you. Slides, please. Okay. Press center. Okay. Oh, sorry.
So it's wonderful to be with all of you. And what I'm going to be presenting are basically things that have happened again because all of the people in the room have contributed to this. So it's a great opportunity to summarize and to sort of take a look at our journey. So India, as you know, we are one of the most populous countries in the world. And as of Wednesday, this is a very large number of people that we have 1.459 billion people. And that's about almost 18% of the world's population. And 37% of the population in India is urban, the rest are rural. We have a large number of patients with thalassemia major, probably the largest in the world. We also have an equally large number of patients with sickle cell disease, as well as many other hemoglobinopathies. And the distribution is very varied. For thalassemia, it is present in each and every state. For sickle, we have about 17 states with high prevalence, but thalassemia, beta thalassemia, is there in each and every state. And that was actually something that really stumped the government when we told them about this. There have been a lot of attempts to do studies, and ICMR has been pioneering this work. And we have now a large body of evidence of the distribution in different communities, different castes. So this data is available. But again, because we have a lot of migration and intermarriages, the ICMR data obviously is very dynamic. We have many mutations that are common in India. The mutations also vary by region because in India, northern India patients often will marry within northern India patients, southern India patients will marry within southern India patients. So there are different mutations which are common in different regions. Central India, we have different mutations, which makes the diagnosis somehow often difficult. Many of you contributed to these guidelines, which have been adopted by all of the 28 states and 8 union territories. PIPs are done every year, which allows the state to get central government funding. And many of the states themselves are doing a fantastic job and have taken over the hemoglobinopathy program by themselves. And there are over 100 integrated centers for hemoglobinopathies and hemophilia. Majority of centers give blood free, which is very important. There are mandatory licensed blood banks, component therapies, and upgradation of the transfusion transmitted diseases. And one of the very good innovations has been e-Ract Kosh, and we are really awaiting more data from the government because this is going to help with micro-mapping of these patients who are getting frequent blood transfusions at the district level, which is very important. The essential drug list has been updated with all 3 of the iron chelators, and the majority of government hospitals will have at least 1, if not 2, of the iron chelators free of cost. So this is where we are. When we look at blood, we know that blood is a very important therapy. We have many centers, and many of you here are at these centers where we have excellent daycares with expertise in transfusion and monitoring, and we are able to provide free pre-storage leukodepleted blood, which is NAT tested, and we can do things like extended phenotyping and alloimmunization testing and provide antibody negative blood. But we also have areas where they may have only blood storage, where they have to use pol filters, and where testing is only available by ELISA. So there is a gap that we need to bridge. NAT tested blood is currently not available for all patients. Only about 14% of all donations in India are NAT tested, and this is something that we are all working on because we want to bridge the gap. We have about 12 million units of blood which are collected every year, and with the increasing population, we are going to continue to need more and more. So it's wonderful to see all the blood donates here. The NAT testing currently, as per the Indian blood banking guidelines, is not essential. It is something that is desired. And so again, we need to try to rectify this. It's optional. And one of the ways that it could be altered is by doing a hub and spoke model with many of the larger centers which have NAT testing available. They could offer the testing to the smaller centers to make sure that it is done available everywhere. And we have about 10 of such hub and spoke models available at the moment. And the advantage of this is that centers where they have NAT tested blood, we have not found any new cases of the transmitted diseases. When we come to chelation, the chelation drugs are, on paper, it's definitely free of cost for all patients, but actually what happens is a little bit different. It is an expensive treatment, it's a lifelong treatment. So we have been working with the government. So patients who are covered by the insurance schemes like Ayushman Bharat and other state insurance schemes, they do get the iron chelators free of cost. So that's very excellent. And many of these patients can actually go to even private hospitals to avail this treatment. But there are still some patients who are not covered by these schemes. So there's a lot that we need to do to reduce the financial burden to the patients. The chelation therapy costing, there's a lot of papers which have looked at this, and we know that where it is not available, patients are spending up to 30 to 40% of their family income on this. So it's really important that we further look at ways to subsidize this or to cover it. The APMG packages that have been made have actually included the testing for the monitoring, the iron chelation, the blood transfusions, and other things. So this is, I think, a really important step. And again, all of you here have contributed. So we have pediatric thalassemia packages. Many times people are not aware of the package codes. So it's important to disseminate this information so that people know the code. So we have we made them so that depending on which iron chelation you're on and whether you need all the tests to be done or whether you just need the ferritin or the CBC, you can avail the packages that are needed, and that includes the transfusion. We also have adult packages that are there. We have a sickle cell disease package, as well as there are many other packages for things like splenectomy, pneumonias, and other intercurrent illnesses, which can be availed for anybody who's even not a thalassemic. Prenatal testing, we know, is so important for the control aspect, and in order to make sure that it is accessible to patients, we even have the Ayushman Bharat packages for prenatal testing. And the packages vary according to the tier level of the town. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 towns have different packages, but this is to ensure that somebody who needs this, even if they're not affording, can get this free of cost. So this again needs to be disseminated to patients. For monitoring, T2 star is absolutely important. There were different, we know that this can predict cardiac failure up to a year in advance. Patients with a worsened value will definitely be at higher risk of getting cardiac failure. And the challenge was that there weren't too many MRI machines in India, and many times the centers were not able to afford the packages. So we've developed a rapid cardiac MRI sequence, and we're happy to share that. We have many publications on this, and we also do screening for many of the hospitals in and around Delhi, as well as even patients from out of state. So this is a free service. We're doing it on a research mode that ensures that all the patients who come can get the test completely free of cost. We also need to make sure that we empower patients, and many of the patients here are already wonderfully empowered, but we need to make sure that the next generation of patients continues to be well informed and able to do self-care. We have a transition of care policy, so there are some centers where they only treat pediatric patients, and the patients as they grow older need to go elsewhere. So the transition of care policy helps to guide that. And we've looked at the different modalities and the counseling and education required to make sure that patients are able to do self-efficacy, and we've evaluated that amongst our patients. And I think this is something that all of us can continue to promote. Stem cell transplant, of course, is at the moment the only curative therapy that is available, and it improves the quality of life. And in order to improve access, we have the wonderful Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, which we've all been talking about. But earlier, even before we had that, we had Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi, and there are many other schemes to ensure access to the patients who needed it. So what can we do ahead? So to bridge the gap, we need to continue to make sure that we have better access in the rural and smaller centers where the transfusion services are often not very good. So one suggestion is the hub and spoke, but we definitely need more donations, more blood storage centers. And we need to really focus on the preventative strategies. And how are we going to reach the patients is very important, because sitting in our larger hospitals in the big towns, it's often too late to really do anything because the majority of patients are in the community where often, as I was talking to many of the colleagues, patients do not even often get early antenatal care, and the diagnosis of a thalassemia carrier mother is often missed. We know that there are many fallacies to testing. HPLC, electrophoresis, and all are not always available. There are some point of care devices, but again, how robust are they? Has to be evaluated. Patients with delta gene mutations, again, you can have fallacies. So there are many issues. So we're trying our best. We're revising the 2016 guidelines. We are updating it so that it can reflect the newer issues and create a momentum for prevention, because unless we're able to control, we're going to always be one step behind. We're adding on some of the newer therapies. We're looking at even the Bal Seva Yojana was not in the old guidelines. And we're also looking at quality performance indicators, because not only do we want to just have basic care, we want good care. Disability is something that we've also worked on. We have new and very simplified guidelines, and this will make it more easy for the persons with thalassemia to get the disability certificate. But definitely we need to work more, because we need to get more opportunities for jobs and other benefits for patients. Quality of care, as I said, is absolutely mandatory, and it's wonderful to have TIFF with us. And we need to work on national training programs and twinning and other collaborations, both national and international. To summarize, a lot has been done, but I think we still have a lot more to do. And with that, I'll end, because we have two excellent chairpersons who've also contributed to the field, and I'd like their comments and suggestions as well. Thank you. माइक कोई देख ले बिग प्लीज माइक ऑन कर दो
Thank you, ma'am, for that overview. And it's actually an eye-opener for a lot of us, what all is happening from the government side. And a lot of help is available from the government sector for children with thalassemia. Ma'am, my only question is, how do we ensure quality? We've all been trying to do something, and children are now getting blood, some amount of blood, some amount of chelation. But how do we ensure that it's appropriate to the mark, and it's the quality of drugs as well, the quality of blood? So how do we ensure that quality part?
Well, I think that's everybody's responsibility. And we have been starting to look at, in hemophilia, we already have guidelines for what is a HTC center, what is a comprehensive care center. In the leukemia field, we are working on key performance indicators for centers where bone marrow transplant is being done and where leukemia care is being done. I think thalassemia has kind of slipped under the radar, and it's time that we focus on that. And I think all of the people here are able to contribute to this, and to at least, I think once we've done the exercise for our centers, we can then approach the government. Obviously, we will not be able to inspect or standardize things but we can offer the guidelines to the government, and if the guidelines so wishes, we can then make sure that this is done. I think there are probably, even in every city, there are probably dozens of thalassemia blood transfusion centers. So it's definitely a big task, but every task will only get completed once we start it.
So, ma'am, as you talk of key performance indicators, so can we, just a thought, can we have such key performance indicators for our transfusion centers?
Absolutely.
What is the HB that they maintained last year? What is the ferritin of that entire unit, as at least it is maintained, and transplant centers as well?
I think, Dr. Shruti, you have raised a very valid point. I've got 3 comments to that. We have a mind of our own, so I'll just start with this. The only thing, the way we can solve our problem, 2047 is too far. I will not be alive, and none of these people sitting in this room will be alive to see 2047. So let's keep the goals more manageable and achievable. By 2030, we should pledge, and that's what we we are going to do in this month as part of a FOTIS. We are going to launch a nationwide campaign to end new thalassemic babies from 2030. There should be no newborn baby should be happening. Because what is happening right now is discussions happening in the corridors of your AC chambers and within Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta. This is not happening in Badayu. This is not happening in Shamli. This is not happening 300 kilometers away from Delhi. India is a vast country. We have to understand that fact. If we have to solve our problems, then we have to go out of these comfort areas to the last majority where there's no healthcare awareness, where they don't worship, they worship God, but they do not worship their own bodies. So I think apart from, traveling across length and breadth of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, I have reached to this conclusion that all of us has to now adopt one district and make sure by 2030, if you have to see 2,500 crores being not on thalassemia, that no baby should be born. While we are treating thalassemic transplants, hematologists are all excited about treating transplants. I will call upon my own fraternity to please adopt one district where you make sure that there is no thalassemic baby being born by virtue of awareness. It's not about thalassemia transplant. So Coal India through Bal Seva Yojana should make a mandatory thing that whomsoever, whichsoever center they are giving the money, it is their responsibility to make that district thalassemia free. That's a motive a center should have, that 4 districts, each hospital will adopt and will educate the masses for not having a thalassemic baby being born. Second, if as a group we want to do one great thing, we have done numerous things which we have done. If you want to do one great thing, make thalassemia notifiable. Do you ever know, Dr. Tulika showed 8,000 to 10,000. I'll put an RTI to the government of India and say, how many thalassemic babies are born each year? Any guess? There is no answer. There is no answer. The only answer is we are 1.4 billion people. Are we 1.4 or 1.45 or 1.5? We don't know. So, dear all, if you want to do one thing, use of technology is made thalassemia notifiable. Through the Aadhaar card, you will come to know which districts are giving rise to more thalassemia babies, and then we will all descend this meeting, not in Delhi, but in Shamli or Badayu or in Gorakhpur, where the real problem remains. The real problem is out there. We have to go out. Discussions will happen for Facebook. Discussions will happen for Instagram. It will inspire people to do more. But will I go to Badayu? Will I go to Gorakhpur? Will I go to Gopalganj? So answer to that is yes. If you want to really solve the problem, treatment part we have contributed, treatment part we have excelled because we have excellent doctors, excellent team, excellent CSR activities. But if you really think about country, please join us in 2030 mission that by 2030 no thalassemic baby will be born, whatever may come by. If that is the pledge, we will change this country for future, for better and healthier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tulika, Dr. Rahul, I told you this meeting is a call for action. So he has energized all of us. And to felicitate, may I ask Dr. Chopra to come on the dais and felicitate our speaker and chairpersons. Oh,
लेकिन डॉक्टरों के बीच में रह करके लोग समझते हैं कि मैं डॉक्टर हूँ.
And I think we can agree that for us, access is the issue. We have the treatments, we have the expertise, but reaching to the last corner in India, that is the most important. We now move on to the next session, which is about collaboration. And if we are to achieve all this, what Dr. Rahul Bhargav just said, and Tulika highlighted, we will need to collaborate. Collaboration is about coming up with ideas that did not even exist till everybody was in the room. So within India, we are in the room. But if we just look across our borders, we will find that while so many things may be different, there is a lot more that unites us or is similar across our borders. So most of our neighboring countries, they are grappling with the same challenges. And I think if we work to work together, we would achieve so much more. So the next talk is about collaboration across the region. And to chair this session, I'd like to invite once again Mr. Deepak Chopra, President Thalassemia India, and Dr. Anupam Sachdev, who was earlier there on the... Is Dr. Anupam in the room? He's coming. Dr. Anupam is a senior hematologist, oncologist in Delhi, and he has been there, with thalassemia, I think, for over 3 decades now. He's mentored many of the doctors in India that currently manage thalassemia, and it's really a pleasure and privilege to have him with us. Okay, so Mr. Chopra, if you can introduce the speaker, Dr. Andrula, for this talk.
Hello. Can the lady come up the stage? Thank you, Dr. Andrula.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Andrula does not need any introduction. Those who know about thalassemia know about Thalassemia International Federation. And if you know about TIFF, you cannot not know Dr. Andrula. Her dedication, her commitment, her resolve for this particular disorder, I think needs a big round of applause for Dr. Andrula.
Thank you.
And I leave the mic and the floor to her to set the ball rolling.
Thank you so much for your very kind words, Mr. Chopra. But the work you have done with so many others here is also as incredibly hard and great as we have done. So, as I said, I am very privileged to be here and present Thalassemia International Federation. I hope that now you're not too tired to listen to some other things, to take your mind somewhere else, because we take our minds to collaboration, networking, and partnership, but we are also thinking of so many activities and actions that we have heard the days before, that our scientific collaborators have visited certain centers in Hyderabad, in AIIMS, and in the Institute of Child and Health in Noida, Uttar Pradesh. And we have heard them talking to us about what is going on in the area of health and thalassemia, in prevention, in management, in cure, in blood donation. But we have also heard today a number of activities going on. So, does this go ahead? Right. So, this is a very nice picture with Mrs. Julie and Dr. Englesos, Panos Englesos, the Federation. There are no conflicts, of course, of interest in any of the presentations I give on behalf of Thalassemia International Federation. And everything that we are presenting always reflects the unbiased views of the Thalassemia International Federation. And we are trying to reach out. The initiative of Thalassemia International Federation today in launching this network is really to reach out to as many as possible relevant interested stakeholders. Reach out to who? To patients' families, to treating physicians and healthcare professionals across medical disciplines, to competent health and social care authorities, but to any other relevant interested stakeholder, authority, organization, or individual. So this is what we are going to talk about TIFF, about the global scene today. How do we see the world outside India and outside our countries? What are the needs? What other countries have done to have better patients' outcomes? And how do we proceed in this subcontinent, in this country that we are in today? So I'm sure in this distinguished audience, you're all aware of Thalassemia International Federation. It started with a group of 5 people, 5 patients, parents, maybe 10 healthcare professionals, under the guidance of World Health Organization in 1986, when the knowledge about thalassemia was indeed very confined, both in terms of the progression of the disease, its management, and how to prevent it effectively. And the patient's voice was there since 1986. But today, you see this very busy slide, is what Thalassemia International Federation is today, embracing the voice, supporting, empowering the voice of patients in nearly 300 associations, members or associate members around the world. It has a very big international medical scientific advisory panel and thousands of national collaborating healthcare professionals across 68 countries of the world that cover the 6 regions of the world as these are defined by World Health Organization. It has established official collaborations with those bodies that contribute or can contribute to the improvement of policies, recommendations, so that at the country level, they can receive official recommendations. So our first official collaboration was with World Health Organization, but during the years we have collaborated with the European Commission, with the United Nations, with the ECOSOC, with medical associations across disciplines, internationally and at the European level. It is important to state that you must always collaborate and partner with other than thalassemia disease associations, because you can identify best practices and how they have addressed weaknesses and gaps like EURORDIS, the European Rare Disease, like IAPO, and across medical disciplines like International Society, the liver disease, and many other associations. So this is very briefly TIF. And let me see if I can control this. So the work of TIF is based on 5 pillars of activities. The advocacy, and we all know about advocacy. We have heard Anuba talking. Where is Anuba? Is a patient advocate of Thalassemia International Federation. They advocate for their rights, for improvements in policies. TIF concentrates on education and awareness, of course, and we have a very extensive educational program consisting of a number of activities, including organization of events, fellowships, preceptorships, but also publications, as you're all aware of. And we're very proud that the number of our publications have been translated into your language. Networking and collaboration with the bodies I have just mentioned, and moving forward in the development of more structured networking projects. We undertake projects that look forward or that aim only to recommend to decision makers improvement of policies. And of course, communications for us is very important to reach out, to inform the public, the community at large, the healthcare professional and the patient community of what is happening around the world. So what are those components that prevent the better outcome of a country with regards to the control of these disorders? Because these disorders we are dealing with are complex, very challenging, genetic, chronic, and they are disorders that need a lot of components put together at the national level, not bits and pieces here and there, and not lack of coordination of these many projects that are going on. They need good coordination, they need assessment of their outcomes, government auspices, and funding, because projects spread away cannot really produce effectiveness. So we know that since 1970s, WHO and other official bodies have produced disease-specific resolutions, recommendations, policies, white papers on how to prevent and how to treat the elements, generic recommendations to help the country members. But we know that many countries have not aligned yet with the recommendations of World Health Organization or other regional bodies. And there is limited implementation of these recommendations and resolutions. And a lot of the eminent speakers prior to me have also noted down that there are no national registries in countries. And without national registries across the countries, well coordinated, well designed, and funded, the government cannot know what is going on, where the patients are, how the patients are doing, and what are the corrective measures to take tailored so that there is no wastage of resources and finances. So there is really lack of knowledge on what is going on, of when the patients are dying, on the rate of morbidity, of what is the average age of patients. So the government cannot decide to invest more because such data are missing. And we shall see that in other countries, they have been successful because they have this data. So we need, of course, a lot of other parameters like economic austerity, weak infrastructures, competing medical and public health priorities in such a country such as India. Obviously, there are many other medical priorities, and other crises may prevent and may jeopardize the journey of a patient. And that yellow, it's the journey of a patient. That is how complex it is, starting from awareness, education, diagnosis, early and accurate, expert pediatricians, adult hematologists, approach to multidisciplinary care, reference centers that can provide education and knowledge to other treating centers. Social care is very important to improve the quality of life. Research, innovation, and at the center of this journey is the patient engagement. In countries that have succeeded patients' outcomes, we have official patient engagement and patient education. In the European Union, I must transfer this knowledge. In every committee of the European Union, it is official and mandatory to have a patient representative, to hear the patient perspective, and not any patient, a patient that has been educated, a patient that knows the subject that is going to be discussed. So in the center is the patient. In our relationship with, in an official relationship with World Health Organization, TIF has produced what we call Global Thalassemia Review. This Global Thalassemia Review has been published in 2018-19, and every year is being updated and upgraded. What we have done is to include and capture the services that are provided to the patients in about 52 countries of the world across the regions. We have examined generic data like the income group of a country, the existence of prevention, the existence of the estimation or the annual affected births, and certain thalassemia-related indicators such as the age distribution, infant mortality, under 5 years mortality rate, and some of the other very relevant services that are related to the effective patient outcomes, such as iron load monitoring, existence of reference centers, existence of structured multidisciplinary care, healthcare professional expertise, national guidelines and adherence to national guidelines, national thalassemia associations. So we have tried at TIF to grade these and give them kind of grading from A to D, bearing in mind that there is a lot of missing information, a lot of reliable missing information, because where we got our information was from the grassroots work that TIF does in the countries, like the one we have today, for example, official reports from treating physicians, published work in the literature, and perhaps our relationship with competent authorities, ministries of health. All of this information put together gave us the opportunity to grossly assess what is happening in each country, and we can see this devastating picture. So globally, there is a lot of missing information. There is absence of political commitment and funding in the majority of countries affected by this disease. And there is, of course, a minimal percentage of countries providing national prevention, almost less than 2%, minimal, less than 3% of multidisciplinary care, difficulties and challenges in assessing adequate and safe blood, because adequacy and enough supplies is part of the safety of your blood, is not only to screen the blood, but to have enough blood to reach those levels that are recommended. So in 97.8% of the countries, thalassemia is not an official priority in the health agenda, and there is absence of funding for this. So a lot of patients are not receiving optimal, less than optimal, or sometimes no treatment, with a lot of high rates of morbidities and mortalities. And that's what we are fighting at Thalassemia International Federation to change. So some of the activities of the Federation are seen on this board in terms of provision for the families and patients. A lot of material. I ask you and invite you to visit our website, to write to us, to go through your associations and come back to us. There is a lot of information for you to become expert on your disease so that you can advocate more effectively. There is a lot of material for healthcare professionals. And of course, a lot of collaboration, productive and meaningful collaboration with the academia, researchers, and the industry in empowering, in improving research, in developing new drugs. And we have seen this era of very, very impressive scientific achievements. But we also have in the last column resources for the decision makers, for the governments. We have generic registries that the country can adopt and then tailor it to its needs and to its funding and to its challenges. There is the cost of disease model. We have created a cost of disease that the government can take, fill it in, and automatically the cost can come. But all of these can happen only if you have a national registry and the right information is provided to all these tools. So TIF is there for the decision makers as well. Health care professionals, academia, industry, but also patients and families. That is, we are talking about collaboration and partnership. If we don't partnership with all these relevant stakeholders, we cannot achieve much. And we are all aware in this very friendly and distinguished audience of the number of publications that we have taken the opportunity with the contribution of our international experts, always, to produce recommendations that are reliable, accurate, updated, and regularly updated. The three new ones that we have produced is the nutrition, the alpha thalassemia, and we are going on very soon for the nurses' guidelines. But we are also communicating with social media, reaching out to every one of you of what is going on in clinical trials, on what drugs are authorized. It's important for everyone to know so that you can have effective advocacy. So these are just some pictures, Mr. Chopra, showing how we communicate and the impact we have on communication. We see how many they are downloading our books or our social media communication. Our International Thalassemia Day is coming soon on the 8th of May. There is a huge contribution of many countries around the world during this day with events, with illuminations, with campaigns. And we are very proud, and thank you very much, each and every one of you, for contributing to this day. It's a day of honoring those who have lost, whom we have lost on the way when we had no knowledge of how to take care. So it's not a day, it's a day of honoring, it's not any day. So thank you very much for all your contribution. And of course, TIFF publishers, with the support of our academic panel, we try to publish so that people can read us, so people can know that what is going on. And our work, usually, it's capturing the patient's perspective and producing it in publications. In the last 3 years, we've published around 23 articles. Thank you very much to all of you, and in particular to Dimitris Farmagis and Professor Pika and the many other friends that we have around the world. Good pictures showing our grassroots work. We go around the world. Our work is with the grassroots, with the patients, with the families, with the doctors. So this is a part of the success of an NGO, to start from the grassroots and go up to the competent authorities to pass on what is felt by the patients and what are the challenges they are facing. A lot of work and empowering on clinical trials, and 2 monthly we publish a clinical trial newsletter. Download it from our website, then you will be able to know what is going on around the world. What drug is authorized, what phase is in a drug, and 2 monthly we have a very comprehensive clinical trial update apart from our newsletter. I have the picture there of Lily Cannon because she's responsible for the clinical update, and she's here with us, and I express my thanks to her because she's always alert on what is happening in terms of research, because the patients need to follow research and need to follow and advocate for the research, because that's going to transform their lives, new drugs, new therapies. So we have a number of networks that work efficiently, effectively, and these are some of them. These are patient-oriented networks that have produced extremely successful results with regards to improving the lives and policies of with regards to thalassemia. And now we are going to see some of the best practices. So we can base our work on what other countries have done, and they have succeeded. And they have succeeded with scientific documentation, not with words, not with events, but with scientific documentation. And what is the documentation of a successful program? It's successful patient outcomes. What are patient outcomes indicators grossly? Is the survival of the patients, the reduction in morbidities, the reduction in the annual deaths every year. These are patient outcomes, and the age distribution. Sometimes at Thalassemia International Federation, when we have no other information, if we have reliable information on the age distribution of a country, but across the country, it's a good indicator for us to say that the patients are receiving good service. Just with the age distribution, if it is correct, accurate, and at national level. So these countries that I'm showing here is Cyprus, Italy, Greece, for example, and later on came the United Kingdom, because United Kingdom and France are countries that historically hosted immigrants and migration and working flows. So starting from Italy, Cyprus, and Greece, these are the results of the patients. Good survival, year by year, so that the better the management, the better the survival. Reduction of morbidities. Good age distribution. Patients are aging. We have the curve of the age distribution moving to the right. That means good prevention stops affected birth, so low ages are minimal. Then the ages are moving towards the right, showing quality care. These countries in the 1970s have recognized if they did not approach effectively the control of these disorders, and these disorders are of rather high prevalence in these countries, then they realized with the help of World Health Organization and with the confined knowledge that was available at the time, that they would have very, very severe repercussions on their economy, on their healthcare systems, and on their public health services. Stamadogiannopoulos in 1970, who is a historical professor, a professor that contributed to the history and development of thalassemia and gene-based therapies. Yes, but this is important.
I know every word that you say is very important, but there are other important things also.
Yes, we will continue. In 1975, said that if Cyprus did not put an effective prevention and management program, in the 1990, 3/4 of the population would have to donate for keeping alive the patients. So it's important to utilize these best practices so that we can build on this network that we are trying to do in India. So this is how France worked. France developed this network that we are trying to do, and this is the new vision of Thalassemia International Federation. Assessing collaborating centers, putting hemoglobinopathy forum, coordinating centers, so that all these can network together at the national level in France and spread education, research, and improve patient outcomes. This is also the Italian model. Professor Pica knows well about, this is the United Kingdom, which is a very, very important model with local treatment centers, the treatment centers that are treating without specific expertise, the specialist centers, and above the specialist centers are the hemoglobinopathy reference or coordinating centers that are governed by a coordinating committee. That committee makes recommendations to the government, and the government is responsible for monitoring the work of these centers, for funding the work, and for seeing the results, the survival, the reduction of births, the reduction of morbidities. And the other example is, of course, the Italian, which works on the same model of centers, regional centers, coordinating hemoglobinopathy forum. So these three countries have developed structured networks under the auspices of the government and funded. Also, European Union is very important to see that with networking and partnership between the doctors across the 27 countries of the European Union have managed to provide expertise in every country, because it's not possible to have expertise in all aspects in every country. So this is another important network. The European Union is very important in networking and collaborating on all issues, clinical trials, research. Some of the networks, and I'm finishing, these are the last slides really, in the region is the ASEAN region, for example, in your part of the world. The Association of the Southeast Asian Nations, that by definition and officially, they promote strengthening of advocacy and collaboration in order to achieve better policies for those countries shown in the Southeast Asian nations, as well as now the vision of Thalassemia International Federation and why we are here is to develop the Indian subcontinent network, because we believe that by assessing collaborating centers, and now we have heard yesterday and today that there are a number of collaborating centers. So what we are going to do, Mr. Chabra, is to collect all this information that we have heard in the last 2 to 3 days and make a plan of action of how we can see other centers as well. We have all 3 of them in India have expressed interests, and our collaborators have gone through them and have talked with the doctors and the patients on how they are assessed. And our plan is to make gradually the centers connected at the national level, and we'll see with the centers outside India as well, in the subcontinent, so that they can collaborate, they can identify and exchange best practices, resolve complex and challenging issues, address crisis, and publish and develop the outcomes for the patients. But this networking needs to be official and needs to be well structured. Assessment at the first level, second level, third level, as other countries have done. So there is ample use of information of how to do it. Already TIFF has created a number of networks across the world. For example, these blue ones are the ones that have already been completed. The Arab countries have developed a network since 2018, and we are working very productively. And now we're bringing in their ministries of health. The Nordic Hemoglobinopathy Forum, which is the medical centers of the northern countries of Europe, the Pan American Network, and the orange one is the Indian subcontinent, because this is in development. This is what we want to do, and how to do it, we'll put it forward. And we are doing further networks with Europe. So this is the northern countries network that we have developed in Europe. This is the Southeast Asia Thalassemia Forum network, very important work going on. And this is the Arab Forum, how the Arab countries have come together to produce policies and recommendations to address the challenges. So it's a united voice, it's a network. And they have achieved a lot. This is the journey of TIFF in creating networks. And here we are in India, trying to do the same as we have done in other countries, as other countries have been successful. I'm not going to go through the data of India, because you know that very well. But I'm just going to say about the need to improve the blood donation from 7.69 per 1,000 to over 10, so that it's according to WHO standards. And also the current health expenditure, which is only 2.96, perhaps this needs to be improved, as well as the proportion of patients that are under poverty lines. These you know better than I do, but these are markers that I found challenging in improving the policies. These you have been hearing for the last 2-3 days are the packages and the strategies in health and social that have been put forward by India. There are many, it's hard work, it's only to be congratulated, but we need better coordination, assessment of all these that we have heard this morning and yesterday. All these activities need to be assessed. What are the results they have? Are they duplicating results? The results are not successful. So all these activities need to be assessed so that recommendations can be provided to the government that these activities are going to take place, and these are the recommendations. So this is what is missing from India at the moment. Morbidity rates, survival, registries, all the service indicators like pre-transfusion hemoglobin, national registry, and national disease prevention control programs. We have heard these are missing. The fact that we are doing a lot of bits and pieces here and there with hard work, and some of them very successful, is not going to give good outcomes to prevention. It has to be a national decision, well coordinated, well funded. The same thing with the registry. Unless these are done, we cannot provide recommendations to the government. The government cannot assess the contribution of these disorders to the disease burden, because if the government assesses that these diseases contribute greatly to the disease burden, they are going to invest and they're going to improve services. So this is how we envisage, and this is the last slide, this is how we would like the network to go ahead. We know the strengths, experience, best practices, expertise, and knowledge in India. We have heard, we are going to write it down in a strategy, but we also know gaps, threats, challenges, and weaknesses. We also know similar elements in the countries around Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Maldives. Each country has expertise, has done good work. They do have some collaborating centers, but they also have huge gaps. So with India coordinating this network, and starting with the thalassemia patient associations who are coordinating this network, and with the Thalassemics India chairing this coordination, putting the collaborating centers in the picture, the healthcare professionals, we are hoping that we will have the next meeting in about 3 months with at least the strategy and the picture put together and the activities put in a 3-year plan. So this is what our vision is, and we would like to seek for the support, confidence, and trust in each stakeholder, and particularly in the patients and their families.
Could I call Dr. Amita Mahajan now up on the stage, please?
Thank you.
Dr. Andrula, I'm really obliged. Very, very kind. You have given us such a elaborate plan. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Dr. Andrula, for laying out the framework for the collaborative efforts. May I request Dr. Arora to felicitate our speaker and chairperson? Please come on the dais, sir. You all know Dr. Arora, and maybe ask a round of applause for his efforts and initiatives over the last so many decades.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Andrula. Dr. Deepak Chopra, Mr. Deepak Chopra, Dr. Andrula. Dr. Arora.
Thank you ever so much. Dr. Anupam. A big hand for Dr. Anupam. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to both our chairpersons. Gandhi famously said that the impact and the success of any initiative or any philosophy is judged by how it affects the last man standing, the last man in the queue, or the most underserved people in our country. And the next talk is exactly about this, that whatever advances there have been, how do we take them? The recent modalities, the most, the highest end of care, things like BMT, to the most underserved population in India. To chair this session, I'd like to invite on dais Mrs. Renu Chaturvedi, General Manager, Coal India Limited, and Mrs. Thuli, Secretary, Thalassemics India. Ma'am, please come on the dais and introduce our speaker.
So I would like to call upon and request Dr. Sunil Bhatt to come on the stage and give a talk on Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, touching lives and healing our patients. He's one of the expert committee members, and I think all the people who are sitting in this hall needs no introduction, further introduction of Dr. Bhatt. Over to you, but I would like to add that when this program was started, he has held a number of camps across the country, spreading information and awareness about Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, and to the patients that bone marrow is probably a curative option if it is possible for them. Thank you so much, sir. And over to you.
Good afternoon, and first of all, thank you, Mrs. Tully, Mr. Chopra, and Thalassemia India for having us here today. I've really been glued to my seat since morning, listening all the deliberations. So, as was introduced, I'm going to talk to you about the success of Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, which is kind of unique, in its existence in India. This doesn't move, yeah. This is a mover, right?
Yes, this one.
It's not moving. Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. You changing? Okay, now I can change it. Okay. So I think it's been introduced already. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we all know that around 50 to 70,000 children are born with thalassemia every year all over the world, and we are the thalassemia capital of the world. Hemoglobinopathies, which is sickle cell and thalassemia, are the two commonest single gene disorders, which is seen worldwide. And I think, we heard in the previous slide, previous talk, the so-called thalassemia belt, and we are one of the, hot areas, the Indian subcontinent, the Southeast Asia, as one of the hotbeds for thalassemia. This is how we are placed. As Rahul rightly pointed out, we really do not know what is the incidence of thalassemia in our country. But, the guess is that we have around 1.5 lakh thalassemics in our country, and every 10 to 15,000 thalassemia major, that's the transfusion thalassemics, are born. And that means every 1 hour a thalassemia is born in our country. So that's a huge kind of burden in our country. On the right-hand side, we know the complications of thalassemia, with this cardiac, hepatic, endocrine. These are the three major, organ systems that are affected, and that compromises the quality of care and also the lifespan. The modalities of treatment on the left-hand side are supportive care treatments, whether it is effective, safe transfusion practices with effective chelation, and also newer treatments which are these days to increase the fetal hemoglobin production and reduce the burden of transfusion on these patients. On the right-hand side, you can see the curative options, which are allogenic stem cell transplantation and, of course, gene therapy catching very rapidly in the curative option on the right-hand side as well. So when we talk about stem cell transplant or a bone marrow transplant for thalassemic patients, we know this is one of the already curative options, and the idea is to replace their ineffective erythropoiesis, defective hematopoiesis, with new permanent cure with the donor cells who will kind of correct these conditions. Now, the little bit of history in thalassemia transplants, that it's not a new treatment. In 1980s, Italians were the first kind of group of physicians to start thalassemia transplants, and they showed in their early in this publication, which was almost in the first decade of this century, where they showed that over 900 patients.
Sunil, can you stop for him? May I request the audience not speak in between the speakers? It's a discourtesy to them. It's a discourtesy of the years they have spent in working for their patients. So please, silence from the audience.
Thank you, sir. So if you look at this, this 20-year follow-up from Italy, about 900 patients, a quarter of the patients could be cured, and that's early 1980s and 90s. The data is from. What they also showed is that the patients who didn't have transplant, either they didn't have a donor or didn't agree for transplant at that point of time, there was, on a 10-year follow, only 10 to 20% patients were still alive and well. So this was a proof of the principle that thalassemia cure with transplant is possible, and you can cure a majority of the patients with effective treatment. So with current treatment protocols, with the current treatment, and supportive care, what has been shown that in the so-called the low-risk thalassemics, you can cure more than 90% of the patients. And even the severe forms of the thalassemia can cure about 85% of the patients. And there was a recent EBMT survey where they showed 5-year survival for thalassemics with transplants have gone more than 90%. And that's really reassuring that the progress in the last few decades has been, contributing to a great outcome. So that brings us to what is the gap still. So gap is in our country, as I said, more than 1.5 lakh children or patients with thalassemia, and we have done a few thousand transfers for thalassemia till now. Around 10,000, as I said, 10,000 children born every year, and if we have 1/4 of them a full match sibling, that means around 3,000 transplants are required every year just for full match donors in the country. And how much we do all of us to put together is about 400, 500 transplants every year. Next comes aplastic anemia, although this is not in the context of today's meeting, but this is because we're talking about Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana. And aplastic is another disease which is covered under Yojana. Aplastic anemia, even more severe condition. I consider it even more serious than leukemia or blood cancers. This is where the bone marrow fails to produce enough blood, and these patients, these children, have a very rapidly progressive disease and universally fatal if not treated adequately and promptly. And again, thousands of children are diagnosed with aplastic anemia every year in our country as well. Now, this is data from our stem cell transplant registry. We all report our data to the stem cell transplant registry, which is, a reporting registry for almost 100+ centers doing transplant in India. If you go to the left-hand side, these are the pediatric transplants less than 18 years of age. And thalassemia forms around 1/3 of transplants done in our country. But still, it's, as I said, only 400 to 500 transplants. Majority of transplants in children happen for thalassemia, but only 400 to 500 a year, all the centers put in together. So that comes, brings us to the, the topic today with a little introduction which I gave you was the inception of Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, a unique program, a unique project, which was, under the banner of Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, with CSR project from Coal India, and the partners being Thalassemia India as well to this very important project. This project came in existence in 2017, and it covers patients as today, as I said, thalassemia and aplastic anemia. This is for the underprivileged patients with these two conditions, and this support is up to 10 lakh rupees for transplant. And as for some of our foreign delegates, the transplant cost in India approximately is $20,000 to $25,000, and this scheme itself, the project itself, covers almost 100% or at sometimes 90% of the cost. So you get actually a free transplant for these patients under this project was considered 2017. So who are the patients eligible for this? It's for economically challenged families and patients. So the income bracket, which is at this point of time, is 8 lakh rupees per year. And this is for patients for thalassemics who are less than 12 years of age, both for match sibling or match related donors as well as match unrelated donors. I'll tell you a little later on when these kind of modifications were done. Aplastic anemia, for anyone who's less than 18 years of age, will get the support, again, if they fall this income bracket of less than 8 years, 8 lakhs per annum. A beautiful system, a very effective system has been created, which was initially used to be a manual system of entering this, but now it's all automated on a portal, which again has been kind of thanks to the Coal India, who has initiated this and also made it successful. It happens on digital format now. The applications are submitted on this portal by the hospitals, by the patients themselves, and sometimes by the thalassemia societies who work on ground with these patients. Verification documents happens at Thalassemia India. They serve as the nodal center for this whole project. Then these applications are selected for eligibility. If they're eligible after the first screening, they go to the screening committee members, who are a group of physicians, volunteering for this cause. And after that, a final approval is sought at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and these approvals are shared with the hospitals and the patient families, and they can undergo treatment. Very robust, very effective, and I'm really glad to say that aplastic anemias, these approvals happen within a week, because we don't have time for some of these patients to wait for longer time. And most of the thalassemic patients, the approvals come within a month. So in 4 weeks' time, the whole process is completed with the 6 phases of treatment. A word about Thalassemia India. Thalassemia India is as I said, the nodal center or the project coordinators for this whole project. Applications are received by them. They go through this due diligence. they refer these applications to the expert committee members, and they put these applications across the Ministry of Health meetings and seek the approvals, and they communicate with the hospitals and the families also to get these approvals through. These are a group of very leading hematologists from the country. We all know the faces on this slide here. And these are the 8 esteemed hematologists who are the expert committee members and go through these applications and for their merits, and also make recommendations to the guidelines on and off when the Ministry of Health seeks those. So the first phase, as I said, was started 2017. And in the first phase, there were about 6 hospitals were empaneled. And in first phase, 138 transplants were done. So it was just kind of, the initiation of this program. And although initially the progress was slow, but I think still it was proof of the principle, which was kind of proved in this first phase that it's possible and this model does work. And that led to the phase 2, which was from 2020 on 2023, and it was Dr. Harshvardhan, we all know the Honorable Health Minister of India, who inaugurated this phase. Under this phase, the age for thalassemia was increased from 10 to 12 years because we knew that outcomes have improved over a period of time, and we can have older children as well under this program. The annual family income was raised from 5 to 8 lakhs, and another 4 hospitals were included in this in the second phase. And in this phase, almost 217 transplants were done. So we could see the progress with more centers coming in, and also the kind of the project and the model working so successfully. Now we're in the phase 3 of this project. This project was started in 2023 again by Ministry of Health, Minister of State at that point of time. Dr. Bharti Pawar started this program at the 3rd stage. Another 6 hospitals have been added now to this project. And in the 3rd phase, and I'm very glad to announce that 324 transplants have been done in a duration of almost 2 years in the last 2 years under the phase 3 program as well. So this is the distribution of patients. If you see on the left-hand side of the states which have been touched, almost 24 states have been touched under this project. 446 and 223 female patients with a total of around 679 transplants already happened. And we heard Coal India representatives mentioning that it's going to be to almost 1,000 by the next financial year. And if you see on the right-hand side, these are the hospitals which have contributed to this Bal Seva project, and we have some more hospitals added to this, which have been added recently. CMC and RGC have been there for the first phase as well, and Narayana and Conclave started in the phase 2, and almost 680 transplants have already been done on the scheme. I just want to, this is a little bit data from our own hospital. We had done about 2,500 transplants with around 890 transplants just for thalassemia. And on this Bal Seva Yojana, which we have been on the phase 2, we have been already part of this phase on this project for the last 3 years. And just we are in the very south of India, and we also touched almost 15 states. Patient coming from almost 15 states, and we have done about 153 transplants using this project in our hospital as well. Some of the glimpses of this project from our hospital: we celebrate each and every discharge from the hospital, who come from these underprivileged families, and before they get home, this is kind of discharge, celebrated. This is a glimpse of Ministry of Health, Thalassemia India, and Coal India representatives inaugurating as well as signing of MOUs with different hospitals across the country. These are the pictures from this year where few centers have been kind of taken up. These are some of the pictures previously, and some of the brainstorming which is happening mostly at the Ministry of Health here in New Delhi. Some of the more glimpses with some of the thalassemia camps being organized in the remotest areas of the country. And if you also can see in the previous slide, these are the meetings which are happening with the expert committee members, and also the Thalassemia India, which coordinates every monthly almost to have these applications reviewed and approved by the Ministry of Health. So these are some of the information. As I said, there's a site which you can visit, which is from the Coal India as well as Thalassemia India. You can visit for more information. And on the right hand side, this is just the picture of the portal which has been initiated, and it now works very smoothly. Everything is online, and you can generate reports on the click of the button. So I think is an example of a great collaboration. I think we've talked about collaboration. The previous talk was about collaboration as well. Great collaboration between the government of India, advocacy group, which is by the Thalassemia India, not industry, probably corporate social responsibility from Coal India, and they have been too generous with this project, and also the hospitals, and some of them, as most of the hospitals here are private hospitals as well. So it's a great PPP model as well. And this kind of shows us how projects can be made successful if all the partners have the same vision and work in the same direction as well. With that, I will thank, and I can take any questions if you have. But before I do that, I need to acknowledge and thank Mrs. Tuli and the team, especially Reshma, for providing some of the data for this presentation, because they do have that from all the stakeholders. So thank you very much, Mrs. Tuli, for having that, sharing the data with me so that this presentation can be made, and we can take any questions if you have. Thank you very much.
Hello. What could be a better example of collaboration than Sunil Bhatt presenting on behalf of Coal India Limited? That's a great thing, sir. Thank you for presenting it so beautifully, and thank you for having me over. I'm overwhelmed by your presence and the honor bestowed upon us. I take it as an opportunity to recommit ourselves to the cause of thalassemia, and I'm very sure that by March 26, we would be attaining the 1000 BMT mark, and we would continue to serve as long as you want us here. But the only concern that I have is perhaps something which has to be taken up at another level is the concentration of hospitals in a particular region, because we are operating in the eastern part of the country. I call upon all of you to suggest me hospitals that can be empaneled in the eastern part of the country, so that the patient families do not have to travel so far. Because for a poor person to take care of the child, they have to sacrifice today's living for the child. And that means a lot. Maybe it's 500 rupees a day or 1000 rupees a day. But as many days lost in travel and taking care of the child, that is the income loss. Secondly, I wish to call upon the other corporate partners who have CSR liability to look at this as a role model, as a model project, which is a shining example of positive collaboration, and it works because we are touching 1000 lives now. So you just have to have the right partner, do the right thing, and the rest of the things fall in place. Taking cue from what Mr. Chopra has said about the 3 Cs, I would reiterate that, and I would say that communicate amongst yourself, commit to the cause, and collaborate for a shining scheme. And I wish you all lots of happiness, lots of good health, and thank you once again for having me here.
I just actually, I couldn't put it here together, but for everyone here, we did a little bit of compilation of data last year, and we are in the process of doing it for all the transfers that happened in now. And it's very heartening to see that almost, if I may not get the exact figure, but it's more than 90%, I think in the range of 92 to 93%. So 90 to 93% patients under this project have been cured and thalassemia free. That's a really great, cure rate on this. A few things from our side, ma'am. I think I can speak on behalf of some of my colleagues and also the advocacy groups here, is that we want this age to be enhanced a little. I think we're discussing already on that. So 12, probably you can go up on 14, 15, because the outcomes have been so good. And second, of course, is to have sickle cell also under the coverage that will kind of complete this project in totality.
May I add something to that? We had enhanced this age limit from first to second phase. So once you have the white paper in front of us, so when we are revising it in the third phase, that is March 26, we may consider enhancing the age as suggested by the expert panel, provided we have a scientific background for this. And regarding the sickle cell also, Ministry of Health had approached us. So we would require a technical paper on suggesting that BMT is a cure, and for sickle cell as well. And we have no reservations in incorporating that into the scheme, sir.
Thank you.
I want to make another request to Coal India, to Madam sitting next to me, that, well, we have discussed about this, that, well, when the patients, they miss their schools and they miss on so many things. So So we have discussed about this, and Ranjan sir has also agreed in Calcutta, and they have proposed to us, this is a news for all of you, they have asked us to prepare a proposal for rehabilitation of ex-survivors, thalassemia and aplastic anemia. So we have prepared the proposal, we have sent it to Coal India, and I'm very sure that they will look at that, and that will be another addition to Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I think I'd like to thank on behalf of all the medical community and the patients for the impactful I mean, this is a benchmark for public-private partnership. And I thought it was fitting that I invite two members from the patient community to felicitate you. So may I ask Anuj and Viresh, who also represent TPAG, Thalassemia Patient Advocacy Group, to felicitate Dr. Sunil Bhatt. Mrs. Chaturvedi and Mrs. Tuli. I know, Mrs. Tuli, you are the host, but this is from the patients, just a token of thanks to you. Anuj, please, Mrs. Chaturvedi. Viresh, Mrs. Thank you so much. We sincere apologies for how late we are running, but I think that's more indicator of the passion of the people in this room. And we have so much to share, so much to say. So I hope that you will forgive us for the tardiness of the program. We'll try to get back on track, but to be able to have lunch on time, there has been a little bit of rescheduling. Again, my apologies to all the speakers who we have rescheduled. We have to, however, have one other session. So I now invite Dr. R.R. Sharma on the stage. And could I ask, because this is out of sequence, Dr. Winku, could I ask you, Dr. Winku, could I ask you to come and chair this session along with Dr. Malpani? Dr. Malpani, could you join us on the stage? Every second, somewhere in, everywhere, blood is needed. And the onus to provide this safe blood falls on our most cherished partners, most valued partners. So I'd like to now ask Dr. R.R. Sharma, Professor and Head Department of Transfusion Medicine from PGIMH Chandigarh, to give his talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. I think we have been hearing about treatment part since morning and some of the control programs which all across the world, I think Dr. Andrea has taken us through. So just to take you through how, what is the Indian perspective of safe blood actually, how much we collect and how much we are able to supply to thalassemics and what is the current status. So I just take you through a historical background actually. I think it was in 1924 in Kolkata in the Tropical School of Medicine, a blood transfusion service was started. It was not a blood bank, but a blood transfusion service where few donors were enrolled and paneled, healthy individuals, and they used to come and donate as and when the requirement was, requirement arise. So it was Dr. Lloyd, I think, who started this. And if you see this, I think this is a quite busy slide. I mean, this is the timeline of transfusion services. As I said, first blood bank was established in 1942 in the same Tropical School of Medicine. And voluntary blood donation gained movement. As we say, I think I was telling the newspapers, they said, what is the safe blood in terms of cost constraint settings? I say, safe blood is from the safe source. If our source is safe, whatever filters or whatever testing technologies you apply, if your source is not safe, you will not be able to provide safe blood. So it is always mandatory. It is always important that we need to have a blood from a safe source, and that too what we know from the developed world as well as from our experience in our country, that regular repeat donors, voluntary donors are the safest source of supply as far as source is concerned. So I think licensing, a bit of it started in 75, then HIV was made mandatory in 1888. Later on, I think the development was in the terms of MD program in transfusion medicine. I think that started in 89 in HEPJ, Lucknow, and currently more than 55 centers. I think centers must have picked up now a little more. Later, in view of HIV, National AIDS Control Program was started, when then the blood safety program came under NACO, under the blood safety division. And the landmark was here, the famous Supreme Court judgment in 1996. There was a PIL, and in view of that, National Blood Transfusion Council was formed, and similarly, each state had a state blood transfusion council. And subsequent to that, blood licensing was made mandatory in 1997, and January 1998, professional blood donors were banned, because in that part, early 90s, there were a lot of professional blood donors which were being bled, and that led to various our regular multi-transfusion patients having these HIV and other hepatitis and other these infectious agents. So HCV was made mandatory in 2001, and national blood policy came in 2002. So I think these were some recent amendments in the recent editions, like blood storage centers, national plasma policy, and a baseline assessment of blood banks was done in 2016, which I'll share in you a little later, the slides. So what is safe blood? As I mentioned, as per WHO definition, it primarily talks about infectious disease safety or some chemical safety. Whereas, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So safe blood, I mean, it is in terms of infectious agents or any chemical substances. But if you actually talk about safety, because current dimensions of transfusion safety, transfusion services or departments of transfusion medicine operate on three fronts, three areas. We have a community interface where we go in the healthy community and motivate people to come forward for donation. We collect in PGI Chandigarh 70,000 units in a year, and out of which 80% are regular repeat donors. So can you imagine what is that workload? I mean, how many of in this hall are you regular blood donors or have donated blood? So it is a very difficult task. So that is one area. Another is the laboratory interface, where you test separate component and test these blood into under good manufacturing or good laboratory practice into various component. And the third aspect is pre-transfusion testing, bedside transfusion practices, and education of the clinical colleagues. I think clinical colleagues are sitting here, but I must tell you, the bedside staff is very poor as far as transfusion practices, including my own hospital. We have done various studies. Now we are training our nurses and bedside clinical residents to train for good bedside clinical transfusion practices. So we have these three fronts to handle. And in addition, we are also participating in active clinical practice like stem cell harvesting, cryopreservation, therapeutic plasma exchange, and whatnot. So this is how the transfusion service has grown up in last two or three decades. So now coming to the core topic, that what is the status of transfusion services? I think we have more than 4,300. This number must have changed by now. Licensed blood center in the country, and they are equipoised in the sense that in government, public and private, I think NGOs, almost more or less the same figures, and majority of these blood centers are attached to hospitals. So this is the regulatory control in our country. Now from NACO, it has shifted to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare under the Directorate General of Health Services. And there are certain, in the middle, you see the decision-making bodies like governing body, technical resource group, and the sidelines, you see the the peripheral areas, you see the Drug Control General of India, which controls which takes care of the regulatory aspects, and the National Health Mission, which takes care about the funding and all those activities in the country. That's how they're running. So these are some collection statistics. I think population, as Dr. Seth was also saying, is it true or not? We are, increasing day by day. Projected need is 14.6 million units, and out of which we have a collection of 13.6, and still we fall a 1 million less. And voluntary blood donation is around 70%, but these statistics from NACO, in which I think the family donors were also included as voluntary. So, it is somewhere around 50 to 60, not close to 70%. Component separation, yes, there has been awareness about component separation, and we are close to 70%. And this is the infectious risks, infectious markers in our donated blood. This is as per ELISA testing technology methods. So this is again, I think, the status basically, because as I said, the collection, it varies from center to center, from 2000 to 1 lakh units per year. Standards also variable. This area, I think, has to be looked into, and at the same time, it has been estimated that somewhere around 20 to 30% patients do not get the desired component as and when they want, and sometimes there is wastage of some blood components also. So this was a study sometime back in Indian Journal of Hematology, where there has been assessment of the number of blood center and the collection in different states of our country. So you can see the variability. Somewhere you have a lot of voluntary annual collection, whereas you have some, like in state of Bihar and other states like Nagaland and other states, they are very poorly performing in terms of blood donation. So I think I'll move again. So what are the challenges as far as thalassemic children are concerned? First and foremost is availability, that the right quantity and quality, and especially the better matched blood, which what we call for these thalassemic children, because they just not require blood cells, but they require correctly phenotyped and matched blood. And that blood needs to be some pre-storage modifications, the term of leukoreduction, to prevent, because they're regularly transfused, they experience these reactions like febrile non-hemolytic transfusion reactions or allergic reactions. So we need to create some sort of facilities for these specialized products. And there are certain RHD negative groups, like AB RHD, you find 1 in 350 individuals. So if a thalassemia child is AB RHD negative, and on top of that he develops an allo antibody, then it becomes a difficult task. You need to screen 500 units, then you will get a matched blood. So this is how important, for a transfusion service, we need to basically enable our blood centers for all these techniques. And then transfusion transmissible infectious disease, as I mentioned, that currently most of our centers are testing with ELISA or chemiluminescence, but only few centers have got nucleic acid testing facility. So we need to move forward in that direction also. So I was mentioning that this is around alloimmunization. So these are some studies from our country, and there has been a alloimmunization cumulative evidence of around 4 to 6% alloimmunization. And most common antibodies, I think this is hiding here, capital E and small c in these multi-transfused patients. So on this basis, we transfuse our patients ABO, RH. RH means extended. In RH also we have capital D, capital C, capital E, small c and small e, RH and cal matched blood. So that because of our experience that the patients become alloimmunized to these antigens more commonly. This is about infectious agents. You see, these are various studies from the country. This is how the infection, prevalence of these infectious infections in our country from different parts of the country. So this is starting from 3 to 5% to as high as 50%. So, and not limited to our country, this was a review from Southeast Asia. Even from the Mediterranean region, you see, from Pakistan, Malaysia, Iran, Iraq. So this prevalence is everywhere in the world. So they have been affected in all over the world because they are multi-transfused. So we, as transfusion experts, we need to make it more safer in terms of primarily because of aluminization and in terms of infections. So the only answer is, as you see, the graph is decreasing because as we have been emphasizing, Government of India have been emphasizing on voluntary blood donation program. You see, over the last 1.5 to 2 decades, this has been going down now. Prevalence of hepatitis in voluntary blood donors is going down. And more so, if I show you the figures here, the comparison, these were the current two published studies, one from our center and from RML, New Delhi. The voluntary donor positivity rate is, I think it is less than half, and the NAT yield also, it is even 1/3. Three times low as compared to replacement donors. So this is the difference which I was emphasizing at the outset. In addition to these risks, as I think highlighted in the morning, that these infectious agents or these aluminizations affect the quality of life of these patients. And this is one of such studies where it was observed that there has been a significant burden of these TTIs, and this has affected their quality of life, like treatment, school off day. I mean, the child could not attend the schools and so on. So, just about a word about of our center, the Thalassemia Daycare Program at our center. It started in 1985, and we have somewhere around 350 registered patients. 49 of them are married couples, 16 couple having kids. Oldest married patient is 51-year-old, and we issue around 8 to 10,000 blood units to these patients annually. These are Buffy code, leukoreduced, NAT tested. I think this is not, Buffy code, leukoreduced, lab side leukofiltered since 2012. We do pre-storage leukoreduction, washed cells to those who have repeated allergic reactions, and antigen negative blood. Some of these have 2, 3 allo antibodies because they have been transfused outside, then they come as a problematic case. And you see, we receive patients from different parts, 7, 8 states from the northern region. So this is how we are catering them. So these are some of the success. This is our thalassemia ward here. The regular transfusion is being given to these child. Around 20 to 25 children come daily for this transfusion. And this association also helps us in conducting various blood donation camps. And they have been recognized on first National Voluntary Blood Donation Day last year for their significant contribution for this their services with respect to Thalassemia Daycare Program. So thank you very much for your kind attention and giving me this opportunity being here. Just for how we can go about it. Yes, more have been talked about treatment, but I must say that besides, I mean, people from the health sector, we need to have people from education sector also. We must cultural sector also, cultural ministry, education ministry. They all need to be involved. Why only health sector? It is not the responsibility of the health people to create education awareness. Why not education? Because I was hearing the gentleman, I think from professor from Italy, he said that they made it at primary school level. Why are we giving our students education, children our education at primary school level, secondary level? Where are these chapters? Why the teachers are not being educated about it? So this is very important that we have to create education and awareness at primary and school level, nodal daycare center in different parts of the country, voluntary source, as I said, and there is a concept of डेडिकेटेड डोनर प्रोग्राम. एक ही डोनर जो एंटीजन मैच्ड होता है एक पेशेंट के साथ, आई थिंक डेवलप्ड वर्ल्ड में है कि उसको रिपीटेडली ब्लीड किया जाता है. आई थिंक उसको हम 5-7 डोनर आइडेंटिफाई करके रख लेते हैं और वो रिपीटेडली ब्लीड करके, ताकि उस बच्चे में ना एलोमिनाइजेशन हो ना टीटीआईस हो. So I think then baseline screening, I think this is all you know. So thank you very much for your kind attention and patient hearing and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Very nicely spoken about the blood safety. One point I would like to say here regarding this, you know, in the hospital setup, the handling of the blood is very important, and the monitoring at the time of transfusion. As you said, that the staff, hospital staff who are looking after the transfusion is a very important one. We need to guide them, we need to train them.
We have started regular sensitization program because in our institute every 6 months new doctors come, new So we take their induction classes every 6 months. We tell them how it is important. Because residents go, because in MBBS they don't know how blood is collected. They don't know that our teams go in the morning at 6 o'clock to various communities, set up their setup for blood collection.
So thank you so much for sharing the amazing work that's been done at your center and across the country. I think it will be fitting to ask Mr. Vinay Shetty, the staunchest advocate for safe blood transfusion in India, to felicitate Dr. Arora and our two chairpersons. It is our privilege to have you in this room. So could you also felicitate Dr. Rugwani, Pinky Rugwani, who everybody knows, but again has been working with thalassemia for over 3 decades. Yes. And may I also request you to felicitate Dr. Malpani. Dr. Malpani is head of department pediatrics from Indore, and she's running the bone marrow transplant unit, which is possibly doing the lowest cost transplants in India. Thank you so much. We will break for lunch now. It's already overdue.
Now in India, replacement is more than the voluntary blood. Replacement is more number, not 70%
We
voluntary.
recognize the challenge.
I do not know.
नहीं, I agree.
NBTC is not providing the.
No. सर ऐसा है,
Yes,
हमने कोविड में भी वॉलंटरी ब्लड
हाँ,
डोनर
वो
लाए.
तो ठीक है, आपकी है.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. आई थिंक वो बैक आ रही है गाड़ी, ऐसी बात नहीं है. इट्स इंक्रीजिंग डे बाय डे एंड गवर्नमेंट इसके ऊपर काम कर रही है. ऐसी कोई घबराने वाली बात नहीं इसके लिए. बट हमें आपकी मदद चाहिए इसमें. आप जैसे जो लोग
हम
जुड़े
तो
हुए
मदद
हैं,
कर रहा है, मगर
हाँ,
मरीज को, पेशेंट को रिप्लेसमेंट देना है तो वॉलंटरी जिंदा नहीं हो
Sir,
सकता.
it is an ongoing effort and journey, and the journey continues. We need to arm ourselves with some food. So please have your lunch and come back within 20 minutes if possible, because 2:20 we will start the next session with Dr. Dimitri.
We are going to start the next session, which is with Dr. Dimitris. So let's quickly go grab our lunch and come right back in, please.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है
सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका
जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ।
देश में उच्चतम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने के लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है और इसी कड़ी में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना। एक ऐसी पहल जिसने सैकड़ों मासूमों को स्वस्थ जीवन की सौगात दी है। थैलेसीमिया एक रक्त संबंधी बीमारी है जिसके कारण शरीर में हीमोग्लोबिन की मात्रा सामान्य से कम होती है और रोगी को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की आवश्यकता होती है। इसका एक ही स्थायी इलाज है बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट, लेकिन ये इलाज काफी महंगा है जिस कारण गरीब परिवारों की पहुंच से अब तक दूर था। भारत सरकार का स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय, कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड और थैलेसीमिक्स इंडिया के सहयोग से 2017 से थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना चला रहा है। कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड पहला पीएसयू है जो अपने सीएसआर फंड का प्रयोग थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों के लिए कर रहा है। योजना के तहत कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड प्रति चयनित थैलेसीमिया ग्रसित बच्चे के बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए 10 लाख रुपए तक की आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करता है। कुल मिलाकर अप्रैल 2017 से अब तक 356 पीड़ित बच्चे इस योजना के माध्यम से लाभान्वित हुए हैं। वो मरीज जिनके परिवार की वार्षिक आय 8 लाख रुपए से कम है इस योजना के तहत लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही पात्रता की अन्य शर्तें भी तय की गई हैं। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को सरल और पारदर्शी बनाने के लिए TBSY पोर्टल की शुरुआत की गई है। पोर्टल पर आभा आईडीज को लिंक किया जा सकता है और इसके माध्यम से प्रत्येक रोगी का रिकॉर्ड रखना आसान हुआ है। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इलाज के लिए देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों को सूचीबद्ध किया है जिन्हें इस पोर्टल पर एक्सेस मिलेगा। मौजूदा समय में 10 अस्पतालों को चिन्हित किया गया है। एम्स नई दिल्ली, CMC वेल्लोर, टाटा मेडिकल सेंटर कोलकाता, PGIMER चंडीगढ़, राजीव गांधी कैंसर अस्पताल नई दिल्ली, PGI लखनऊ, नारायण हृदयालय बंगलुरु, CMC लुधियाना, कोकिलाबेन धीरूभाई अंबानी अस्पताल मुंबई एवं MCGM अस्पताल मुंबई शामिल हैं। वो परिवार जो कभी आर्थिक मजबूरियों के चलते अपने थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों को उपचार दिलाने में भी असमर्थ थे, वो आज इस योजना की मदद से देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों में महंगा इलाज करा सकते हैं। थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना ने देश के सैकड़ों बच्चों को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की पीड़ा से मुक्त करके स्वस्थ जीवन का अनमोल वरदान दिया है। योजना के 2 सफल चरणों के बाद आज थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना के तीसरे चरण का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास।
साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता हो। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है, उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ।
देश में उच्चतम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने के लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है। और इसी कड़ी में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना, एक ऐसी पहल जिसने सैकड़ों मासूमों को स्वस्थ जीवन की सौगात दी है। थैलेसीमिया एक रक्त संबंधी बीमारी है जिसके कारण शरीर में हीमोग्लोबिन की मात्रा सामान्य से कम होती है और रोगी को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की आवश्यकता होती है। इसका एक ही स्थायी इलाज है बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट, लेकिन ये इलाज काफी महंगा है जिस कारण गरीब परिवारों की पहुंच से अब तक दूर था। भारत सरकार का स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय, कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड और थैलेसीमिक्स इंडिया के सहयोग से 2017 से थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना चला रहा है। कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड पहला पीएसयू है जो अपने सीएसआर फंड का प्रयोग थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों के लिए कर रहा है। योजना के तहत कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड प्रति चयनित थैलेसीमिया ग्रसित बच्चे के बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए 10 लाख रुपए तक की आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करता है। कुल मिलाकर अप्रैल 2017 से अब तक 356 पीड़ित बच्चे इस योजना के माध्यम से लाभान्वित हुए हैं। वो मरीज जिनके परिवार की वार्षिक आय 8 लाख रुपए से कम है, इस योजना के तहत लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही पात्रता की अन्य शर्तें भी तय की गई हैं। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को सरल और पारदर्शी बनाने के लिए TBSY पोर्टल की शुरुआत की गई है। पोर्टल पर आभा आईडीज को लिंक किया जा सकता है और इसके माध्यम से प्रत्येक रोगी का रिकॉर्ड रखना आसान हुआ है। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इलाज के लिए देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों को सूचीबद्ध किया है जिन्हें इस पोर्टल पर एक्सेस मिलेगा। मौजूदा समय में 10 अस्पतालों को चिन्हित किया गया है। एम्स नई दिल्ली, CMC वेल्लोर, टाटा मेडिकल सेंटर कोलकाता, PGIMER चंडीगढ़, राजीव गांधी कैंसर अस्पताल नई दिल्ली, PGI लखनऊ, नारायण हृदयालय बंगलुरु, CMC लुधियाना, कोकिला बेन धीरूभाई अंबानी अस्पताल मुंबई एवं MCGM अस्पताल मुंबई शामिल हैं। वो परिवार जो कभी आर्थिक मजबूरियों के चलते अपने थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों को उपचार दिलाने में भी असमर्थ थे, वो आज इस योजना की मदद से देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों में महंगा इलाज करा सकते हैं। थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना ने देश के सैकड़ों बच्चों को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की पीड़ा से मुक्त करके स्वस्थ जीवन का अनमोल वरदान दिया है। योजना के 2 सफल चरणों के बाद आज थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना के तीसरे चरण का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास।
साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता हो। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है, उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ।
देश में उच्चतम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने के लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है और इसी कड़ी में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना। एक ऐसी पहल जिसने सैकड़ों मासूमों को स्वस्थ जीवन की सौगात दी है। थैलेसीमिया एक रक्त संबंधी बीमारी है जिसके कारण शरीर में हीमोग्लोबिन की मात्रा सामान्य से कम होती है और रोगी को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की आवश्यकता होती है। इसका एक ही स्थायी इलाज है बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट, लेकिन ये इलाज काफी महंगा है जिस कारण गरीब परिवारों की पहुंच से अब तक दूर था। भारत सरकार का स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड और थैलेसीमिक्स इंडिया के सहयोग से 2017 से थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना चला रहा है। कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड पहला पीएसयू है जो अपने सीएसआर फंड का प्रयोग थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों के लिए कर रहा है। योजना के तहत कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड प्रति चयनित थैलेसीमिया ग्रसित बच्चे के बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए 10 लाख रुपए तक की आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करता है। कुल मिलाकर अप्रैल 2017 से अब तक 356 पीड़ित बच्चे इस योजना के माध्यम से लाभान्वित हुए हैं। वो मरीज जिनके परिवार की वार्षिक आय 8 लाख रुपए से कम है इस योजना के तहत लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही पात्रता की अन्य शर्तें भी तय की गई हैं। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को सरल और पारदर्शी बनाने के लिए TBSY पोर्टल की शुरुआत की गई है। पोर्टल पर आभा आईडीज को लिंक किया जा सकता है और इसके माध्यम से प्रत्येक रोगी का रिकॉर्ड रखना आसान हुआ है। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इलाज के लिए देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों को सूचीबद्ध किया है जिन्हें इस पोर्टल पर एक्सेस मिलेगा। मौजूदा समय में 10 अस्पतालों को चिन्हित किया गया है। एम्स नई दिल्ली, CMC वेल्लोर, टाटा मेडिकल सेंटर कोलकाता, PGIMER चंडीगढ़, राजीव गांधी कैंसर अस्पताल नई दिल्ली, PGI लखनऊ, नारायण हृदयालय बंगलुरु, CMC लुधियाना, कोकिलाबेन धीरूभाई अंबानी अस्पताल मुंबई एवं MCGM अस्पताल मुंबई शामिल हैं। वो परिवार जो कभी आर्थिक मजबूरियों के चलते अपने थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों को उपचार दिलाने में भी असमर्थ थे, वो आज इस योजना की मदद से देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों में महंगा इलाज करा सकते हैं। थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना ने देश के सैकड़ों बच्चों को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की पीड़ा से मुक्त करके स्वस्थ जीवन का अनमोल वरदान दिया है। योजना के 2 सफल चरणों के बाद आज थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना के तीसरे चरण का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास।
साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ।
देश में उच्चतम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने के लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है और इसी कड़ी में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना। एक ऐसी पहल जिसने सैकड़ों मासूमों को स्वस्थ जीवन की सौगात दी है। थैलेसीमिया एक रक्त संबंधी बीमारी है जिसके कारण शरीर में हीमोग्लोबिन की मात्रा सामान्य से कम होती है और रोगी को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की आवश्यकता होती है। इसका एक ही स्थायी इलाज है बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट, लेकिन ये इलाज काफी महंगा है जिस कारण गरीब परिवारों की पहुंच से अब तक दूर था। भारत सरकार का स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड और थैलेसीमिक्स इंडिया के सहयोग से 2017 से थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना चला रहा है। कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड पहला पीएसयू है जो अपने सीएसआर फंड का प्रयोग थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों के लिए कर रहा है। योजना के तहत कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड प्रति चयनित थैलेसीमिया ग्रसित बच्चे के बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए 10 लाख रुपए तक की आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करता है। कुल मिलाकर अप्रैल 2017 से अब तक 356 पीड़ित बच्चे इस योजना के माध्यम से लाभान्वित हुए हैं। वो मरीज जिनके परिवार की वार्षिक आय 8 लाख रुपए से कम है, इस योजना के तहत लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही पात्रता की अन्य शर्तें भी तय की गई हैं। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को सरल और पारदर्शी बनाने के लिए TBSY पोर्टल की शुरुआत की गई है। पोर्टल पर आभा आईडीज को लिंक किया जा सकता है और इसके माध्यम से प्रत्येक रोगी का रिकॉर्ड रखना आसान हुआ है। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इलाज के लिए देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों को सूचीबद्ध किया है जिन्हें इस पोर्टल पर एक्सेस मिलेगा। मौजूदा समय में 10 अस्पतालों को चिन्हित किया गया है। एम्स नई दिल्ली, CMC वेल्लोर, टाटा मेडिकल सेंटर कोलकाता, PGIMER चंडीगढ़, राजीव गांधी कैंसर अस्पताल नई दिल्ली, PGI लखनऊ, नारायण हृदयालय बंगलुरु, CMC लुधियाना, कोकिलाबेन धीरूभाई अंबानी अस्पताल मुंबई एवं MCGM अस्पताल मुंबई शामिल हैं। वो परिवार जो कभी आर्थिक मजबूरियों के चलते अपने थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों को उपचार दिलाने में भी असमर्थ थे, वो आज इस योजना की मदद से देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों में महंगा इलाज करा सकते हैं। थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना ने देश के सैकड़ों बच्चों को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की पीड़ा से मुक्त करके स्वस्थ जीवन का अनमोल वरदान दिया है। योजना के 2 सफल चरणों के बाद आज थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना के तीसरे चरण का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास।
साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता हो। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है, उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ।
देश में उच्चतम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने के लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है और इसी कड़ी में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना। एक ऐसी पहल जिसने सैकड़ों मासूमों को स्वस्थ जीवन की सौगात दी है। थैलेसीमिया एक रक्त संबंधी बीमारी है जिसके कारण शरीर में हीमोग्लोबिन की मात्रा सामान्य से कम होती है और रोगी को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की आवश्यकता होती है। इसका एक ही स्थायी इलाज है बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट, लेकिन ये इलाज काफी महंगा है जिस कारण गरीब परिवारों की पहुंच से अब तक दूर था। भारत सरकार का स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय, कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड और थैलेसीमिक्स इंडिया के सहयोग से 2017 से थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना चला रहा है। कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड पहला पीएसयू है जो अपने सीएसआर फंड का प्रयोग थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों के लिए कर रहा है। योजना के तहत कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड प्रति चयनित थैलेसीमिया ग्रसित बच्चे के बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए 10 लाख रुपए तक की आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करता है। कुल मिलाकर अप्रैल 2017 से अब तक 356 पीड़ित बच्चे इस योजना के माध्यम से लाभान्वित हुए हैं। वो मरीज जिनके परिवार की वार्षिक आय 8 लाख रुपए से कम है, इस योजना के तहत लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही पात्रता की अन्य शर्तें भी तय की गई हैं। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को सरल और पारदर्शी बनाने के लिए TBSY पोर्टल की शुरुआत की गई है। पोर्टल पर आभा आईडीज को लिंक किया जा सकता है और इसके माध्यम से प्रत्येक रोगी का रिकॉर्ड रखना आसान हुआ है। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इलाज के लिए देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों को सूचीबद्ध किया है, जिन्हें इस पोर्टल पर एक्सेस मिलेगा। मौजूदा समय में 10 अस्पतालों को चिन्हित किया गया है। एम्स नई दिल्ली, सीएमसी वेल्लोर, टाटा मेडिकल सेंटर कोलकाता, पीजीआईएमईआर चंडीगढ़, राजीव गांधी कैंसर अस्पताल नई दिल्ली, पीजीआई लखनऊ, नारायण हृदयालय बंगलुरु, सीएमसी लुधियाना, कोकिला बेन धीरूभाई अंबानी अस्पताल मुंबई एवं एमसीजीएम अस्पताल मुंबई शामिल हैं। वो परिवार जो कभी आर्थिक मजबूरियों के चलते अपने थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित बच्चों को उपचार दिलाने में भी असमर्थ थे, वो आज इस योजना की मदद से देश के जाने माने अस्पतालों में महंगा इलाज करा सकते हैं। थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना ने देश के सैकड़ों बच्चों को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की पीड़ा से मुक्त करके स्वस्थ जीवन का अनमोल वरदान दिया है। योजना के 2 सफल चरणों के बाद आज थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना के तीसरे चरण का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास।
साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता हो। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है, उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ।
देश में उच्चतम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने के लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है और इसी कड़ी में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है थैलेसीमिया बाल सेवा योजना। एक ऐसी पहल जिसने सैकड़ों मासूमों को स्वस्थ जीवन की सौगात दी है। थैलेसीमिया एक रक्त संबंधी बीमारी है जिसके कारण शरीर में हीमोग्लोबिन की मात्रा सामान्य से कम होती है और रोगी को बार बार खून चढ़ाने की आवश्यकता होती है। इसका एक ही स्थायी इलाज है बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट, लेकिन ये इलाज काफी
Welcome back, everyone. And those who are, the rest of us will trickle back in after finishing their desserts. So we will move on to the post-lunch session. And to chair the first session, I'd like to invite Dr. Neeta Radhakrishnan, Additional Professor and Head of Department, Pediatric Hematology and Oncology Service at Postgraduate Children's Subspecialty Hospital in Noida. To join her on the stage, could I invite Dr. Manas Kalra, who seems to have gone missing, but will join us. Okay, will join us in the, during the session. So Neeta, I hand over to you to introduce the speaker and the next session.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I request those who are outside the hall to please come in, because this is going to be a very, very important session. And I welcome you all again on behalf from the organizers to please come in. So the next session is on bringing best practices in thalassemia diagnosis and management to the region. And to speak on this topic, we have Professor Dimitros Farmakis. He is a cardiologist and he works in the department of, he's from Greece. I think what is written there, I'm not sure if it is correct. It says Cyprus.
No, it's wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong. So
it's a very old affiliation.
yes. So he works in Athens, Greece. He works as a professor in the Department of Cardiology there, and has a lot of publications in the field of cardiac involvement in thalassemia, as well as now on aging in thalassemia. So over to you, Dr. Farmakis.
Thank you, Professor Nita. Thank you all for the kind invitation. It has been a great pleasure visiting different centers in India, in Hyderabad, in New Delhi, in Noida, and it has been a great pleasure for myself and Professor Piga. Can you fix the microphones? You know, after lunch, we have these technical issues that... So I was saying that it has been a great pleasure for me to visit India on behalf of TIF, and I had the chance to visit 3 very nice centers in Hyderabad, in New Delhi, and in Noida, and to interact with healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, patients, parents, and so on. Overall, a great experience, and I think that this would be a start for better collaboration between the Indian centers and Thalassemia International Federation. And thank you for giving me this chance and for the great hospitality here in Delhi, but also in Hyderabad. So bringing the best practice for thalassemia to the region. Okay, so there are 2 pillars for the management of thalassemia, for the control of thalassemia, and I'm using these Indian style pillars. If I was in Greece, I would be using the ancient Greek style, but you know, I adjust the presentation each time. So it's treatment and prevention, and I will start with treatment, treating thalassemia. What does treating thalassemia means? Actually, it means
that we have to address the pathophysiology of the disease, which starts from the molecular defect leading to ineffective erythropoiesis, to anemia, iron overload, and so on, and to multi-system involvement. And to address all this, we need, of course, transfusions, iron chelation, and multidisciplinary care. And there have been many advances in the treatment of thalassemia over the previous decades. And we were very lucky to see and very happy to see that our patient survival has been dramatically improved when and where there is access to all these therapeutic advances. And there are more coming on. I will focus on 3 countries: Italy, Greece, and Cyprus, and not because I come from Greece. My good friend Antonio Bica comes from Italy, and TIF is placed in Cyprus, not for this, but how pioneer in the control of thalassemia since the early 70s. And now we start with Greece. You can see that there was an important reduction in overall mortality, and at the same time in cardiac mortality, or vice versa. There was a reduction in cardiac mortality, and because of that, there was a parallel same trend reduction in overall mortality, because heart disease used to be, and for many cases it still is the leading cause of mortality. Exactly the same or similar findings in Italy, where there has been a significant improvement in the survival across different birth cohorts, and at the same time, a significant reduction in the risk of cardiac mortality, as shown here in the red bars. And also in Cyprus, a significant improvement of survival across different birth cohorts. At the same time, and this slide has been shown earlier today, it is very important that we see our population to grow older and older. And aging is important. In general, is not very good for us, but for a thalassemia population, for a genetic disorder, is quite important, because it means 2 things. First, that patients live longer and longer. And second, that no more patients, or very few patients, are being born each year. So it's a combination of very good management of the disease and of very good prevention of the disease, and I will come back to this later on. And we have this change in epidemiology with different challenges, different conditions that we have to face. Another thing is there is significant reduction in the rate of disease-related complications, like, for example, heart disease, less than 10% in a Cypriot cohort, because of the good overall treatment of patients. And at the same time, some other, let's say, quality indicators, like the iron overload, it's not it's fantastic, but it's good to have the majority of patients having no cardiac iron, or low serum ferritin level below 1,000, or very low level of iron in the liver. And this also translates not only to hard endpoints in terms of survival, mortality, and morbidity, but also to the social aspects that are very, very important, because we want our patients to live not just longer, but to live a normal life. So the social aspects are very, very important indicators of good control of the disease. And with social aspects, we can say that it is education. So the majority of patients now reach tertiary education, and at the same time, employment. So the majority of patients are able to get a full job, and at the same time, retire from this job. Well, they may retire a bit earlier than the rest of us, but still being able to retire is important. Other aspects of other social aspects, marriage and childbearing. These are also very important indicators, because they show us that our patients live a very normal life. They're able to marry, cohabit, and even divorce, because divorce comes with marriage, as you very well know. And also, they're able to bear children, which is also very, very important. So overall, longer survival, better quality of life. But in order to have all these beneficial effects, we need two important things. First, we need to comply and to adhere to the guideline recommendations. And this concerns both the healthcare professionals, that we have to follow the guidelines, and at the same time, the patients who have to comply with our advice. And the very, very important part of it is the access to all these fantastic therapies in order to have all these benefits that we saw in the three countries, Italy, Greece, and Cyprus. Now, what's the global situation? What is really happening in the world? Over 60% of patients with severe hemoglobinopathy do not have access to proper quality care. Only 12% receive proper transfusion therapy. Less than 40% of those being regularly transfused receive proper chelation therapy. And over 70% of patients live in low-income countries or low-resource countries, which has pretty much to do with all the above. So we're not actually doing a very good job overall in treating our patients. What about prevention? The other pillar is to prevent, to stop having new patients. And there are important steps and very specific components of a prevention program. It starts with public awareness, then some program of screening, maybe at school or pre-marriage or antenatal and so on. Then genetic counseling, which is important in order to consult people how to manage with the news that they have. And of course, some system or program of prenatal diagnosis and preimplantation diagnosis, even more. And this has to be ruled by ethical principles like the voluntary participation, the autonomy, the right to full information, confidentiality, informed choice. These are all very, very important issues. And of course, there is the need of a national strategy that will coordinate this, finance this, and also control this in terms of quality assurance. These are all we need for prevention, and if this is done properly, we have good results. Let's take the example of Cyprus. Cyprus is a very highly prevalence area. The carrier rate is 14% versus 3 or 4% here in India. So 14% is a big number in terms of carrier rate. Of course, we're talking about a very small country of 1.3 million, but the expected annual affected births would be 60 to 70 babies per year, 0.5% of the population. And if we do nothing for prevention, this population will grow older and older because of the good treatment. So on one hand, we will have patients who live longer, and at the same time, new patients will be added. So there are some projections that if there was no prevention, the population, the prevalence of the disease would increase from 0.1% to 0.7%, and that would lead to 700% increase in the needs of blood transfusions, of blood requirements. That would mean that probably everybody in Cyprus should donate blood in order to sustain this population. But that was not the case in Cyprus, because since the mid-70s, there was a very effective program in controlling the disease, in the prevention. So from 0.5% affected births, this dropped 10 times to 0.05% within some years by the end of 2000s. So this is an important achievement. And if you thinking of the cost, the prevention cost for 1 year actually equals the treatment cost for 2 months for the existing population. So it is also cost effective. Similar findings in Sardinia, in Italy. Again, a very successful prevention program. And there are also other very successful programs like in Greece or even in Iran. And again, the same, the aging of the population as a function of, on one hand, the better survival, but the reduction in the effective reduction in the newborns. What is the global situation in terms of prevention? You can see this is a work done very nicely by TIF in the Global Thalassemia Review, and these are the the coding, the color coding of the countries according to the level of the prevention progress. And you can see that a significant number of countries, probably most of the countries, do not have a very efficient prevention program. So there are still many things to do in terms of prevention. What about the current region? Where over here, the carrier rate is not that big as in that high as in Cyprus or in Greece. Is between 3 and 5% overall. In India, it is about 4%. But if we project Cyprus, who has a very high carrier rate, on India, you'll see that this is just a town, a city in India, or a very small area. And in terms of population, there are 1.3 million in Cyprus versus 1.5 billion in India, so 1,000 times more. So if this low carrier rate is translated into numbers according to the population, this results into 58 million carriers. And the estimated number of the prevalence is about 150 to 200,000 patients with thalassemia, with an annual effective birth of between 10 and 13,000 per year. And without any prevention, it has been estimated that the population will still rise up much above 250,000 patients, and the blood needs will be rising to more than 9 million units per year, with a huge cost expenditure. So, but there are a lot of things going on in India, as we found out over these last days. There is a very nice health coverage scheme coming from the central government, from the Ministry of Health. There is a portal, a smartphone portal for a registry, a simple one, but it is very handy, a practical one, because it will be, as I hear, obligatory, mandatory, and also very easy to do. Then an hemovigilance program, which is since many years working. Thalassemia guidelines. This was the first edition of the national thalassemia guidelines, and I hear that there is an update of these guidelines going on, and we will be happy at TIF collaborating with you on this. And also capacity building programs, educational programs for healthcare professionals, like the ECHO project that we had the chance to see yesterday, and there is also a talk in the program later on. So there are a lot of things that are going on now in India, which are very important. So how about bringing the best practices? Strategies to support the best practices. These are theoretical, of course, but they work. They have been working in Italy, in Cyprus, in Greece, and in other countries. So first of all, there is a need of a national plan and national coordination. Nothing can be effective if there is not under the umbrella of a national strategy and plan, and this needs also should be also supported by a national advisory committee. Then we need strong patient associations and other NGO to contribution in the country, international support from WHO, from TIF, from other international bodies, engagement of all stakeholders. It's not just the medical or staff, the whole community, the religious part of the community, the church, and so on. Education and awareness is key for the successful of any control program, and this should target multiple stakeholders: patients, families, the government, the policymakers, the medical community, the industry, and so on. And then budget. Nothing can happen without money. So how's the saying? No honey, no money, no honey. So we need budget allocation to support all this, and also a continuous monitoring system with quality indicators, such as the age distribution, the survival of patients, the pre-transfusion hemoglobin level, the serum ferritin, the cardiac and liver iron, social determinants, and so on. One can think of several quality indicators, but there have to be some quality. There has to be some quality. Have to be some quality indicators in order to see whether this works really. That's why we're very eager at TIF in asking you for numbers. So the role of TIF in this can be substantial. As you know, the best practices, we believe that is nicely described in the guideline documents that we produced at TIF, and there has been a very recently published edition just some weeks ago on the updated version of the transfusion-dependent thalassemia management. And in 2 years before, there were some new editions, less than 2 years before actually, for the non-transfusion dependent thalassemia and for alpha thalassemia, and there are new editions coming up. There is a nice cost estimating tool that has been developed by TIF in collaboration with Health Economics Department of the University of Barcelona, and this is free of charge. You can use it to estimate the actual cost of the disease in each region. There is another tool that we recently published, the tool to estimate the disability of the disease. A disability is a very complex, a very difficult word, and we actually need a new, let's say, session to address this issue, but this is also available through TIF. And of course, a main pillar of these activities is the education at very different levels, targeting healthcare professionals, patients, families, and other stakeholders with conferences, online seminars, webinars, the publications, of course, and online courses like the Thala E-Academy, the Thalia app for patients, and also Tiflix instead of Netflix. And these are another thing, important thing, is the development of networks. Andrew Eleftheriou elaborated a lot on this. These are TIF-created networks. 2 examples, the Arab countries network, the Nordic countries network, and also TIF participates in the Southeast Asia Forum. And I hear that there has been a lot of progress in building up Indian subcontinent network, which would be a great thing to do. Thank you very much. I hope this is correct, the previous one, the previous. Thank you.
Wonderful talk, Dr.
I think
Farman.
our chairpersons are also speechless. That's how wonderful it was.
Yeah. So I just had a query on how do you assess the impact of the guideline? How do you assess the whether it is accepted in the community? Do you take feedback from the pediatricians and the physicians who are managing?
Yes. First of all, I have to say that TIF is probably the only patient-driven organization that issues, publishes, develops, publishes, and disseminates guidelines. I don't know any other patient-oriented organization that publishes guidelines. I have the experience with the European Society of Cardiology. As a cardiologist, we publish the guidelines, but these guidelines comes from us, from the physicians. In TIF, it works vice versa. So a patient-driven organization asks specialists to develop guidelines that are then disseminated and endorsed by the medical societies and other healthcare professionals. So I think this is a big difference in TIF guidelines. The second thing is that all the TIF guidelines have been endorsed by major medical associations like the European Hematology Association, and actually we have been awarded an award for our previous transfusion-dependent guideline edition. So to measure the impact of guidelines, one needs to develop surveys. And in TIF, we're very, very enthusiastic about launching surveys. And we every now and then launch surveys targeting either patients or healthcare professionals. And I think that if there is some time after the addition of the new guidelines, we're going to have a survey to check the implementation of the guidelines. Of course, there are indirect measures in assessing the impact of guidelines. If the quality indicators that we check in countries with TIF surveys, also with the published literature, are falling within the guideline recommendations. But I think that the best way to assess the guideline implementation should be targeted surveys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take the opportunity to invite Mr. Ravinder Dudeja to felicitate our speakers and chairpersons. Your talk was about bringing the best practices to our region. So this gentleman single-handedly has tried to improve practice for one state of our country. I am told that there is now resolution that every child will get NAT tested blood. Every child that has the disability certificate is now being assured a pension of rupees 3,000 rupees per month, which goes a long way to help many of these families. And very importantly, he's pushed for a chapter on thalassemia in the NCERT book. So that's been the impact of just one small group of people. So please. Dudeja. Thank you so much. To bring best practices, we need those agents to be available to us, to be affordable for us and each and every one of our patients. But above all, we need to have hope and we need to, make efforts to make all this happen. And that's what all the next session is about. So introduce the next session and next speaker. May I invite Professor Tulika Seth, Professor, Department of Hematology, All India Institute, and to join her on the stage, Dr. Ritika Sood, Professor, Department of Medicine, Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi.
Sorry for interruption and intervening in between. Ladies and gentlemen, while information and knowledge is very important, time is also equally important. We have to vacate this hall at 5 o'clock, and I think we are running behind schedule. So my request is to every speaker and participant to please be brief.
So it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Antonio to the stage. Dr. Antonio is Professor of Pediatrics and the Dean of Medicine at the University of Turin, Italy. And it's a great pleasure to have him talk to us on new therapies for thalassemia disease, hope and availability and affordability. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, the organizer, for inviting me and asking to cover this really today exciting topic that is about new treatment. Where is the... So I will use this simplified scheme of the erythropoiesis, that is from the stem cell to the mature red cell. And I will mention if a treatment is standard or new approved, new on trials. And obviously, I will start from the standard one, that is the so-called conventional treatment that has been covered, that is transfusion, iron chelation, optimal management, because this is important, and this is important also to have in mind locally or individually for a patient when the patient is in respect to this synthesis of what happened with the conventional treatment during the time. So the improvement in perspective of life and quality of life, etc. Why this? Because any new treatment must be balanced. So the risk-benefit balance should be assessed in comparison with the conventional treatment that individual patient has, because the balance of a new treatment may be very different. If I have in front of me a patient, an adult patient, where has been possible to give ideal conventional treatment, and the patient where this has not been possible. Maybe the decision from the patient, the family, and also from us may be different. So what is new? We have running trials that are trying to improve the red blood cell metabolism. So there are like mitapivat and tavopivat are chemical new drugs, oral drugs that are able to improve significantly the metabolism of the red blood cell of the patient, not a transfused red cell, of the patient. So in transfusion-dependent patient, improving a lot the need of a transfusion. But let's go on, because these are trial running now. What else? There are, again, new drugs, potential new drugs, clinical trial running, looking at the iron metabolism, that with the aim not just to improve the iron metabolism in a patient with a severe form of thalassemia, but also, that is the nice point, these type of drug are able to improve a lot, again, the erythropoiesis. So the final result in terms of how many red blood cells are produced by the individual patient and the survival of this red blood cell. Why this? Because in thalassemia, hepcidin, that is the main hormone for iron metabolism, is very, very low. So if you have the way to rise hepcidin, you get the point. But again, we do have trial. We need, I guess, a couple of years to have result, to have approvals and possibly new drugs. So what else? We do have drugs looking at improving the ineffective erythropoiesis that is so peculiar and typical of this disease, of thalassemia, and luspatercept has been the first that has been approved. Approved because the result in terms of efficacy and the safety profile was and is interesting. So it is a very new type of drug, a synthetic, let's say, protein to simplify, that must be injected, yes, but injected simply once every 3 weeks. So for the patient, is close to nothing. And the result may be interesting. This drug has been defined as other important drug, not a drug for curing, unfortunately cannot cure thalassemia, but it's a transforming disease drug that is able, not in all the patients, but in many patients, to transform a transfusion-dependent thalassemia in something else, like a transfusion-independent thalassemia or something in the middle. But the response is very variable. And this drug is now approved at the moment in several countries, and other countries are going soon. And I guess and I hope that for India, this drug will be available too. What is the main limiting factor of this drug? Cost, because the cost is very high. In Italy, an example to give you an idea, that a patient during a year needs something like 16 injections, every 3 weeks, 16 injections, and the mean cost for a thalassemia patient weighing something like 50 kilos is around 30 35,000 euros. So the cost is very important. And there is no competitor now. That is the other problem. It's a brand new type of drug. So what else? We do have another approach that is standard in blue, that is obviously bone marrow transplantation, hematopoietic stem cell transplantation that deal with the stem cells. So go to the origin of the problem. You know everything about this. I will not spend words. I'm trying to be brief. So PROS is curing, not the genetic aspect of the disease, but the anemia. And the chance is very high for children that are very young with identical sibling from the HAA point of view, and that receive early good management. That is, for adult patient or patient that receive not so nice conventional treatment is not so, the risk is high. And then there are the well-known risk of chemotherapy that you need for conditioning, and the other aspect, the immunological aspect, and on long term, a small but present risk of secondary malignancy. So what is the limiting factor for bone marrow transplantation? Obviously, as you know, the availability of transplant, because in many countries where thalassemia or sickle cell are very important diseases, the availability is zero or close to zero. This, I beg your pardon, because this publication is very recent, you see, but the data are updated to 2018, and so India seems to be at a very low level, but is not, because I saw that during these recent years, India grew up a lot also on the availability of bone marrow transplantation, also for this disease. And then what else? The last but most important part of my talk is on gene therapy, that are addressing directly the genetic defect. And so the approach is this one, that is the gene addition, that is to take the cell from the patient, to have the stem cell isolated and cultured, and then to buy a viral vector to have the insertion of the beta gene, in case of beta thalassemia, within the stem cells of the patient, and then give back the cell to the patient after a conditioning regimen to have the house bone marrow empty, let's say, to oversimplify. And many years ago, there has been the first approval with this approach, with this name, has been authorized in Europe, but nothing happened in Europe for 1.5 years. So we were waiting for each national approval, German, Italian, France, but nothing happened. Why? Interaction again on the cost, due to the cost, the very high cost, 1.5 million euros, just to say, and also for some safety issues, not in thalassemia, but in sickle cell disease, because the trials have been run in parallel on thalassemia and sickle cell disease. So suspension, so the company went to US, it's a US company, to the FDA, and differently from Europe, FDA gave the approval for this drug that is now available, but just for US patient with thalassemia. There has been just a change in the name, but the active substance is exactly what has been tested. That is, but this is gene addition. But in my poor opinion, gene addition will disappear, not because it's not a good approach, but the cost and the safety profile on long term is not so good as ideally expected for a disease like thalassemia. We are not talking about cancer or severe form of cancer. We are talking about thalassemia. So, and from this point of view, gene editing is the winner today. And again, in my opinion, it's just an opinion, it will be the solution in the future. Let's hope not so far. Why this? Because because gene editing has many advantages. One important advantage is that is you don't need to use a viral vector at all, because what you have, the procedure is exactly the same, but what you have to put into the stem cell of a thalassemia patient is by far smaller. It's a small machinery that is made of a very small RNA piece that is specific. You decide which one, and so you can go, this guide RNA will go exactly where you are willing to go. And is taking this blue cloud that is, let's say, a protein that is able to, an enzyme, Cas9, there are also other, but this is the most common one used now, that is able to cut efficiently both strands of DNA. So you can cut an editing that is correct, in example, the beta thalassemia mutation, but it's not time now. There will come soon, but it's not time now. It's easier, and this is what has been done, and now is approved to cut and inhibit completely a single gene, the one that may be useful to cure a thalassemia. And today, which is this single gene? This is just to mention that this approach, this type of gene editing, there are many others, but this one is a revolution because it's so easy in the lab, not in the clinical setting. In the lab, it's so easy and so cheap and so full of potential development that is really a revolution for medicine and for many other aspects of human activity, may you guess, in agriculture and many, many other aspects. Nobel Prize award for the two ladies, researchers that worked at the best during the first years of that. So which gene has been to be inhibited? This one, that is BCL11A, that is a normal gene and is the main responsible that at birth in every one of us, including a thalassemia patient, is able to efficiently inhibit the work from the gamma gene, the genes that are producing the fetal hemoglobin. So inhibiting the main inhibitor, it's getting the point that is having the expression of the gamma gene, so an important production of fetal hemoglobin. This is the first and most important set of results published in this very stupid journal that is an important part of the approval, and you see on the average that close to all the patients after this gene editing approach have a normal total hemoglobin, and most of this hemoglobin is fetal hemoglobin. Normal hemoglobin, cured from thalassemia. And November 2023, approval in UK, and after 2 months approval in US, after another month approval in Europe. So today, this gene editing approach is approved in several countries, and others are coming. And again, from this point of view, I guess that India considered that is considering if to approve or not, a very effective approach. Obviously, limiting factor, cost. In example, in US, the cost has been approved. Also, the cost $2.2 million. In Europe, the discussion, UK and Italy. In Italy, we are going to have in a few days the reimbursement. The approval is there, but the reimbursement will be around 1.6 million euros. So the cost is very high. So where there are many patients, if you multiply 1.5 for dozens of thousands of patients, you have a number where politicians are terrified, rightly, because they have the responsibility of everything. So here we are. So what's about the future? The future, it's just my opinion, but we have, by sure reason to be cautious, because I didn't have time to enter fully the topic of safety, that is very interesting. And the point is that for gene therapy and the gene editing approach, the long-term safety for this approved first approach is still missing, because you need at least 5 years to be not sure, but to be pretty sure that the safety is okay for the patient. So, but we have also reason to be optimistic, because gene editing research is growing so fast, really very fast, that we do have today different independent approaches that entered and or are entering the clinical trial phase. We have at this moment other clinical trial on this, very interesting, with some also improvement. And, but again, the time is for each approach, you need a long time to verify the safety profile. And the cost is going down, but is very high. But I guess that being so many the approaches, the cost, as in any strong competition in any topic of our life, the cost will lower a lot. And so the availability will improve. And but I am an optimistic person, generally speaking. But as looking at the general shape of our crazy world today, as inequalities are growing, I guess that the affordability and obviously and the waiting time but the affordability will continue to be a problem for this. And so this cartoon, it's old, but unfortunately for me, it's really updated, because again, a few patients are entering the bus to have the cure, so with many waiting or remaining outside. So from this point of view, an umbrella like a home like TIF is ideal to put together our different roles and fighting and lobbying for this important advancement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was an absolutely wonderful coverage of this very important topic. And this is actually a question that most of our adult patients always ask about gene therapy and gene editing. So just to sort of inform myself also, with gene editing, are there any contraindications, and who are the candidates that could be eligible for gene editing if and when available?
Yeah, very important question. One, the contraindication, or let's say the limits, will be similar to the ones for bone marrow transplant, but less. Why? In gene editing, you use the cells of the patient cells, so you don't need to immunosuppress for months after the transplant. So it's a self-transplant. So from this point of view, that is a very important point for the safety profile for adult patients. And so wider than in bone marrow transplant in general. And then in my experience from many years of bone marrow transplant in thalassemia, sickle cell disease, age is not, is used and must be used, but is not the best marker to limit bone marrow transplant and gene therapy in thalassemia. It's the level of optimal care the patient receive. The lower has been the level. At the most important is iron chelation, early and regular, because that has been for the result. The lower is in, the higher is the risk for the patient any age, obviously with the cumulative effect more with adult patients. The other point is that, in my experience, adult patients are expert individuals. So they are by far more prudent on the average, more prudent in their approach than the parents of a small child in genetic diseases.
Okay, so Thank you, Dr. Antonio Piga. It was a very insightful session. I want to extend my thanks to Dr. Tulika Seth and Dr. Ritika Sood as well. I would now like to call upon the stage Dr. Suman Jain from Hyderabad. Ma'am, please, can you please come forward on the stage and continue with the felicitations? So, big round of applause for Dr. Suman. So first, I would like to ask Dr. Suman to felicitate Dr. Antonio Piga, Professor Pediatrics and Dean of the Medicine School, University of Turin, Italy. Following him, we would like to express our gratitude towards Dr. Tulika Seth, Professor, Department of Hematology, AIIMS, New Delhi. We would now like to express our regards towards Dr. Ritika Sood, Professor from Department of Medicine, Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi. Yeah. Okay, so quickly we'll move on to the next session, which is on gene therapy. Where are we in India? So to chair this session, I would like to call upon Dr. Andrula, Dr. Gaurav Kharia, and Dr. Sunil Bhatt. Okay. Okay, so there's a little correction. I would like to call upon Dr. Andrula and Dr. Sunil Bhatt to chair the session. And in their presence, I would also like to call upon Dr. Mohan Kumar, scientist from Center for Stem Cell Research, Christian Medical College, Vellore, as a speaker for the session. So please, big round of applause for all the three dignitaries.
A very good afternoon, and it's indeed a pleasure to introduce Dr. Mohan Kumar. I think he has been the backbone of what all gene therapy, gene editing work has been happening for Center for Stem Cell Research at the prestigious Christian Medical College, Vellore. And I think he's going to update us what is happening in Indian context, and a lot of work has already happened. So he's going to brief us about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the nice introduction. As previous speakers nicely set up the platform talking about genome editing for the treatment of hematological disorders, I will go through in detail where we are in India, like the various steps we have taken in India in the past decade to take it to the next steps. We have moved ahead compared to Cas9. We also moved to the advanced editing platform. I will tell you why we moved to the advancing platforms in the coming 15 minutes. So as you all like both beta-thal is kind of consists of various mutations, and also HPE is present in India and worldwide. It's one of the most common genetic disorders. Unlike sickle, like the beta-thal is caused by spectrum of mutations. Like beta-thal is caused by only one point mutation, but beta-thal is caused by a mutation in the coding and non-coding regions, both in intron, exons, and also on the promoter, and which causes the level of beta globin to decrease. If you look at the normal beta globin, but in beta thalassemia patient, we see way lower level of beta globin that causes beta thalassemia. But the current approaches are categorized in three different manner. One is to elevate the developmentally silent gamma globin, the fetal hemoglobin, to reactivate, because the beta globin is defective. We try to elevate the gamma globin levels. That's the first approach. The second approach is to replace the defective beta globin. Since the beta thalassemia is caused by spectrum mutations, we want to replace the defective beta globin by using gene addition or by gene correction. And third one is the alpha globin, because the excess alpha globin causes the tetramer formation. To avoid that, there are approaches to eliminate the excess alpha globin, but this is not widely used. The mainly two approaches used are to reactivate the gamma globin levels and also the replace the defective beta globin. Those are the two main approaches currently used for the treatment approaches. But as previous speaker mentioned, the current platform to use the treatment for beta thalassemia using the Cas9 to either to correct the disease causing mutations by, for example, HPE or other beta thal mutations, we can be corrected by using the double strand break. or we can also overcome the mechanisms like splicing defect. We can overcome by using the Cas9 mediated platform. But the problem is, if you're using the Cas9, it causes double strand break, which is not very precise. It causes a lot of chromosomal rearrangement and genetic alterations. And the second approach is to, elevate the gamma globin levels. As I mentioned before, like normally we express higher level of fetal hemoglobin when we are in the normal stage. But when you look at the beta thal or sickle patients, the beta globin is expressed only in the adult stage. So the people tend to manifest the disease only in the adult stage. But there are some mutations in the few individuals shown to elevate the fetal hemoglobin even in the adult stage. In those patients, even though they have a sickle and beta thal mutation, they are disease free. When they identified the disease causing factor, like why these diseases are not happening with these patients, they identified 3 different genes are involved in the transitions. One is the BCL-RNA, as previously mentioned. This is the repressors that binds to the gamma globin promoter and causes the repression of the gamma globins. And second thing is the binding region of this the fetal hemoglobin repressors in the gamma globin promoter. These are widely used now for the treatment of beta thalassemia. The main aim is to isolate the hematopoietic stem cells from beta thalassemia individuals, and then use the Cas9 as a platform, either to correct the disease-causing mutations or to alter the BCL-RNA or its binding site in the genetic levels. So after the genetic corrections, the stem cell will be reinfused to the patients to reverse the phenotype. But there are problems. But if you use the Cas9, it causes double strand break, which can causes larger rearrangements, and then also it can integrate in the wrong places. And the one of the problem is the safety. And second thing is also because of the double strand break, we see higher level of p53 activation, which is not going to be safe for the treatment options. So in our lab, and there are a few other labs in India, we are focusing on advancing platform where we don't want to create any double strand break. We want to use single strand break approach to correct the disorders by using base editing and prime editing. This is the next level of platform used for the treatment platforms. So just give you the overview about the base editor and prime editor, because these approaches uses only single strand break to cause genetic alterations. So basically the base editor causes one base pair to other base pair by using deaminase enzyme. And other approaches like the prime editing, which we can also insert some of the bases, like up to 40 to 50 base pair we can insert and also delete by using prime editing. I mean, there are some few limitations of the base editor that also can be overcome by using prime editor. So my lab is mainly working on basically on base editing and prime editing to cure various disorders, either to correct the disease causing mutations or to elevate the gamma globin levels. And we also went one step ahead. Even without causing single strand break, we want to make the genetic alterations. So in our lab, we developed one more genome editor where without even causing single strand break, we can make the genetic changes. So these are the 3 things I'll be going on my talk. So in the first approach, what we did is like we created the various beta thal mutations, because as you all know, it's very difficult to get mobilize the samples from beta thal individuals. So first we want to create a cellular model for beta thalassemia from the erythroid cells. So for that, we created the mutations that are prevalent in India and worldwide, and we created a model. And then we use both the base editors, the cytosine base editor and adenosine base editor, to correct these mutations. So here is the overview. First, we created the gene fragment with various mutations. And then after identifying the suitable target, we created a model in human erythroid cells. And after validating this, and then we also corrected in the same cells. And after finding the suitable target, we went to the patient samples, hematopoietic stem cells, and then we corrected the mutation at the higher levels. So here is one of the example. So here, as you see here, normally in the human erythroid cells, we try to create the model by using the base editor. After creating model, you can see that the beta globin is defective compared to the normal control cells. Similar thing in the HP also, we see that after creating the mutation, there is an alteration in the gene expression. So after creating these models, then we use the base editor to correct. As we see here, as I mentioned before, after creating model, we see the beta globin is defective. And after correcting the mutation up to 50% levels, we can see that the beta globin is restored to the higher levels. This we can also see in the HPLC design, because if you look at the homozygous mutation, there is no adult hemoglobin produced. But after correction, we can see that higher level of adult hemoglobin is produced at the erythroid cells. So after finding the targets, we went ahead with the hematopoietic stem cells from the HVE patients, and then we corrected up to 50% levels in those cells. And after that, we can see that in the RBC formations and then the ROS formations and unification potential are increased. And also we can see that the level of adult hemoglobin is produced higher levels after correcting. So this shows that by using this platform, we can restore the adult hemoglobin production in the hematopoietic stem cells, which can be one-time therapeutic cure. The next approach is like the universal platform. Unlike beta thal, because it's caused by spectrum of mutations, we want to elevate the fetal hemoglobin by reactivating the gamma globin levels. Inspired by the natural occurring phenomena like the HVF mutations, where it elevates the fetal hemoglobin in even the adult stage. So for that, we use the base editor to screen the whole gamma globin promoter to identify the mutations that can reactivate the gamma globin levels. By screening with this approach, we designed almost 50 guides to screen the gamma globin promoter, and then we identified the two different targets that are shown higher level of fetal hemoglobin compared to the current clinical targets. So this target has shown almost 50% elevation in the gamma globin levels compared to the current clinical targets. We also see the editing up to 50% editing in the hematopoietic stem cells. This is in the in vitro, and we also looked at the in vivo levels. Even the in vivo, we got higher level of fetal hemoglobin, and then we also looked at the safety levels, because the base editor, even though it does not cause a double strand break, we also looked at the safety profile in the RNA and the DNA levels. It's shown to be very safe, and so this is the target we'll be taking next stage for the clinical trials. And then the third approach, what we use is the B-cell RNA, because the B-cell RNA is not only important for fetal hemoglobin switching, it's also important for RBC formations. So there are mutations happening in the autism patients is important for the brain development too. But these patients have a higher level of fetal hemoglobin. So we want to recapitulate those mutations in the hematopoietic stem cells so that we can elevate the fetal hemoglobin levels. So we screen the multiple guide RNAs in the B-cell RNA regions, and then the level of the fetal hemoglobin levels you see is very high compared towards the other clinical trial targets. So we are taking this forward for the next stage of work, and by targeting B-cell RNA, we see very minimal changes in the gene expression, and also it shows normal level of RBC productions. So again, this is again one of the safer approach to move forward. So, and other thing what we face problem even with base editor is even the single strand break, because of the highly homologous region between the beta globin and then delta globin, we see deletion and also in editing in the other genes. So to increase the safety profile, we developed a nuclease-free base editor, because if you look at the beta globin and also the delta globin, they are highly very similar. So when we want to edit one of this region, it also edits the delta globin too, and it also causes deletion in the other regions. So to overcome this, we went to the two-step ahead. First, then is the normal Cas9 platform, which causes double strand break, and the current base editor causes single strand break. So we have used the other method, like the base editor, which does not cause even single strand break, to make the conversions. So with all these approaches under the platform, we have 3 different targets to move forward. So we are taking this nuclease base editor along with all the suitable targets to the next stage for the phase 1 clinical trial at the moment. So this is my group, and then these are the work carried out. So with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I think this is very extensive what you just showed us, and amazing work already done. I have a question from all of us here sitting. How far you from the first clinical trial? I mean, of course, going to be phase 1.
So, yeah.
How much time?
So we are going for the scale-up studies. So in the coming years, we are going to the phase 1. Probably another 1 year, we are going to the phase 1 trial.
Sorry, who funds the research? Because it's a very specialized type of research.
Pardon, madam, I couldn't.
Funding.
Who funds the research is the question.
So DBT, Department of Biotechnology, funds the research.
Biotechnology, Government of India.
Biotechnology.
Well, it's a very specialized type of work, and wish you the best. We already have 2 ongoing, the editing and the other. So if we have something from you, it may be more facilitating than the previous. So it requires a lot of time, though.
Times, yeah.
Because, yeah.
One comment and one more question from all of us here. You showed us the costing of the approved products. I think Dr. Piga showed that. What's going to be your estimation, rough estimation? I know you can't tell that now, but at a rough estimation of the cost of the manufacturing.
So as previous speaker mentioned, the cost is now around like 4 crores in India. So we want to bring down the cost by making everything in India, like bring down the cytokines and also the base editor, everything in in-house. We can bring down the cost way lower. So currently the stem cell transplant costs 50 lakhs. Like even with the government subsidies, we get around 50 lakhs. So we want to bring down up to 50 to 60 lakhs range so that it can be reached to most of the patients.
Transplant is not that expensive. Mad sibling is 14, 15 lakh rupees. So, but anyways, I think 30, 40 lakh rupees is going to be still very, this thing. Just a comment because we have a lot of advocacy groups here, is that I think Dr. Piga touched it briefly, is that it's not some magic wand, gene therapy, and everyone gets cured. So I think very important to keep these patients well and keep them low risk with good pre-transplant hemoglobin levels, which is the problem in India. A lot of patients are maintained at 5, 6, 7 pre-transfusion and iron chelation, because it's like a transplant, but they're autologous transplant. They'll still need conditioning. They will require their own cells to be given back to them. They admit to the hospital for a month. So all that is going to be there, except for immunosuppression and risk of graft-versus-host disease. Everything else applies to gene therapy as well. There's a question here. Yes.
Yeah, hi. So, Government of India has a lot of focus on sickle cell, right? But there are a lot of synergies between sickle cell and thalassemia, right from the prevention till education involved, and there are geographical overlaps of SCD regions and thalassemia hotspots in India also. And there is a overlap in the cure also. The gene editing cure is similar for SCD and thalassemia, right? But there has been a lot of focus on the SCD, and thalassemia is like the secondary concern for the government. So don't you think there are a lot of cost synergies to be achieved, and we will miss the bus if we just take the SCD alone and don't focus on equally on the thalassemia aspects when we are talking about sickle cell free India in 2047?
So coming to the target wise, both sickle and beta thal is the same target. Elevating the fetal hemoglobin is the best approach to reverse the sickle and beta thal phenotype. Coming to the policy, both sickle and beta thal should be taken forward equally.
Yes, because global trials happened for them together, right? But India is like focusing less on.
If I may add a comment, in UK, what happened with the gene editing approach that has been approved for thalassemia at first, looking at the total number of thalassemia patients with the criteria to enter this program in UK, and not for sickle cell, it's the same approach, looking at the number of sickle cell in UK more. But a few days ago, also the sickle cell disease has been approved. This has been approved too, because after a careful assessment on the true number of the candidates that is restricting due to the age, to the absence of HLA identical donor, to the prudence of adult patient, the number of sickle too was not so high in respect to the total number.
And what they said,
Yes, yes.
and what they said,
Anupam can make a
Dr.
comment
Piga,
and then
is
we'll
that,
close.
what they said was that there was a much better advocacy on behalf of the patients with thalassemia. So there you go.
Can I just answer your question? It's when we think about thalassemia and sickle cell disease, for the last 3.5 decades, I've been treating patients with sickle as well as thalassemia and have been involved in their care. Actually, if you ask me, thalassemia had much better advocacy, had much better knowledge. People were much better tuned to this thing. Sickle cell was in that particular region. Okay. Now it's a question of what gets started first. Fortunately or unfortunately, fortunately for sickle and unfortunately for thalassemia, the person at the helm of affairs in Ministry of Tribal Affairs talked to us and they want something done for sickle cell. So we pushed that. There is a lot of synergy between sickle cell and thalassemia, same gene, same kind of a disorder. Can I just hold on a second? But there's a hell of a lot of difference in the prevention and screening of thalassemia and sickle cell. Totally different. It is totally different. We do not have anything for newborn screening in thalassemia. Okay? We have systems in place for newborn screening in sickle cell. Okay? We do not have a point of care test like we have in sickle cell, as we don't have that in thalassemia. A point of care test, a slide test now. So there's a lot of difference. Yes, if you go from the bottom upwards, the top of the pyramid is your HPLC, which should be diagnostic in both the cases. Okay? So the systems have already been put in place for sickle cell disease, so our life is going to be much easier for thalassemia. We have tested the whole system, health system of the country with the help of sickle cell mission. And already in the morning, you were not there, but already the government is thinking, or is not only thinking, it is putting into action a screening and prevention program for thalassemia also, in a graded way. Why in a graded way? Is because we can't chew the whole country in one go. We want to test out as a pilot and then move on to the whole country. So don't think that we cannot do these things. We do it, we will do it, and it shall be done in the next 2 or 3 years itself. Okay? So please, don't confuse the two issues. Strictly speaking, same molecule, same genes sort of thing, but totally different diseases. But the systems at the top are the same, whether it is antenatal checking, whether it is, your CVS and all that also is the same. So आपके अगर systems put in कर देंगे, तो फिर then task becomes much easier for the next disease and the next and the next. I'm not just talking of sickle cell now, I'm talking of all the diseases which occur. So, and you will ask me, why not? पहले क्यों नहीं किया? आप साथ में जरूरी नहीं होता ना भैया, आप अरे यार बात सुन, अरे 2016 में साथ में किया था, but then it was not put in place. It is a question of, listen, it's a question of the person at the top pushing which part. So please don't this thing. And number two, can you handle so much of population जिसमें हम antenatal screening भी करेंगे, सब कुछ कर देंगे, सब disease का इकट्ठा है. There's a norm in WHO which says that once the birth, your infant mortality rate falls down to a certain level, then you start screening for these diseases. Then you start putting systems in place for prevention of these diseases. In Delhi, it is below that, below 10. In Kerala, it is below 10. So some of the states have started qualifying for that kind of a thing. तो ये तभी होएगा अगर आपके पास ₹1 है और उसको आप बेस्ट यूटिलाइज करना चाहिए. सर प्लीज मेरी बात समझो. सर देखो, I'm not arguing. I'm as passionate about thalassemia. I've spent more years working that. So these things are not, the government cannot take decisions on my passion or your passion. Okay? It has to be, everything has to be measured.
Okay, so Dr. Anupam.
We'll close, I think.
And sir, I would like to request you that we'll have a question answer session, so we can hold our sessions till then. So for now, I would like to request Dr. Andrula and Dr. Sunil Bhatt to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Mohan Kumar Kim. Okay. I would now like to request Mr. Deepak Chopra to please come forward and facilitate our key speakers, Dr. Anupam Sachdev. Please give him a big round of applause. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Piga. Thank you for honoring us as our special guest. Next, I would like to request Mr. Deepak to felicitate Dr. Dimitrios. We'll wait for him. Okay, so meanwhile, let me invite Dr. Jyoti Kotwal to come forward. Okay, so we have Dr. Dimitrios amongst us. So big round of applause for him. This is a token of our gratitude, love and affection, sir. So our stage is set for the next session. I would first like to invite the chairpersons and the moderators for the session. May I please invite Dr. Manas Kalra as the moderator. Okay, so to chair the session, we have Dr. Andrula amongst us, Dr. Jyoti Kotwal, Chairperson, Member, Hematology and Clinical Pathology, Sir Gangaram Hospital. Then I would also like to call upon Dr. Reena Das, Head Department Hematology, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. It's a privilege to have Ms. Vinita Srivastava amongst us, National Health Authority, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and Dr. Vinky Rughwani, President, Maharashtra Medical Council and President, Thalassemia and Sickle Cell Society of Central India. So I request all of them to please take their seats. Dr. Andrula. Sorry, we are bothering you time and again, Doctor.
Jyoti ma'am, Reena, Dr. Reena Das, Vinita Srivastava, Pinky Rukwani, you and
Okay, so my first speaker, okay, so first speaker amongst us is Dr. Satyam Arora, Additional Professor, Department of Transfusion Medicine, Postgraduate Institute of Child Health, PGICH, as we call it, Noida. So please welcome Dr. Satyam Arora with a round of applause, please. And he'll be sharing his views on National Registry.
So, this whole session, first we have a series of lectures, and after that we'll have a panel discussion where we'll have the interaction with our panelists who are here and also the audience. So first we'll have lectures and then we'll be going on to the panel. Yeah. Lectures have to be briefed. I think that has been told many times now. Satyam, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And good evening, everyone. I know
we are all running against the time, so I'll make my presentation very brief and very crisp. It's an honor to be today with all of you as an distinguished gathering which is dealing and discussing thalassemia at length. And the topic which I will be covering is national registries, and national registries which focus on thalassemia. What is the status of national registries with regard to our country, and what is the status as far as a global scenario is concerned? So we know, that is how I've, planned my presentation. Just a brief introduction followed by what are patient registries, what is the global status, what is the national registry status, and finally, how I would like to conclude. So as we have been discussing since morning, WHO is a major global, WHO has stated that thalassemia is a major global burden with up to 226 million carriers being there in worldwide. 80% of thalassemia are in this part of the world, that is from sub-Saharan level to Mediterranean to Southeast Asia. And management of thalassemia is very complex and multidisciplinary, and that we have been discussed and we've been shown the experience by Dr. Pega. And there have been shown that advanced IT tools can really help us in planning better public policies and advancements. So a patient registry has some important part, and that consists of a comprehensive information of patient with having that disease. What is the demography? What is the clinical scenario? What is the quality of care is these patients are receiving? What is the quality of life? What is the patient outcome? What is the disease research that we can do? And finally, the evaluation of the program. And a high quality registry talks about variation that is there in the real world. It allows surveillance of these important health conditions, better understanding of patient health status, evaluation of changing practices and trends, and looking at the advances. And thalassemia registries have been considered as an important tool for monitoring and improving the quality of healthcare of thalassemia patient in any country. So the objective of these thalassemic registries is to systematically collect and maintain this data on thalassemia patient. It facilitates research and development of better treatment. It aids for formulation of effective healthcare policies and to improve awareness and screening programs for any region in the country. So this was a very interesting global analysis of registries globally present across the world. Two registries, one from Cyprus and Malaysia, was not included in this study. However, from 1984 to 2016, there were 13 registries, 16 total registries. Out of them, 13 registries were national, one was multinational, and two were regional. And if you see the chart, there are only 4 countries from Asia, that is Iran, Singapore, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, which have a proper registry of thalassemia patient. Europe dominates the region of thalassemia registry with a better healthcare system. And then there is a registry in North America and Australia. Most of these registries are, distributed in major 14 countries, which are, there in North America and Europe, just 4 in Asia. And there is no thalassemia registry in South America and Africa. 6 registries were specifically designed to collect data on thalassemia. However, rest of the 10 registries collect everything on hemoglobinopathy. So if you see presently globally, you have 6 registries which are only collecting dedicated data on thalassemia. A major factor or a major need to develop a registry is funding. So it is an important element to have a proper funding, to have continuity to these registries. And registries with good coverage and accuracy are more likely to have significant and substantial amount of funding. The registries receive funding from various resources. In this study, they were from government resources, they were from scientific organization, research organization. Some of them were from pharmaceutical manufacturer, accreditation body, philanthropic bodies. However, the study quotes that any registries which is owned and run by the government is much better, much fair, and much open. And it is also important to have continuity and predictability in these registries. Coming to what is the status in our country. In India, there is just one major registry that is run by ICMR, or which collects data on rare diseases in the country. And at present, this is today morning snapshot, which has a data of 3,973 thalassemic patients, which we know is a highly underreported number. Another important thing with this registry is this talks about the genetic mutation which is around these diseases. However, we still don't know the clinical condition, the phenotype of these thalassemic patients. So national registries are important to help us and understand this disease burden. It enables early diagnosis and intervention. It assists in monitoring and treatment outcomes. So there is a heavy budgetary support that government is doing with regard to safe blood, leukoreduction filter, blood bags, blood testing kits, chelation drugs. So these registries does help the country to focus their resources, their funding to an area which requires more care. Another important thing is if we are enrolling more younger patients from a region in this registry, this actually gives us an idea. That is an area which probably has having a more circulation of the carrier of the thalassemia gene as compared to some of the areas which may not be reporting more young patients or more new patients. So this actually helps us in monitoring epidemiological studies, clinical research, generating educational material around them. So this is an interesting paper very recently released by SMR, which talked about why there were issues around the registries which were developed in India. So there is low quality of data that gets submitted. There is inattentive abstracting, poor reporting, poor documentation of these cases. At times these cases are not picked up at a lot of centers. Then there are poor definition and specificity of this data. So we need to understand that if we want to have data from periphery of our country, we need to make it as simple as possible so that a paramedic or a healthcare provider can identify that disease and report it to this portal. Finally, what is an ideal registry? Well, I was trying to compile this as an ideal registry for our country. So it should have a clear objective. It should be comprehensive and secure. Most commonly collected data can be just demography, clinical condition, complication of this disease and therapy, and finally the outcome. As we've seen from Dr. Pega's presentation, there is such a long survival of thalassemic patients in that part of the world. We want to understand what is the long-term effect and the long-term survival of patients in our country. So this registry should be accurate, should have integrity and completeness of data. It should be a web-based data. So now we are an IT hub, we are the IT capital of the world. We should have an IT-based registry which is more accurate. It gives us a real-time updates, and it can be used for policy making with every year. And data collection of thalassemic registries is very diverse, from the point of diagnosis to transfusion to now transplants and outcome of these transplant, overall survival of outcome of these transplant. And some of the patients are getting eligible to enroll into forthcoming gene therapy trials. So we need to collect everything in these registries, that how many patients are receiving transplant, how many patients are surviving after transplant, and what is the status. Finally, what is the benefit? So it gives us comparability between the countries, between the states, between the institutions. It enhances patient management and follow-up care. It supports development of new therapy. It strengthens the screening and preventive measures, and it contributes to the global thalassemia research. And I think that's one of the main objective of TIFF being here, and with discussion with Dr. Andrula, I think this has come up again and again that India actually needs a comprehensive central thalassemia registry. Finally, to conclude, in much of Asia Pacific region, South America and Africa, the registries are entirely absent, and they are very limited, institutionalized or state level. The National Registry of Thalassemia is vital for disease management. It requires continuous support from healthcare professionals and policymakers. A national thalassemia registry can be integrated into genetic research. It can be a collaborative with international and national institutions, and even use of AI and data analytics can help us predict what is the healthcare burden that this disease will have, what is the burden of blood requirement that disease will have. So I think I would like to conclude that this is a right time, a right platform to actually propose for a central registry, and to look forward that we have something by the time we have the next conclave being organized by the Thalassemia India. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Satyam, for nicely summarizing the need for the registry. And I think we've been hearing that, every year 10,000 thalassemia children are born in India. But if you really dig into the whole reason, number, and the analytics of it, sometimes we wonder whether that number is also correct or not, whether it is an underestimation or an overestimation. So, we clearly are not measuring the numbers properly, and a registry is just going to be a step to help us have better policy making for our patients. Okay, so he's not there. Okay. So we'll now move on to the next session. We'll have the discussion towards the end. So Satyam, just hang around, and I'm sure there will be more questions for you. So the next talk is on the ECHO Thalassemia program. And I would like to invite Dr. Sandeep Bhalla, who's Vice President for ECHO, who's going to kind of tell us as to what ECHO has helped, how ECHO has helped us build a better thalassemia environment in the country for the doctors, for everyone, every stakeholder who is involved, and how the education is percolating through ECHO. And mind you, they're not just helping us with thalassemia, there are many other areas, and us being the PHO chapter, all our education activities are also done through the ECHO platform. So over to you, Dr. Sandeep.
Thank you to the organizers for giving Eco India this opportunity. Respected leaders on the dais, respected leaders of the dais. As you all know that one of the key area for all in the health system is the capacity building. And I think that is the dire need of today's scenario also and in the future also. And then in this particular arena, the ECHO, which is Extension for Community Healthcare Outcome, which is a not-for-profit organization based out of Delhi, we are working extensively into this sector, not only for the health point of view, but also into the education as well as into the livelihood point of view also. So I will just give you the brief what exactly we have done so far in India in the thalassemic sector. But if you see the journey of ECHO, we have partnerships with 30 state national health missions, Government of India. We have Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture, Jal Jeevan Mission. They are all our signed partners, 20 All India Institute of Medical Sciences, 14 nursing councils. So you name the institution, NIMHANS, Tata Memorial Hospital, as Sir has mentioned, the PAHO chapter, the Indian Academy of Pediatrics is our signed partner along with the FOXY also. So the main purpose of our work is to empower the frontline workers, not only the clinicians, but other cadres also. And so that the knowledge should reach to the last mile in the right time with the right impact, so that the outcomes which all of us are looking into, we can get that. The project ECHO started in 2003 by our founder, Dr. Sanjeev Arora in University of New Mexico, Albuquerque, on a hub and spoke way on hepatitis C. And today this is a global movement which is there in 190 countries, and there has been a trust created in India in 2008 known as ECHO India Trust, and we have taken up the lead in expansion of this model in Indian sector also. I'll come to the straight away that why we are all here today. We started one initiative on building the capacity of medical officers and the other cadres in the thalassemia sector. This project came in 2022 on 1st of October, and the project mode was that you have to take one national hub lead center, and then there would be 3 knowledge centers in the country who can take it up, this capacity building initiative, into the different states. So we were very fortunate to select the national hub as a PGICH, Postgraduate Institute of Child Health, under the leadership of Dr. Neeta Radhakrishnan. And then we were having the 3 knowledge hub centers in discussion with the committee which has been formalized to co-create the curriculum also. And the committee members are none other than but all key opinion leaders like Dr. Tulika Seth, Dr. Makar, Dr. Kalra, and all various other leaders. They have co-created the curriculum, and that's how we have finalized the 3 centers. And the 3 centers were, one is that is National Health Mission of Madhya Pradesh, in which Government Medical College, Gandhi Medical College, Bhopal has been taken up, and Dr. Ruby Khan is representing today from Madhya Pradesh government. And then another center was West Bengal, Kolkata Municipal Corporation, and the third center was Bombay Municipal Corporation, Dr. Mamta Miglani Center, which is one of the center of excellence, you can say, in the thalassemic sector also. So these are the 3 centers, and the target was to capture the around 400 medical officers in the country in a batch wise, because we are a model of a low dose and a high frequency. It's a tele-mentoring way. It is not a learning platform, but it's not a teaching platform, but it's a learning platform. In a drip irrigation way, you can provide the education to these people on a virtual mode, and people don't have to even travel. It's a totally cost-efficient way with no financial involvement in this. Another component of this program was expansion of this program with collaboration with the thalassemic societies. And we were very fortunate that we did the partnership with Thalassemics India. Even Dr. J.S. Arora is also here. the Society of Thalassemia India also is one of our eminent partner. So both these organizations, they collaborated and they guided us for expansion of this portfolio in various other areas also. So if you see that today's the topic, the theme of the event is strengthening the collaborations and bridging the gaps. And the same thing we are also working, networking and the partnerships, curriculum development. Then there is a strong component for quality assurance and mechanism. So so these are the partners, you can see that, and which I have already mentioned to you. National Thalassemia Welfare Society, National Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana, they are all our partners. And then we are having our program advisors also, those who are guiding us for formalizing and how the program is going on into different these states also. Two things happened coincidentally during the Thalassemia National Thalassemia, the International Thalassemia Day, which was celebrated always on 8th of May. The theme of in 2023 was strengthening the education for bridging the gap of thalassemia care, and this project launched in 2022 itself. And similarly, the thalassemia guidelines came over first time in India, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India also announced the sickle cell anemia mission on 1st July 2023 from the scheduled district of Madhya Pradesh. And all these things combined together, you can see that simultaneously there was a concept of capacity building was going on. Madhya Pradesh was one of our states in which we launched this particular initiative. So I think the time was right, and this particular initiative moved into a very right direction. These are the modules. When we started that, we were focusing only on medical officer, but the demand came that we should have some initiative for the pediatricians also. So the modification of the modules have been done, and the 6 modular initiative from the various pediatric groups from the different states have also been modified, and then we implemented this particular program in all the 3 states for the pediatric group also. So you can imagine that once you create the need into the state, once the state buy-in is there, then the scale of the activities is not an issue. So that's what we always do. We never do the things in isolation. We always do the things in collaboration with the respective governments so that the buy-in should come up. And tomorrow, the long-term sustainability, which all of us who are looking into, they can take it up in a big way. So this is the launch of the program on 11th April by conduction of the TOT, which has happened. And here I would like to pay my sincere gratitude to Vinita madam, and because she was the one during that time in the Tribal Affair Ministry, and she guided us in a very, very immense way. And the ex-honorable Tribal Affair Minister, Mr. Arjun Mundaji, has joined. And you can see the inauguration has happened at PGICH Noida, and all the 3 centers leads along with the various trainers, they came over, and we just apprised them regarding the course curriculum, because tomorrow once they want to implement it, they should implement in a systematic and a very, very rational way. And there are a lot of media coverages which have happened on basis of for this particular launch also. So we rolled out the program, and there was not only the program, but there was also one other component of webinar series, which was open for all other health cadres all across country. Initially, we started for India, but we were so fortunate that as we were in the verge of completion of the program, we got the partnership with the TIFF, Thalassemia International Federation, and the FOXY. So, and then they started the international webinar series also. And I'm really fortunate here that this opportunity was given by none other than but Ms. Shobha Tuli madam to make this collaboration possible with the TIFF and for this webinar series for the international participants also. You can see that these are the various glimpses. We conducted the midterm review meet also to get the feedback from the states, from the takers. If you want to modify the things, you can do that. So these are we started doing the expansion of the knowledge network also. Around 71 eco sessions have happened. We have trained more than 420 medical officers. But if you see the webinar series, the attendance was more than 1,000 participants. These are some key findings of the impact also. These are 88.83% rated this. It's moderately relevant. And then if you see that there is definitely a use what they learned to the session, and they want to recommend this to the other peer group also. These are the initial findings. We are in a final stage of publishing a paper also on this once the impact evaluation full findings were there. These are the webinar series. You can see that this is the international webinar series which we started, and this is name given was Zero Thalassemia Project webinar series, which we launched in collaboration with FOXY and IAP. And this is a collaborative model which is going on. These are the glimpses of some of the sessions. And I will come to the end of my presentation by saying that nothing can be possible if you can do single-handedly, but in collaborative way, which is the theme of your today also, I think this collaboration has brought all these results for all of us. So big thank you to each one of you for giving Eco India this opportunity so that a lot of patients can get the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. We wish you all the best for all the future endeavors. We move on to the next talk, which is by Mr. Shaluka Hiran Premachandra. He is the founder of the Lanka Thalassemia Organization. So we're very fortunate to have our neighboring countries here, and your partnership with us matters a lot. So please.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thanks Thalassemia International Federation and the Thalassemic Indian because this is the very valuable chance for us. I am Shaluk Hiran Premachandra, national organizer and founder of Lanka Thalassemia Organization. It is the first and only national-wide organization in Sri Lanka. Before I want to say that my English is not very good, but I am doing my best to share this information in simple English and briefly. Thank you for your kindly understanding. Sri Lanka, right, next. Sri Lanka is beautiful island in the Indian Ocean. It has amazing nature, rich history, friendly people. You can place like Sigiri Rock, Elephant in Wild, and peaceful rivers. I am proud of represent you, my country, and share our work in thalassemia care. Thank you for listening. This is the overview of thalassemia in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is high regional variability of thalassemia. Map, you can see the map, northwestern, central, and eastern province. Prevalence and genetic factors. Sri Lanka has a significant number of thalassemia patients with estimate 2 to 3% of the population being carried of the beta thalassemia gene. Thalassemia patients in Sri Lanka 2,500 to 3,000. They haven't national registry. Beta thalassemia major, the most disease in Sri Lanka. Also, a small number of patients with sickle thalassemia, sickle diseases. We have small strength of our treatment management. Free health, 100% free health service in Sri Lanka for us. Also, Century Coordinator National Blood Transfusion Service, 100% voluntary blood donation. That is the very big opportunity for us as the patient and organization. No shortage of blood supply any day, anytime, no any shortage of blood. Thank you. Also, iron chelators provided by free of the state. And you can see that Desperal infusion pump provided by Sri Lankan Navy it's also free. Also, thalassemia prevention program start 2007. Bone marrow transplant program available in the private sector since 2013 and the state sector 2022. We have weakness as the country. Treatment not uniform across the country. Some regional units maintained by minimum physical and human facilities. Also, chelators availability is not smooth. Concerned about effectiveness of the available chelators, that is the big problem, and I think you also have this problem. Prevention program been unsuccessful because every year new admission is 14 to 16 new thalassemia patients admit to the hospital sector in Sri Lanka. Also, national registry, lack of national registry, one is being developed under the development more years. Proposed solution and future direction. Establishment of national thalassemia registry. We want data, we want facts, so that is the most important thing. Also ensuring consistent supply of medicine, also regular patient monitoring, that is the very most important, and we need that regular patient monitoring system. Enhancing collaboration between thalassemia unit. As the thalassemia organization, we try to do it and always we doing it. We expectation from you, ISNHD and TIF, access to the better medicine and treatment, also like that desorexamine, deferriprone, and also our main request and our main hope is the support for the introducing new generation iron chelation therapies and the better treatment of protocol. So other improving healthcare facilities and capacity building for healthcare professions. Last month we participated the National Hemophilia capacity building workshop. That is a very fantastic and strong organization. So I suggest the TIF and other organization, please help us to do the training program and the workshop for Sri Lanka hematologists, nurses and other healthcare staff, advance the thalassemia treatment method. Also support for the exchange program to enable Sri Lankan doctors and researchers to visit leading thalassemia centers in India and other countries. Also development standard treatment guideline. Uh, yeah. Uh, my time is, this is the correct effect and the future direction of thalassemia organization. I go past. This is our organization. This is our senior professor, Professor Anuja Premardana. This is the board of director, Lanka Thalassemia organization. My time is finished, so this is our work since 2021. So I would like to thanks again, and I would like to invite all of you visit Sri Lanka. Thank you.
So I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Shaluka Heran for putting up a very transparent picture in front of us. And we really appreciate your strengths and weaknesses are always can be taken care of, sir. So very good that you have addressed them here. I would now like to call upon Mrs. Vinita Srivastav. She has to leave, so I am urging her to come up on stage early. She's from National Health Authority, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Yeah.
So, please. So, thank you so much. And it's a time to have a good tea, but I'm going to speak because I have to leave. I'm sorry for that. So, when we talk about thalassemia, we have all been learning, and from the different states, with different countries, and all together from Sri Lanka. And when we heard our international speakers about it, what the gaps are. Now, the concern is India has been doing a lot. We cannot say India has not been doing, and with all your efforts, everybody sitting in this hall has been very encouraging work. I should appreciate each and every individual over here who has done a lot for this thalassemia. we have gone a long way. हम लोग बहुत लंबा चल के आए हैं. We have gone a very long way. Rather, we should say some of the people have been working for 35 years. And 35 years is not a small time when we talk about thalassemia. 35 years. When we initiated all these things, people really, the community leaders, I should say, the patients' parents had worked so hard, and because of them, we have succeeded to this extent. So when we started in 2013-14, this was parents organizations who came forward that now it's a time that we should also start the interventions for thalassemia or hemoglobinopathies. And I have everybody over here. I start taking the names. So every name is so important. If I talk to Mrs. Tuli, if I talk to Bhurba Ghosh, if I talk to Dr. Aurora, so everybody. So everybody came forward that now it's a time that we have to sit together and decide what exactly has to be done for the country for like India. We didn't have any interventions that time. And now we initiated those interventions in NHM, and from NHM to NHA. It's a long journey. So now, why I'm talking about from NHM to NHA, now it's a big journey. NHM started the interventions. The program was initiated, the screening was initiated in a very small manner. The states were asked to start the screening. They were persuaded because health is a state subject. We can't say every time that this has to be done by us. The national level only the guidelines are there, but the implementation has to be. So those PIPs work, they came forward, they prepared PIPs, state went to them. Then we also talked about the blood services, how the blood services should be there in the country. And we all formulated, we should say we all formulated, everybody in this hall has been doing a great job for this thalassemia prevention and sickle cell. And finally, we came up with such extent now that we have bone marrow transplants in our country. We also have a national registry, which is now has been initiated for thalassemia as well. So it was started with sickle cell mission, and now it has been initiated for thalassemia as well. And hemophilia has also been added. So it's a great time now. We should cherish. Yes, there are gaps. We need to learn. We have to learn. And I personally believe that now is the time that the patient should have a self-reliance, which is more important for everything. They should be independent. Now, every time they don't have to be dependent on their parents or the doctors. They need to be self-reliant. They need to be independent. And they need to understand what exactly they have to do in their future. The prevention is very important. They can be the ambassadors. Why I'm talking about the patients? Because they can be the ambassador for the near future. There's a time where we have to take up these ambassadors to talk about the interventions, what is needed for the society and in a better sense. So awareness, as we said, we were just having a word that awareness is very important. You guys have been doing a lot. When we started with Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, we started with the sickle cell mission awareness programs. This was a PM's program which was done. So all these things has been initiated, and at NHA now there are around 14 packages which has come up for thalassemia and sickle. All credits to again the patient society who have worked together for this cause. So now NHA we have 14, just imagine 14 packages which are there for the medicines, for the blood transfusion, and for their in-house treatment. Everything is there. So now government has also come forward because of your efforts, and this is all the time I should appreciate. I mean, I have been a good learner from you all. I initiated an NHM as an intervention, but the learning has been from you all. And I'm thankful to my senior colleagues at ministry and also at the minister, Arjun Mundaji, and everybody who was there with us working so hard. So I'm thankful to every senior official of Government of India who has been a guidance to this project. And thank you so much. I have to leave, but it was a good initiation, and I heard some of my good speakers. It was a good learning to me. This was, and again, whenever I am there, I learn something new from you people. So it's a learning time always, as I say. I have miles to go before I sleep, so I learn and learn from you guys to do something great about this. Thank you so much.
Big round of applause for Mrs. Vinita. Her efforts have been very continuous since past 1 decade and more, I would say. And she has very dedicatedly devoted her life to thalassemia. Moving further, I would like to call upon Ms. Fatma Jishan Salim, Executive Committee member from Maldivian Thalassemia Society. Yeah. Please.
Thank you very much. And I am from the Maldivian Thalassemia Society, and greetings from all of my colleagues back from the Maldives. Thank you, Mrs. Toley and Thalassemics India and Dr. Andrula for this opportunity. Since I have only 5 minutes, I'll just skip through all of my slides. I'll give a snapshot of thalassemia in Maldives and also focus on the unmet needs for thalassemia. Center, okay. Okay. Why is it important for us? Maldives has 18% of its population as beta thalassemia carriers. So we have one of the highest thalassemia prevalence in the world. And that means that 1 in every 6 person is a thalassemia carrier, beta carrier. And statistically saying 1 in every 30 marriages end up marrying 2 thalassemia carriers. 1 in 120 live births is a thalassemia major. So that is statistically speaking. Okay, number of thalassemia patients in the country. We are a very small population, just over 300,000 people in the country. So these numbers are small when I stand here in India. And we have over 900 patients registered total. We are not talking about the unregistered patients, only the registered patients. And half of them reside in the outer islands, in the remote islands, and half of them live in the center, that is the capital. That is the only center where we have a thalassemia center in the country and thalassemia specialists in the country. These are the new registrations. It has its bumps up and down, but it's not like reduced as we would like to see it. Policy on thalassemia. We have a very good policy environment for thalassemia. First is Maldivian Thalassemia Society has lobbied and worked to enact a law on thalassemia, which means that the government and the state is mandated to provide quality of life for the patients by ensuring that they get the standard quality care for each and every one of the patients, and to reduce the number of thalassemia patients in the country by a nationwide result-oriented nationwide prevention and control program. And also that all the resources are available to ensure that this happens. And all the services to thalassemia patients are free of charge. So it is mandated by the law to ensure that this is given to the patients. So in 2024, we also advocated to have a thalassemia action plan because the law is law and it's not being actually implemented through guidelines and protocols. So we have a 10-year National Thalassemia Action Plan launched in 2024, which encapsulate all of these elements to ensure that the quality of life for thalassemia patients are ensured. So we have a thalassemia prevention program which is led by the NGO sector with patients and parents who lead this prevention program, and where awareness and education is the key focus. Awareness and education of the policymakers, awareness and education for the healthcare providers, as well as the parents and patients. We have a specific focus on each of these groups. Patients and parents, we have a specific focus to empower them by educating them on the most recent updated protocols and link them with the most updated treatment protocols and facilitate it. So our patients comply with the treatment when they are knowledgeable about their treatment. And one of the work that we have been doing is to ensure that the curriculum of the pre-service and in-service healthcare providers have thalassemia in it. So one of my previous speakers have touched upon it, and that's something that we have been actually doing it, and we hope to make it happen quite soon. Mass media and social media, as you know, this is a digital world right now. So we have been utilizing that to ensure that, because we are a very geographically distributed country, we need this to happen through the media, through the digital platform. So we have been working to create awareness for the healthcare providers, for the patients and parents on social media and mass media. Screening and testing before marriage. In Maldives, it is mandatory to get tested before you are 18 years of age. So by the time you are 18, you have to be tested for thalassemia. You need to know thalassemia information beforehand. So that is also one of our advocacy that has actually been fruitful. Genetic counseling with the national screening program goes. However, we are still working on introducing prenatal diagnosis in the country. We have, okay, back. These are the types of thalassemia carriers in the country. We have color-coded it because we found out that people do not read what's written on there. So when we color-code it, it's easier for them to figure out, okay, I have a green card, so if I get a pink card, partner is a pink card, then it's trouble. So you need to get more specific information on that. So we have HBE, we have beta, we have HBD, sickle cell, and alpha thalassemia. So when I talked about the 18% of the population, it's only the pink color or the beta thalassemia carriers. So the treatment, we have a very established basic treatment for thalassemia patients. Blood transfusion is very, very good, and the compliance is nearly 100%. Iron chelation, we get 3 chelator, 2 oral chelators, and 1 desferal. So, however, when it comes to the specialty care and the multidisciplinary care, we lack giving it to all the patients, and we do not have a proper system to address to the patients. So that is one of the hindrance to our treatment protocols. And despite many patients reaching adolescence and being, we have a very young adult population, and the oldest living patient is 43 years old. And our 2% of our health budget is on thalassemia. So this is a huge number of investment from the state to thalassemia. So as a patient organization, we have been advocating that we should see results. It has to be more than this. So this is the topic that I have been given, unmet need for patient care. So health system gaps, we like a comprehensive thalassemia program that addresses to ensuring that their health is at the center of the program. So the policy implementation, yeah, okay. Another challenge is patient care, which I have already touched upon, so I will not go into there, but I have elaborated in my presentation. And also the absence of an electronic medical record. We do not have proper record systems for the patients. Preventive strategies is also something that we need to strengthen in order to ensure that our patients' life is at the center of the whole thalassemia program. The last point here, lack of proper resources, the technical expertise within the country, because we are reliant on India a lot and Sri Lanka a lot on our expertise, and also we get a lot of support from TIF to make sure that our health professionals are up to date on this. However, when I say that the healthcare system is weak, when the thalassemia program, the NGOs are complementing to the national program. So what we envisage is a national thalassemia program that is mainstreamed into the system, that is also supported by the NGOs. As a result, this is what we have seen, that you can see that ferritin levels are quite high, and there's from the 59 patients that we have randomly taken, only 4 have ferritin level below 1,000. So this is just a snapshot of the quality of care that we have been saying. And this is the age distribution graph that we have. As you can see, our young adult population is the key thalassemia patient population. And when you go beyond 25 years, it's only in single digits, which means that our health care for our patients and quality of life for our patients need to be really strengthened. And also, we are not having a reduced number of thalassemia registrations, so which means our prevention programs need to be strengthened as well. So this is the snapshot of our unmet need for thalassemia in the country. Recommendations, I'll keep it for later because I don't think I have time, but this is as my previous speakers have said, we need a lot of strengthening of the whole system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for showing us the glimpse of what is the scenario in Maldives. And now I'll request Mr. Viresh Piplani. He is representing the thalassemia patient advocacy group, and he'll be sharing his feelings. Come.
Thanks, Dr. Manas. Good evening, everyone. So as part of Thalassemia Patient Advocacy Group, first thing I would like to highlight our mission, that is to prevent overall interest of thalassemics and prevent thalassemia. So in order to do that, there are multiple factors that we need to identify, and the most important is blood safety. So as you all may have read, recently there was a case in one hospital in Kanpur. There were 14 thalassemia patients which are positive of HBV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and HIV. And it was a very recent incident, which is unfortunate. But the bigger problem is this is not the isolated event. This is one of such event, and we have seen multiple incidents in the past in India, as well as I have read about other countries also. But focusing on India, what we need is, we have the guidelines from TIF, from WHO, UN, plus Indian government as well. But what is lacking is a regulations around them, some act around that will ensure that these are followed, and some grievance redressal should be there, and some punishable penalties should also be there to ensure that this is followed. Only then this will help people live a better life. So I would like to highlight and request all the authorities to work with us, with all of us, and we can jointly have this in place. Our second point is, as Dr. Vasant and Dr. Shamal from Indian Academy of Pediatrics and Gynecology and Obstetrician associations have highlighted, that the first and most commonsensical need is to have the prenatal testing to diagnose if there is a possibility of parents who are a carrier of thalassemia, or if there is a prenatal test that the fetal is carrying thalassemia, so that an awareness can be given to them that this is the problem that you may face when you are trying to become a parent, or this is the problem which may be there with your children if child is already conceived. So that is the thing which has to be there. And again, we all talk about it, and unfortunately we have gynec for a national insurance, very much like Obamacare, there is a scheme, but it does not cater the entire thalassemia population. It has some limitations that it will cater to 40% less affluent people, I would say. But it is not doing the exhaustive coverage, that is one. And second, it is not as widely available, recognized, and awareness level also in thalassemics and other globinopathies. There is awareness is less. So we want it to be providing exhaustive coverage to all thalassemics. And now if a thalassemics is doing a job, they are paying income tax, they're out of the 40% category. They are not covered under this scheme as per the regulations, and they're not getting any insurance also. There is a policy from IRDA that thalassemia should be covered under insurance, but the premium is so high that they cannot there is a problem in affording that. So there should be a caping, and insurance plans should be made that enables thalassemics to get treatment, or it should be under Ayushman Bharat so that they are getting the treatment. Currently that is a major problem, that quality of treatment is not provided. India has actually, if I detail, there are two models. One is government model, and as we have heard that there are government hospitals providing treatment, medicine, test, everything. But there are some limitations based on geography and limited scope in government sector also. So a lot of people take treatment at private hospitals as well. So we need exhaustive coverage there. Then another recent challenge that a lot of thalassemics are experiencing is the shortage of desferal, which is one of the most effective chelation medicine. And the person who is not able to take any other treatment due to the they're not suitable for him, they fall back onto the desferal. But there is a acute shortage of it, and we request to have a generic model or some other way to increase the manufacturing and delivery to patients through Ayushman Bharat to government hospitals, so that they are able to get their treatment and all. And apart from that, what we also noticed is that in the new Income Tax Act regime, there is no consideration of person with disability, not only thalassemia, but any person with disability, which was there in the older regime. There was a section 80U, but that also has gone. So government is not giving as good focus on the person with disability overall, including thalassemics. And then there is another issue that thalassemia is covered under Person with Disability Act, but there are certain limitations only for thalassemia category, which exclude us to get reservation in jobs, while other disabilities are getting that. There are 21. This is one of the less focused where this thing is not covered. So that is another important factor that I want to highlight as our challenges. So yeah, thanks everyone, and that is where I finish. Yeah.
I'm sorry that I'm being the main person here, but we have the panel and we want these points to be covered, because there is going to be an open house where you'll all get opportunities to bring your points and discuss your points. So we'll have that at the end of this. So we come to the last one, which is Dr. Neeraj Singh from Nepal, who is the voice of thalassemia patients and the entire community from Nepal. So he's a hematologist and unit chief, and would just reflect upon what Thalassemia Society in Nepal is able to achieve.
Thank you, Thalassemia India and TIA for this opportunity. I'm just highlighting the things, what is going in Nepal and what are our challenges. So almost so Nepal is a country between India and China. So and we have, as we say, which is by nature it is a paradise on earth, but health sector it is very poor in infrastructure as well as the health policies. So our country is diversely in three regions, mainly the mountain region, hilly region, and plain region. And we are the federal structure, so we have the seven federal structure with separate governments. So populars and
per capita income is very low compared to the other countries. So as we know, Southeast Asia is the highest prevalence for the thalassemia, and according to the WHO, approximately 120 births per year. It's a hospital-based registry, and under 5 mortality as per the WHO is 20 per 1,000 live births. So overall prevalence for thalassemia and hemoglobinopathy is approximately 8%. We don't have the proper registry, but our preliminary data and some pilot surveys show that it's around 8%. And two different ethnic groups where sickle cell and E disease are more prevalent in those groups. So we have a wide, many variants of hemoglobinopathy as well as thalassemia. So we have approximately 750 transfusion dependent patients all over the Nepal, and there is only one center it's in Kathmandu, capital city, and we are under regular treatment. And other part of the countries, there is no frequent, no regular transfusion as well as the no iron chelations. So my center is the only one center where we give the proper as we say thalassemia care. We do regular blood transfusion, but we can't maintain the pre-transfusion hemoglobin. So our average pre-transfusion hemoglobin between the 8 to 10. We can't maintain the pre-transfusion hemoglobin. So genetic counseling is there, and we'll do 3-4 prenatal diagnosis, but it's not in the policy. So we have a health policy for the prevention and treatment of genetic diseases, mostly the thalassemia, sickle cell, hemophilia, all in the one policy. So we have a basic guideline for healthcare, primary healthcare workers, like national guideline for the hemoglobinopathies. And we are also in the process, in the dialogue with the China for the gene therapy. So the Beijing Genomic Institute, and they have selected 4 countries: Pakistan, Thailand, Indonesia, and Nepal for these genomic sequencing, as well as we also advocate for the gene therapy for the thalassemia. So we are moving. We are now giving care, cure, and control. So we are in the, like, for Nepal, it's in the basic. We call it the primitive stage. From 0 to 10 scale, we are still in the scale 2. We have lots of challenges. So we call a single line endless challenges. Our oldest patient is around 48 years. And the most difficult challenges and the most important challenge I face is about the knowledge and education regarding the thalassemia among the healthcare workers, not the hematologists or not the not this, but other healthcare professional like different subspecialties. They still think that thalassemia is a very rare disease and it's in the very ethnic population. And as we are the resource constant and financially not strong, so regular iron chelation or organ monitoring and this complication management is a very difficult part in our setting. Availability of blood is also a big challenges, though blood is almost like a free from the state, but the adherence to the patient to the blood transfusion is very challenging. Most of the patient, they don't follow the pre-transfusion. Whenever they feel the symptoms, then only they comes. So it's like a logistic problem, or it's like the patient education also. So in like advocacy part in our country, in my country, is also very poor. There is only 3 or 4 doctors, and our society like Nepal Thalassemia Society, the advocacy part is poor. So the policy and the implementation of the policy is not good, or we can say just begin. And the registries, or thalassemia registry is also not in our Nepal. So we are planning from this year. Our government is planning for the registry for the thalassemia and also the hemophilia in the same platform. So from TIF and this networking, we need lots of support in the form of advocacy, support in the form of making the policy, implementation of the policy. And the problem in this subcontinent, as we know, is the same for every country, like in India, like in Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, Maldives, Sri Lanka. Problem is almost like the same, but the support is different. Like India, there are lots government policy implementation are there, lots of CSR from the different public partners, but in my country, we don't get any support from others. The only support here in my country is from the government, not any public private partnership, not through the CSR or any other organization. So this platform or TIF and this network will build up this networking and collaboration to help the patient of thalassemia in Nepal. Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to the panel discussion followed by the open house. I'll just request the panelists to please come to the stage. Dr. Jyoti Kotwal, Dr. Reena Das, Dr. Andrula, Dr. Vinky Rugwani, please come to the dais, and then four of us. Yeah, you can, as you feel, yeah. Can we have the slides, please, for the last session? Slides, hai na unke paas? Yeah. So Nishtha and myself are going to, just ask the questions, and we'll first of all address the questions to the panelists, and we would like to get your views. The theme is unmet needs, and when we talk of thalassemia, I think a lot of times we are just saying, oh, we don't have blood, we don't have chelation, we don't have transplant, and sometimes the whole discussion or the points go in a very negative connotation. But I think at the end of the day, we first need to start with a positive note that we have achieved a lot in the field of thalassemia. Let's not go with heavy heart that, oh, we don't get blood, we have HIV, we have hepatitis C, hepatitis C. I guess acknowledging the problems that we have is one thing, but also to say that we have achieved a lot in these years, and now our population are growing up to 40, 50, beyond 50, and very soon we are going to have transplant, gene therapy, and all those things coming our way very soon. So we need to be positive about that, but at the same time, let us look at the unmet needs that we have for patients with thalassemia. So the next slide, please. Yeah, it will move from here. Yeah. So let me do it. It's not moving. Can you just put it back on? I think that we have to move this one. Yeah. Yeah. So the first one is for Dr. Vinky Rugwani. The first and most important thing that, when we see a thalassemic patient is to give good blood, safe blood. So, how do you make sure that our patients get safe blood as not as a individual hospital level at your institution level? We are talking about, making blood safe for the entire country. What all, policies can we be thinking and making that will help us to go that way?
So, Manas, as we are discussing, that the utmost important, the first thing is the donor. So, as we just was there, that only 60% are voluntary donors. I don't know exact figure. Somebody is saying 70%, somebody is saying 50%, but then it is quite less. We have to increase that number. That is one of the important thing. And donor screening, testing, and after that, proper protocols of the cross matching. Cross matching is also important. Then, of course, the transfusion, the infections like HIV, hepatitis B, C, and malaria, syphilis. This testing, of course, at least ELISA, but now we all know that NAT testing should also be done as far as possible. After that, see the handling of blood units at the setup is also very important. After that, the monitoring of the whole transfusion process is also very crucial. We do see that because of lack of this monitoring, we do get so many problems which are coming. So these are the things that we have to, and of course, whenever there is some reaction going on, we have to initially, at the initial part of the transfusion, we have to detect it and make it, treat it or manage it. So there are so many things which always, if we take a consideration, we will definitely going to have a safe blood practice.
So a lot of steps are required, and one of them he said was, to have a blood which is free of Hep B, Hep C, HIV. So, if I just ask the audience to raise your hands, that do you think every thalassemic in India should get a NAT tested blood? So it's a very clear answer that, that is what, it is being pushed by most of our, yes, sir, you wanted to say something? Yeah, but that is our desire. Is that what is our desire? It is our desire. So do you think, sir, as a thalassemia advocacy stakeholder community here, are we making enough attempt or push towards that? And then I'll come to Dr. Andrula after that. Yeah.
So,
Mike.
So I think that whatever efforts we have made so far are not sufficient. Actually, the government should be, the figures are there. But if you see the number of the infections which are there, we should put these figures in front of the policymakers in a proper way. If we do it in a collective manner and we do advocacy in a proper way, I think we will be able to achieve
So
that.
first collect the data and then push for it. And Dr. Andrula, you wanted to say something? Yeah, Satyam, yes. I'll come to you as well.
Sorry, I just wanted to say it's not how we feel, but what is your residual risk? What is your percentage of infection? And then it's a must in your country, looking even grossly underestimated data. It's a must to put NAT testing for the patients that are lifelong dependent on transfusion. So it's not what we think or what the doctors think, is what the evidence tells us to take to the decision makers. Because
so get the data and then move forward.
Yeah, the patient who gets infected, it's a burden apart from the health and the quality of life, which is the first priority, is a burden on the system, on everything.
So that brings back to the unmet need that we don't have a national registry yet. And secondly, there is ultimate need for a regularized act that Videsh highlighted, that the act that puts down the regulations straightforward in black and white. Plus, there should be punishable offenses if at all these things are taken lightly and the safe blood is not provided to anybody who needs it.
Ma'am, just to add from the transfusion medicine side, I think I'm the only one sitting here from the transfusion medicine side. So I want to ask the audience, what do you think? We all are pushing for NAT. What do you think blood is tested by? Can anybody tell me in the blood center in India, how we test blood? Is anybody aware? So, but we want NAT, but we don't know what is the rule at present. So the irony of the situation is that as per the act, as per the rule in India, you can screen blood from rapid test, from ELISA to chemiluminescence. And that itself is a huge variation. Before we put a comment that we want NAT, we should ask the government that we should stop rapid testing. We can't do rapid testing by serology and then do NAT. So first we have to formalize, first we have to uniform the present serology testing. Second point,
Standardization is
if
required.
you are doing serology, and if you're doing doing NAT does not mean that you remove your serology. It does not mean that we will not do NAT. We will not do ELISA.
ELISA.
So ELISA and chemiluminescence are mandatory in every country. Point 3, the countries where they have made NAT 100%, their overall incidence of infection is very low. They are low endemicity countries. Where we are in a moderate endemicity country, we will be financially more viable if we screen by ELISA and chemiluminescence. My request to patient advocacy groups and the clinicians are, please go to the blood bank and ask them, how are you testing today? NAT will not give you an answer. If you ask centers who are doing NAT, we pick up a lot of zero yields. Samples which are picked on ELISA and chemiluminescence, but not on NAT. A chronic infection person of hepatitis B will only have Hep B surface antigen, will not have or may not have a DNA. So doing NAT will not give us answers. It's better that we standardize the present practice. Definitely NAT is required. It's an additional layer of safety. Lot of good centers, including my center, is giving NAT tested blood. However, pan-India NAT at present may not be an answer.
Yeah. Can
Sure.
I ask a
We'll
question?
move-
Don't you have a legislation?
Yes, ma'am. There is a legislation which allows all three processes: rapid, ELISA, and chemiluminescence. All three are allowed as per the legislation.
Either or? Either or?
It's either or.
Either.
So that's yeah.
So standardization
So
is
that's
required.
the step
that is
one
the need of the
before we
hour.
talk about NAT.
Acceptable in 2025. I mean, rapid testing, we did.
You just confirm rapid is not allowed now.
Rapid is not allowed for screening of platelet donors, but there are, because health is a state topic, lot of states have still allowed doing rapid testing.
Rapid is not allowed. He's right. He's right, because health is a state subject. So many states are still doing rapid. Our national policy is something different. But state policy, they are doing it as per their own policy
What?
Yes, sir.
My involvement in BTS is 50 years.
Yeah.
So I
Yes,
think
sir. We look forward
from my
to your
doctor,
comments.
so डॉक्टर साहब पहले सिकिल सेल और थैलासेमिया के लिए ये बच्चों को बोल रहा था, जो एक साथ में सिकिल सेल और थैलासेमिया मत बोलो. तो जब भी दुनिया में नेट आया, तब से इंडिया में नेट करते हैं. अभी तक कुछ नहीं हुआ. 14 million units of blood and blood product used in India. Even it is more than China. So गवर्नमेंट कभी इसको एक साथ में नेट नहीं देंगे. तो मेरे विनती है, फर्स्ट टाइम डोनर को नेट कंपलसरी देश में होना चाहिए. फर्स्ट टाइम डोनर जो भी इन्फेक्शन है, हमने एक सर्वे किया है, 100 इन्फेक्शन इन 20 स्टेट्स इन इंडिया कमिंग फ्रॉम फर्स्ट टाइम डोनर. The repeat safe donor are the repeat donors. To repeat donors, donated blood should be used by the multi-transfusion patient like thalassemia, cancer, and all these things. Other than this, the fourth generation has already passed out. Fourth generation is coming, private, government, corporate, NAT, fourth generation, and selection of criteria for real voluntary blood donors.
Sure.
Is the
We heard you.
baseline.
Sure. Shobha ma'am, yeah,
So
last
the
word.
point that I want to stress here is the blood banks and the hospitals which are following all the protocols should proceed with the NAT tested, because the safety is a big concern for all the thalassemia patients. So that's my only concern. So they should not think about that if they are following the protocols. But of course, doctor, what he has pointed out, that also should be taken care of. That.
Absolutely. Since multiple transfusions happen in the life of thalassemia patients, so we have to take care of the take care of the manner or the procedure. We must have that procedure that offers the least risk. So that is the ultimate goal, and this is the reason why we stress upon the standardized regulations in the country.
So, Dr. Winky, just one last question, and then we'll move on to the next slide, which is, what is the patient's responsibility towards a blood bank? Sometimes, is the patient, does he understand what what I am getting and how I should be indebted to the system, and is there a responsibility on me as well, or is it no,
Yes,
it is entirely the hospital healthcare workers?
Patient is always responsible. You see, patient has to tell his past history, which is very, very important. And if there is any reaction, blood reaction in the past, he should mention, he should tell, he should understand all the side effects and the benefits of the transfusion. And he should also give a consent. He should give a consent of all these things. So this is the responsibility of the patient.
Sir?
Yes.
The question was, yeah, little.
We are not having adequate voluntary blood donation in the country. Yes. Okay. If you look at the figures, that the total collection of blood in the country, it is 0.9 out of 100 people donating blood once a year. Okay. And it's not that we don't have committed people who want to donate blood. We are not giving them the right opportunity. And what I mean by opportunity is we don't have systems in our country. We don't have a national blood policy which can be implemented. You talked about 2002, the national blood policy being formulated. It is 23, 24 years after that. There's blatant violation of the policy left, right, and center. Okay. We are not able to have a law. WHO says there should be a law. The Supreme Court, which gave the very important, directives to the government of India in 1996, said that, all this national blood policy should have a legislative framework. There is no legislative framework. And the most basic thing I'll tell you is what? Is that the people who prescribe blood for the patient are responsible for organizing blood for the patient. That is not happening. You go to any hospital in our country, the minute you get admitted to the hospital, they'll tell you, 4 donors leke aao. They are not supposed to do that. And it's possible because if you look at the standalone centers in the country, there are many standalone centers in the country which are the biggest centers in the city. You look at Bangalore, you look at Mumbai, you look at Nasik, you look at Nagpur. Standalone center is the biggest center. He doesn't have the facility of going and telling the patients, relatives to go and bring donors. How are they collecting blood? Because they're taking responsibility for organizing blood. That is lacking because there is no law. And it's high time that we bring a law.
And sir, you are saying this only for thalassemia, hemoglobinopathy patients?
No. I'm saying for general.
Patient?
I'm saying for general really. And therefore, I find that, the other thing about NAT testing, if you look at, there are a lot of places where they have done NAT as well as ELISA and, the other methods. What is the NAT yield really? Is very poor, I'm telling you. Okay. It's in most cases, it is hepatitis B that is being caught by NAT, which escapes ELISA or whatever else, So I don't see in the process of evolution, everybody wants NAT tested blood. But in a country where we are not able to give blood free of cost to anybody, and where people expect to get blood free of cost, how do you do that?
It's not possible, yeah.
So therefore, I'm saying that the voluntary blood donation is the best way of getting safe blood actually into the system. Really.
So definitely, sir, your point that a thalassemic patient cannot be pushed to replace
No,
his
not
blood
at all.
transfusion is very well taken. It is definitely, what we always advocate for. But for a non-thalassemic patient, for a non-hemoglobinopathy patient, suppose a patient is going for a surgery and needs 1 or 2 blood. If his relatives donate, I don't think we can, really say that is something.
No.
Otherwise, the hospitals will be burdened too much by
arranging
too much blood.
No.
Yeah.
I'm telling you very frankly, you take any hospital in Delhi, for example, and you give someone important a responsibility of collecting whatever blood is required for that hospital. He'll be able to collect it. Don't give it to some medical social worker down the line and tell him or her, in the first place, his job is not defined correctly. He or she has been told you chase the relatives of the patient. And
I think this requires a huge, big level donation drive, which, right now, I think first focus should be for a thalassemia patient that at least they don't have to replace. And, we should be advocating that they should never be pushed for that.
Manas,
Yeah.
sorry.
I agree.
The
And
flip side of the coin is that majority of the blood banks in hospitals are not allowed to hold camps to collect blood. Yes, sir. Bilkul.
Yes,
Bilkul theek hai. That has not changed. We are doing that daily in our hospital. We have to organize blood camps only in our hospital. We can't go outside to collect blood to a college or a university.
You can give the mic. Satyam, what did you want
Okay,
to say?
we'll avoid the scenario that leads to the debate as such. Dr.
But
Anupam
debates are-
is talking about his own hospital, probably. Is it?
Sir,
The rule.
rule
The rule.
is-
Because I have, as a patient, if I see, I have also heard that we cannot hold blood donation camps outside the hospital, especially when it was
I
the
have held
Okay,
I have
but
held blood camps
shall we?
only in my hospital.
We
If
must
I ask them
we
to
must
go
move
out,
on because
So, bottom line is that awareness needs to be created for blood donation. Can we all agree on this fact?
no.
Awareness of
Sorry,
blood donation
no. The first line is to have a central law to be implemented, very strict law to be implemented, monitoring. No, and of course, the NAT testing will come out after the law is implemented.
So if you have good
In
laws, things will fall into place.
but in
with time.
Europe, if somebody is infected now, and for some years, he's arrested, almost arrested. He has to pay fine if somebody is infected with hepatitis C. We are living in 2025, and this country is competent enough and has been talking about it from 2002. I was here in 2002, and we are still talking about the same challenges. There must be a strict legislation, and Mrs. Chul is right. If there is some hospitals that are very adherent to legislations, let them try the pilot, not testing.
So, ma'am, I'm not saying that we are not allowed. We are allowed in our own campus, in the campus itself. So, हमने last year भी apply किया. They did not give us the permission, and we had
Let's
to do it
move
in our own
forward.
campus.
Let's move forward.
forward.
Jyoti ma'am, the next question is for you. And I know all these points are very controversial because, our hearts are in thalassemia and we want patients to do very well. We want to prevent thalassemic births also. So, ma'am, screening strategy for thalassemia. India, what are we doing wrong that, we have...
The guidelines were made for hemoglobinopathies and thalassemias, which clearly said what needs to be done. The issue came up in the implementation. As was said, it is a state subject, so the center gives 40% money, 60% in the NHM, the state has to put. They are implementing, they are pushing. Now they have come up with national public health standards, which are mandatory for the states to maintain. So they are working on it. But where are we going wrong? One, the guidelines are there. Everyone says we are screening. Anyone has anemia. And last week I was in Kolkata doing an NCOS assessment of 2 public health arm. What is the new thing is Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. Very well done. They've got all the medicines. They are doing hemoglobin, urine for albumin for pregnant women, all that what is required as per the guidelines. So I said, if anyone has a HB low and you're living in the suburbs, so there were 6 labs outside, so your patients must be coming with a CBC. Can you pick up thaltrate or iron deficiency on the CBC? And the CHO, who's a nurse, that is the community health officer, said no. The PHC doctor, MBBS, was also sitting there, and the RBSK head was also there, and both of them also said, we don't know. I just gave them a MCV 60, total RBC 6 million, what would an HB of 11, what would it be? No one had an idea. So what are we doing wrong is that we are making the guidelines, we have advocacy groups working in big centers, we are all people who are aware sitting here. The awareness has to be taken to the point where it is required.
So we again come down to awareness and capacity building
building,
for that matter.
yes. So they all know they have to do thalassemia screen. Just it's sitting. I think all people sitting here, spend 5 minutes wherever you go and tell them if MCV is less than 80, if the total RBC count is, please think of thalassemia or iron deficiency workup. The other thing, the guidelines clearly said, in my hospital, it's a private hospital, but there are a lot of private hospitals in Delhi which still produce thal major babies. In my hospital, no lady is registered for antenatal without a thalassemia HPLC. And the HPLC should be with the CBC, because in the last meeting, someone said CBC is not required with HPLC. You will make mistakes. You will have a high HbA2 in a megaloblastic anemia. And I have had a case where a baby was given folic acid by a hematologist and came back with some severe combined degeneration of the spinal cord, because it was a megaloblastic anemia. So an that is different in hospitals, but what we talk about is in the screening, because we know, especially in antenatal, every antenatal, if we start, we will prevent the birth of a thalassemia major baby. We go to the schools, all adolescents. We do education on thalassemia, tell them about it, and do a CBC, at least a CBC at first step, to know whether they are likely to be thal traits. So that is, the guidelines are there. They came there, and now we are going to come up with the new guidelines. What someone said, why not mission? The mission for thalassemia is coming up soon. See, everything happened initially for thalassemia. Thalassemia, I'm a Punjabi. Thalassemia was the disease of the rich Punjabis and the Sindhis. So a lot of,
because poor could not come up.
Advocacy groups came up, but sickle, like in the US, came up late, because there it was the disease of the African Americans, and here it was the disease of the tribals. So that is why, no, because someone said, so thalassemia guidelines were there in 17, there were full thalassemia guidelines are there for the so that's a minute. So the government came up, thanks to Dr. Anupam and whatever, and Mr. Munda, with the sickle cell. So the whole healthcare facility, now every district hospital is getting an HPLC. We've reached that stage. And this year, maybe by April, we are all members of the committee. Mrs. Thuli is also a member of the committee. Dr. Reena is part. We are all writing up the mission for sickle cell thalassemia. Today morning, you had the head of the Niti Aayog who said that, so there are a lot of positives, who said he's ready to have the mission. So once it's in the mission mode, it will be a legislation. So people will have to follow it. But at the moment, what is important is, maybe at the district hospital, they'll still follow it. It is at the level of the healthcare workers, like someone from Nepal said, people do not know. If I ask someone who's not related to a thalassemics, can you tell by just looking at a CBC, it's likely to be a hemoglobinopathy? If I ask a nurse, if I ask a normal MBBS doctor, I ask the gynecologist in my hospital, they are not able to tell.
So, ma'am, do you believe that if a law comes up, then all these things will become again mandatory for all the practitioners to be aware of? And
so we have to speak to the National Medical Council that it should be part of the curriculum for an MBBS to be able to see the CBC and pick up a thalassemia trait, because there's 2 paragraphs on thalassemia which says low MCV, nothing beyond that. So we have to go into that, because they are the people who are working at, we are sitting in Delhi, Bombay, Pune, Nagpur, which are big places. But if you go down to the lowest level, and to tell you about sickle also, I went, though I'm in a private hospital, I was in the army for 30 years, 10 years, I'm heading hematology, but I became a national quality assurance standards assessor for the government of India, part of my adult education, just to be able to go to the remotest areas to assess the public health facilities. And before the sickle cell mission came, I assessed a primary health center, which was beautifully done up, a tribal area in Madhya Pradesh. But the doctor there was not aware of sickle or thal. So any anemia pregnant, they were giving IV iron. And there I went and made her aware. I could get the district health officer to give her a CBC 3-part. And lo and behold, before the sickle cell mission came, she picked up cases of sickle there. So it is the education going down to the remotest area and getting them to understand is one thing. Research we all are doing. The highest super specialty centers, CRISPR is being worked on, everything is being worked on. The transplant is available at the big centers. Big centers, yes, we have to bring, once we do the screening, we have to build up the prenatal. The other issue which have come across is that in the families of patient of thalassemias, people don't go and tell their relatives that my child has thalassemia. So the cascade testing testing is missing. I have seen a child with thalassemia and said, my cousin had, but she never told me. So that cascade testing is also missing.
Sure.
So if we can implement two things in the beginning, screening for all antenatal mothers to start with. The guidelines are for all. In the mission, we have every antenatal has to be screened by hemoglobin HPLC because red cell indices sometimes don't help. MCV goes up by 4 femtoliters. Yes, MCV goes up by 4 femtoliters. Total RBC count comes down because of dilution. Every pregnant woman should have an HPLC1. Number 2, adolescents in school health, CBC to look and give them awareness that you are a sickle trait, thal trait likely to be, you should know. So when you get married, get your proper workup done, match your thalassemia too. So the awareness and this, and the third is cascade testing.
Sure.
People
So
think
if you
it's
implement all these points,
communicable
most likely
disease.
we'll be able to pick most of our thalassemics and prevent a thalassemic birth. Thank you, ma'am. Dr.
The
Reena, I
fourth
wanted
thing,
to ask you.
if we can,
Yeah.
Because I was reading the thalassemia guidelines of Pakistan where they have said no marriage will be registered without thalassemia testing. So in high prevalence areas, if we can do that, we make it a legislation for registration of marriage that screen should be
People
done.
don't register their marriage till 60, 70 years of their marriage. So
Only when you need it.
So that is what I'm saying. People in our country have to learn to be doing these things.
That is a little difficult thing to do. Yeah.
Some immediate step for having a mission for thalassemia free India.
I'm telling you the mission. Just a minute. There is something going, today, Dr. VK Paul told you, there is a committee which is sitting and making the mission document, the way the committee made the sickle cell mission document. So keep positive, think positive.
Hoga, sir. We have to be
It will
positive.
happen.
We have to be optimistic. It will move forward. Dr. Reena, the question next to you is, we have got so many patients of thalassemia, so many transplants going on now, a lot of push towards haploidentical transplant at many centers. So much work of, we are looking at, people giving thalidomide for so many thalassemia patients, so many unanswered questions. But do you think we bring out enough research from India? And is that an unmet need for our patients that we don't have Indian research, Indian publications, Indian data? What is your opinion about that? You are in PGI hospital where, one of the big research centers of the country. What are your comments on that?
We don't have too many publications from India, that is true. And, in some presentations, I have seen that, they talk about Southeast Asia having thalassemia and alpha thalassemias and things like that. And straight away go to Egypt and Greece. The whole of the Indian subcontinent is missing. I've seen it in big presentations as well, because the data is not there. We have a lot of work going on, but publications are missing from India. And here, apart from the antenatal screening, which has been told, I think we need many more centers for prenatal diagnosis. And also we need, the training, which has to be in a graded fashion. It was there in the earlier mission document as well, that, initially you train them for HPLC, second, train them for DNA analysis, third, train the gynecologist for doing the CVS. And finally, you have the prenatal diagnosis. There may be 40 centers in India, but probably we need at least 500 centers in India. It's not just screening. It has to, you have to take it up to the final thing that we have to prevent the birth of a thalassemia. I think screening will just get you the people, but, to take them at the right time to the prenatal center and doing it, because we are very lucky that we are prenatal is allowed in our country.
Right.
And we have to take advantage of that particular fact that we have to do prenatal and prevent. The other arm, of course, is looking after the patients. There is no second thoughts about it, that should be the best treatment which can be given. But whatever we can prevent, I think one prevention, you are saving so much, amount of money and to the healthcare system. the blood that you have to give chelation and things like that. It's extremely cost effective to do screening. And all pregnant women at least once have to be screened. The problem is many times they are not carrying their report also. So they go to another gynecologist, they will say again do the screening if the woman is lucky. So it's very important that people also communicate. I think not people, if you do the adolescent screening, they forget by the time they are pregnant. So, what is cost effective? We have seen in the earlier screening programs, school children have been screened, they have been told, parents have been told, they've forgotten. So antenatal women getting hold of the husband at that particular time because they are concerned to have a child who's normal. So that is the time, that is the iron is hot at that time, and we should do the screening
Most
at that
of the
time.
times when you talk to a mother who's carrying a 6 or 7 month old baby where you're suspecting thalassemia, and you ask her that, were you tested for thalassemia during pregnancy? The answer is, we don't know. They don't even know that there was any such test that was offered to them or was even discussed with them. So they don't even know. So, and no doubt we have got a huge number of thalassemic population in our country, and probably we have not been able to stop the numbers. And I think, as many points have been discussed, and it is important that we take these figures, stats, and these thoughts to the policy makers, and then try to bring in a change. So we'll just come to.
Can I just address one gap area there, actually, because I was having discussions about prevention. While we are doing this screening for thalassemia minor or for any other trait, you rightly pointed out that final thing that we need to do of doing an antenatal, CVS or amniocentesis, we don't have the means actually. So we need to train all these gynecologists to do that, at least the sample collection really,
So that's all in the steps. First, we start at the moment people are not even doing antenatal checkup for this. And the worst thing is, like Dr. Manas was saying, sometimes it's been tested and they've not been told. It's part of the routine hepatitis B, HIV, HbA, blood group, and HPLC. The gynecologist should be speaking to the patient. So that it was a good idea to get the Foxy vice president. I hope he's here, because it's very important that the gynecologists get into the grid of knowing that they have to pick up
one thing
thalassemia
I
trait.
want to say, the awareness is not there. We are doing antenatal screening in our government maternity hospital in Hyderabad. And when we are doing testing, we found both the parents found to be carrier. We went ahead with the prenatal diagnosis after doing the counseling and all. And still that lady, that fetus found to be a positive. They didn't go ahead with the termination of pregnancy.
No, that is a personal choice.
That is a personal choice. But now after 6 months, she wants to come and get admitted in our center, madam.
That you can't say no, because to abort the baby is a personal choice. We as healthcare workers can only advise them.
Can I
So
just
we'll
come in here?
just move for, yes.
Manas.
Yes.
See, there are two things now. See, as far as research is concerned, we are talking about research. Where are we building in, either from the governmental side or from the private sector or from the NGOs, systems to sort of put things in place? Where are the database managers? Is it the bloody duty of the doctor to see the patient, put in the data, put it on the computer and send it ahead? Okay, there should be a database manager. Number two, is it the responsibility of the doctor to do everything, including pre-testing counseling and post-testing counseling? We should have enough counselors. What I want to say is that the government and none of us has ever focused on these ancillary stuff which you need and which actually costs much lesser than the doctor.
We need a team. Yeah.
You need
Only
a team.
a team can move things forward. Sure.
अरे आप 1 लाख रुपए का डॉक्टर रखोगे, उसकी जगह पर आप 20,000 का डेटाबेस मैनेजर रख दो, उसकी जगह पर वो काम करे, और उसका जो काम है, डॉक्टर का जो काम है वो डॉक्टर करे. So the realization of these things is yet to sink in. हम कहते हैं कि हमने hematology oncology का डिपार्टमेंट बना दिया, उसमें काउंसलर्स हैं, उसमें आपका कैंसर का पेशेंट आता है, किसी भी चीज का पेशेंट आता है, उसकी काउंसलिंग कितनी होती है, उसको डॉक्टर को तो सर खुजाने की भी
Point
टाइम
well taken, sir, that, we need people to help us
absolutely
to, move the needle. I agree with that. So, Dr. Andrula, we're just towards the end of, our unmet need questions that we had already planned.
I see this question. I'm not very well acquainted with these, but
The question is mainly that, now we have a lot of, stem cell transplants happening. The other day, there was a couple who was told that, your baby, the pregnant mother was told that the baby is likely affected with thalassemia major, and you can go ahead for an abortion if you want, but if you don't want, your baby can undergo a haploidentical transplant even if there is no donor, match sibling donor. So you can really decide whether you want to continue with the pregnancy or have a half match transplant, which is now being done very easily in India. So this was what the parents came and told when they brought this baby who had thal major at the age of 6 months, that we want to undergo a stem cell transplant, half match transplant, because the outcome is above 80%. So my question to you is about stem cell registry, the outcome of patients and the way forward.
in Cyprus, for example, we have one of the biggest HLA donor registries, and these are connected to international registries. So is in this country a national registry?
We don't have a national registry for HLA, but we have a good registry which is helping us find donors.
Find the matching.
Yeah.
We have
Mud donors, plus they are also a part of the international community, and
Yes,
they can
the international.
access it from the international registries also. All
Yes.
three.
So, Dr. Pigame, because in Italy they have one of the biggest. Yeah.
Differently from a patient with a disease, a stem cell registry of transplanted patient is very easy. It has been, in example in my country, very easy, and has been very easy to connect the national registry of transplanted patients with other countries in Europe, and have a European registry for transplanted patients. And then there is one that is, let's say, not worldwide, but close to worldwide. So
Sure.
very easy, very important, because we can have also data on long term and very useful in improving counseling
For patients. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, please.
On previous question, I was want to say that regarding the antenatal program, what happens in India, only 75% are visiting this thing in the first trimester. First thing is that too into 8
Madam,
weeks
even
or
if you
9
do
months.
for these 75%, at the moment it's being done only for 5%.
What happens, even after that, they don't have in the periphery the facility there. And we should focus, when we are focusing on this thing, we should focus on college students, what I feel, and that should include both boys and girls, both. Rather more focus on boys, so that discrimination is not there. Because stigma is more with the females. And generally it is taken as that only girls need to be this thing. And when we are doing antenatal screening also and focusing on that, again then stigma goes to the female.
I think just
Ma'am,
education,
with
counseling will help us get over that stigma and those
Sickle
issues.
cell
So,
mission has shown that there is very less stigma attached to those who are diagnosed as trait. When we started the sickle cell mission, there was a huge hue and cry, and there were articles in the newspaper that this is a group of scheduled tribes, and if they get a double stigma of sickle cell trait, they will be in the doldrums. But then we carried on, and that has not happened. So we are now happy that we have come out of that era of stigmatization वो हमारे टाइम पर था. अरे मैं थैलेसीमिया ट्रेट हूँ, मेरे को सारी उम्र मेरी बीवी कहती तेरे में दोष है. मेरे को कहती है जब भी कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है कहती है कि you know you are abnormal, I am normal, so you keep quiet. So that is the kind of thing which used to happen with me. But now time is not like that. Things have changed quite a bit. No.
Okay.
The family doesn't want anybody to know that she's a carrier, actually. Okay.
So, Mr. Shetty, we have to actually come to the closing remarks now. It is time. We were supposed to hand over this hall to the authorities by 5, so I'll have to really rush. So, coming to the end of the discussions, there are 3 main takeaways. One, we need to have a multi-pronged approach, and we have to address it across the lifespan. So, we have to address it from the school level, at the adolescent stage, during the marriage, then at the prenatal antenatal level. So a multi-pronged approach across the lifespan is needed. We need strict legislations and laws. Although guidelines has its own importance, the mission statements and the missions will have its own importance. They will foster the implementations, but laws and regulations are yet needed. Whether it is about blood safety or prenatal diagnosis, we need strict legislations, and that is still the unmet needs. And lastly, I'll just put forward, when we say multidisciplinary team, when I say multi-pronged, at the same time we need a multidisciplinary team to address all this. We need to take all the stakeholders together, whether it is the policymakers, advocacy groups, patients themselves, the NGOs working in the setup, medical professionals. Everybody has their own role to play, and together only we can meet the unmet, right? So none of us should think कि marriage registration late होती है तो हम क्यों करें, या adolescents भूल जाएंगे, शादी होने तक तो हम adolescents पे क्यों focus करें. So these are all excuses. As per me, we have to focus on all stages, and maximum हमारे को reach रखनी है. We have to keep our reach to the maximum population, I would say. So whether poor, rich, it doesn't matter. We have to reach to the grassroots of the country and to the world. So going by this, now we'll conclude it. I have picked up a pace now because we have to start with the felicitation. So first I'll call upon the speakers of the day for the last session. So firstly, I would like to call upon Dr. Satyam, and to felicitate him, may I please call upon Dr. Sangeeta. Dr. Sangeeta and Mrs. Shobha Tuli, please come forward. Yeah. Dr. Ravi, please join them. Yeah. So I request Dr. Satyam Arora to please come on stage. He's already here. Okay. He asked me, can we do it quick? So probably he's quicker. So then Dr. Sandeep Bhalla. Please, we can't be sitting so quietly. I know I rushed at the last moment, too much of information. Yeah, so please, yeah. Mr. Shaluka Hiren Prem Chandra. Miss Fatma Jihan Salim. Yeah, we should not stop clapping. They have given an amazing presentation. And Maldives too, yeah, and Maldives too, yes. So next we have on stage Mr. Videsh Piplani. Yes. So next, I would like to call upon Dr. Neeraj Singh. I would now like to request Mrs. Shobha Tuli also to join them on stage. We would now start with felicitating the chairperson. So first, I would like to call upon Ms. Dr. Jyoti Kotwal. I think she's already on stage. Yeah. So very thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Shobha ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Reena Das.
And please felicitate Nishtha Madan as well. Nishtha.
We have Dr. Sukanya. Dr. Sukanya. She is from the Blood Cell, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And we welcome her. She has been sitting quietly at the back and listening to all the proceedings since morning. So thank you very much, Dr. Sukanya.
Okay, ma'am, there is one more felicitation left. So this is for Mr. Shaluka Hiran Premchandran, right here, Sri Lanka.
And Miss Nishtha Madan.
In conclusion, on behalf of Thalassemia International Federation, just many thanks to everyone. Oh, we still have.
So on stage, you're witnessing the felicitation from Thalassemia Children Welfare Society, where Mr. Ashok Khatuja had expressed his desire and felicitated Dr. Angela, Deepak Chopra ji, Mrs. Shobha Tuli, and Dr. Anupam Sachdeva. So, thank you, Mr. Ashok Khatuja. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Shobha Tuli to express the vote of thanks and give away the concluding remarks.
All the experts are here. I'm not an expert, and I think they have already given their remarks. So I have to express my official vote of thanks. So first, let me thank our overseas experts from TIFF, Dr. Nrula and Lily Cannon. Special thanks to Dr. Piga and Dr. Dimitris for sharing their insights on the very important topics, and they are very valuable topics for us. We extend our deepest appreciation to Her Highness from UAE, who made an attempt to visit us and being with us to raise our morale and to encourage us for the future activities. Deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Vinod Paul, Madam Santosh from Ministry of Coal, Madam Renu Chakravarti, who came from Calcutta, Coal India, Dr. Vasant Khalatkar from IIP, Dr. Shamal Seth from Foxy, Dr. Sangeeta Pathak from ISBTI. And many thanks to our national experts. I must take a few names here. Please allow me. Dr. Anupam Sachdev, Dr. Tulika Seth, and we had in the morning Mrs. Majithia, who was sitting here due to her age factor. She has gone back. And we have so many other doctors. And I'm so proud that so many of you have traveled all the way from different parts of the country to being with us. Deepest our patient advocates and community leaders from India and overseas, from Nepal, from Sri Lanka and Maldives. You have always been our inspiration. Keep encouraging us, keep motivating us, and we'll be there with you to solve the problems and take your issues to the ministries. Lastly, thanks to our supporting partners, BMS, Narayana, Avisa, IFSB, and our strategic partner, Voice of Healthcare, and our staff who has been working tirelessly from the office to make this conclave a big success. So special thanks to Sonam, Rashmi, Vijay, Deviram. Please give them a big lot of response. So thanks to each one of you from Thalassemics India and from TIFF. Once again, with folded hands, I thank you from our hearts that you took your time and you came and to encourage us and being with us. Hope we met your expectations. Thank you very much.
I have to make the final request. All those who are sitting here and would like to have a memory taken back home, please come up for a final group photograph.
After this group photo, there's tea, coffee available with pakoras and cutlets. So please enjoy your tea, coffee.
एक्सक्यूज मी आप लोग नीचे आ जाओ बच्चे बच्चों को नीचे कर दो
कितने बज गए हैं? कितने बज गए? ये चश्मा किसका है? ये चश्मा किसका है? कोई छोड़ गया?
There is a pair of spectacles lying over here. The owner can come and take it, please. Who is without eyes? Anybody without eyes?
It is. You should stand. Yeah, I should have a photo with you in front of you. Because you persons are just a legend.
Mrs. Tuli, is that yours? Anybody without eyes? Are you without eyes?
आया क्या?
Anuba की नहीं हो